drums in. Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
Hello and welcome to the ESL UK Premiership, where we say no pro Dota, no problems. And I'm going to be joined by Mo. Mo, we're going to have to interrupt you reading those patch notes because we are going to be the first competitive Dota 2 matches on 7.25 tonight. And that's going to be... I'm really looking forward to that.
I mean, I feel like I always get this when I cast something. I mean, something dumb happens. Like this time, we've had the patch. I think I cast like the first Pro Techies game or something as well. That was really interesting. I've had all sorts of weird things, yeah. So this is just another, another weird and wonderful for me.
Okay.
I mean, gotta go with it.
My weird things is just the internet dropping off, like mid-cast and, not being able to get to it. But anything big you're looking forward to in these changes?
I think the most interesting thing for me is the captain's mode ban changes. So it's gone from 3-2-1 in the orders of the ban phases to 4-1-1. So we see more general bans at the start of the game, at the start of the draft, but less specialized ones as the games go on. So that should be interesting to see how the teams adapt.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to seeing Gobble Up. I hope we see a Snapfire with the Aghanim Scepter.
Oh, no.
Because it's just, I mean, you can't deny that would be a great initiation tool for the fights. You swallow your hero, you spit it out into like the middle of a team fight, and then just go from there.
Or you could grief your teammates really hard and gobble them up and spit them into the enemy team. And so if there's anyone annoying you in your pubs, just Snapfire pickers. This is the...
Yeah, it's the new Tiny Toss.
Exactly.
And it only costs 4.2k gold.
Yeah, Snapfire Airways.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, loving it.
Just as a point though, if anything does go crazy happening tonight and we don't know what's going on, that's probably why. I mean,
yes,
it could be
that
anything.
is why we will not know what's going on. Yes, patch notes. Yes. But as well, Void Spirit got his axe now, so that's going to be the Resonant Pulse. It's a 2-charge spell, which means that he can use it twice in a fight. It also provides a 2-second silence when he does use it, and an area of effect that's gone over my head.
That's fine. Okay, so it's interesting though, but will it change the kind of heroes that we've seen so far in the tournament? Because when you have like so little time to prepare for changes and things, sometimes you don't have time to adapt, so you kind of pick with what you were going with and practicing before anyway. So it'd be interesting to see whether teams decide to do that or whether they do adapt or try and adapt quickly to this new patch to see what they can do.
Yeah, another big one, I think, is the we're not going to see any more TP back to lanes on the boots of travel, because you're saying the TP boots of travel, they've been changed. They are now, it's still one use because it changes the way the TP scroll is used. So you only need one TP scroll, but that's all you're going to be using. It's a 40-second cooldown on that.
Maybe Bulldog Furion can come out of retirement because people can't stop his ratting anymore.
That's it's the Alliance patch. That's what we've got. Yeah. And another one, the Nullifier now. No longer Mini Doom, because it doesn't mute, it just purges for 6 seconds constantly.
Feels like a pretty big nerf to me on the Nullifier, which is interesting because I don't think that item needed a nerf necessarily. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what gameplay has in store for us today, because got some good things coming our way.
Yep, and we're going to be able to see what's coming today. We've got today's standings coming up. So this is how it's been for the past couple of weeks. Are you expecting any big shocks here with, or is this the board that you were expecting to see coming into week 3?
Yeah, I'd say this was the board I was expecting when I was going through the fixtures and things. I would say, MAYO and Chicken and Sparkling Water, until they play each other, or apart from when they play each other, they should probably on paper win every single game. Doesn't necessarily work out like that all the time, so we'll have to see as the weeks go on. But yeah, I think Warriors of the World beating Cheeky Chums last week was the big one for me. I think these two middle of the pack teams, in my eyes at least, are probably the ones that want to come up on top of each other. And I think that was a big win for Warriors of the World.
Okay.
In terms of Team SNEED and Edgar Davids, they're having a sad time down there.
Well, you know, best of one, so one game can change everything. And now that we've seen today's stand, we can see how it's gone the past couple of weeks. You know, we can see the big plays, any big surprises that you think are going to be coming up in these plays, or
I have no idea.
okay.
It's
Reaper Sun come down with a nightmare save onto Cube, keeping him alive. The troll, he's losing his life. Yule's going to throw him up into the end. They have killed off Cube, but Crayon and possibly Positivity as well going to die in response. Down he goes. Positivity dead. Meanwhile, Corey just sitting inside of Fiend's grip. Meanwhile, Little Cheat is killed by illusions. The buybacks are coming, but for what here? So they try and make it back onto the high ground, and ADZANTICK's on an ultra kill. They are fountain farm them right now.
Rampage.
Come on, they want it. They want it. They want it. The uphill misses. There we go. There we go. Roshan's going to go down. They take the Aegis on the side of the Razor. Meanwhile, jumping forwards, immediately looking to turn this into a fight. They're going to cookie FTD outside of the cart. Try and finish off the kill. But unfortunately, Opus has just been murdered on the backline. FTD is going to get on the side link, but not for very long. And now Nova's going to get cleaned up as well. Both Nova and Opus are out of this fight. Razor's going to come back to life, but will not be lasting very long. He might not be hitting at full capacity, but the Sven is still hitting real damn hard. He's so calm. And Noobs actually has more gold now than the Trolls, so he's not even that much of a factor as he comes rolling through once again. This Rolling Thunder just controlling up the Troll, but they have been able to take down Yuma at the very least. And it looks like they're going to go, oh my goodness, he's doing so much work with his one Rolling Thunder the entire duration, controls him the entire time.
Not Amos.
Oh, Rampage now, he's out, he's gone. Team SNEED, they drop the soap, they drop it all here, they drop the board in the Winter's Curse. This is going to be the crowning end of Team SNEED in this game. I mean, they might not be able to finish here, especially if they don't Fountain, to be fair. Is there an Impale? No, there's not, okay.
They're enabling the fountain
They are diving. Mushroom, you monster, jumping in deep, popping in the cold embrace, and they've had enough.
Okay, they were the top players of last week, but if you want to get involved with the top players' votes, you can get involved on our social media, ESL UK on Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. And there are going to be the top player votes. We've had a couple of strange ones, you know, the past couple of weeks, haven't we?
Yeah, but you know, it's all about people's opinions. It doesn't matter what we think. We don't know anything. It's about what you guys think. I want to hear. I want to know who the MVPs are. I want to say quick mention to Mushroom from that highlight reel as well. Insane play for him, just to just diving the fountain with cold embrace on, so the rest of his team can just jump into the fountain as well. I thought that was quite nice to see.
It's a pretty big play, you know, especially when you want to be fountain diving, because, you know, end of the game you want to go out with a big celebration. And the best way to do it in Dota 2 is to get a bit of a fountain dive going.
But fountain damage has been buffed now.
Oh no!
275 to 300.
That is an extra
insane
25 a shot. Are you joking me? Pack it up and go home now.
I love to think at Valve somebody was like, "How? I think the fountain's a little bit underpowered. Maybe we should increase the damage by like 10% or whatever." It's like nothing, right? Like,
do you reckon they just have like a board of changes for the fountain? You know, they just throw darts. Oh, this week we're gonna buff it by 25, you know, or like roll a couple of dice or something like that, just to see what the outcome's going to be.
I love to see the patches though when they come through every single time. It is really interesting to see, you know, what they saw as the problems and what they decided to change in things, and you know, how quickly teams can adapt to, especially the pro teams, you know, especially in the past, you know, how quickly they can adapt to try and play in these big tournaments.
Yeah.
There's no, you know, there's some problems going on in the world at the moment. There's no massive tournaments going on at the moment, so everyone's going to be here watching this instead. All these UK teams, you know, they're going to be the ones that are figuring out, and all the pro teams are going to have to copy them. So.
Yep. And we're going to be able to see what they're going to be able to do today, with the schedule coming up now as well. So, Warriors of the World versus Team SNEED. You were saying Warriors of the World were impressing you last week. You know, they played really well. What do you expect them to play like this week? You know, what's the game plan for them this week?
I hope to see more from them in terms of like being aggression. I liked their last pick, Tinker, last week. I thought that was really good. In terms of up against Team SNEED, though, we'll have to see. I think Team SNEED probably had a bit of life in them last week, so it'll be interesting to see whether they can like really pack a punch here, try and get their first win on the board. The big one though has to be MAYO Chicken versus Sparkling Water. I mean, come on, it's highlighted in White Rob.
Yeah, it's big. You know, you draw your eyes to it, and well, that could be an impressive one because T-Governor could have Nomad stood behind him, coaching him. Obviously, they've both buggered off to Ukraine for the WePlay tournament. So, you know, Nomad could be there, even though he's not with us today. And we all obviously miss
We don't want him anyway.
Nomad.
We don't want him anyway. It's fine. No, we don't.
Nomad.
I want a if they win, I want a post-game interview with T in Ukraine. That'd be really interesting. See what he's got going on.
Yeah.
You know.
And yeah, maybe we could get some guest appearances there as well.
Yeah. Oh no, I dread to think. But okay, so first of all, coming up today, we have Warriors of the World versus Team SNEED. I mean, this is a pretty big one, I think. Especially, I think if Team SNEED don't win today, they're going to be, you know, they end up 0-3. Yeah. They're probably going to be feeling really down in the dumps about it all. So, you know, this is the week where you really have to start picking up wins now. You know, they gained a little bit of momentum last week, even though they lost, and I think they really have to push that through today to try and win. It's going to be a difficult one for them, I think. Especially, you know, Warriors of the World played really well last week, especially Hemispheres on that Clockwork. Gave a really good performance. He was laning up against the PL, and he got so much out of that lane, I think more than he should have, and he translated it into just, you know, being able to pressure the map so hard. And I think the other team really felt it. So it'll be interesting to see whether they let that hero through again, Team SNEED for Warriors of the World to pick up.
Well, new ban, like you were saying, new banning stage now, so it's 4 heroes that get banned straight off. So yeah, we could see a little bit of a twist on the bans, because it means then that you've got to be a little bit more aware of what your other team plays in the early stages before those drafts start coming out, because you only have then another 2 to come through. So we'll have to wait and see.
It might mean we get to see more kind of like creative picks as well as they go throughout the draft, so more like shock picks. Because in the second phase especially, we've been seeing a lot of like carry bans like PL, you know, the Slarks for instance as well, so we might see more of those get through them before. Yeah. Because at the start of the game it tends to be more like general bans overall, doesn't it? Like directed towards a team. So, you know, we see the things like Snapfire banned a lot, or the Nyx, like the Bat Riders and things. But yeah, cool to see what kind of heroes we get let through in the second and the third phase picking stages.
Yeah, and I mean, I've been watching a lot of CIS Dota the past month, so I'm looking forward to seeing those Bat Riders with the Darkseers, you know, just rushing in with the Clockworks. That was actually one of the lineups, one of the best lineups I've seen, was Ancient Apparition, Clockwork, Darkseer, Bat Rider, Troll Warlord. And now you look at that lineup and you think, there's no power in that. That's not a good lineup. But no, you would be wrong. The vacuum into the cogs, into the Ice Blast, the surge to get the Clockwork in there in the first place, and then Troll just comes along and absolutely obliterates everything.
That's a run at you. Like
yeah, so that's what I'd like to see. So we are going to be able to see what you think is going to be happening today. We do have, you know, the Twitter poll going up. If you want to vote on that, you can go to our Twitter, ESL UK, and have your say. But it's coming out. It's quite even on this poll.
It's even at the moment. I'd be interested to see whether people seem to think the Warriors of the World might kind of take over a little bit, because, you know, personally, I think they're probably the favourites coming into this. But here we go. We got a draft. It's new. There's going to be 4 bans in the first phase, Rob. I wonder what my mind's going to take so long to adjust to this. It's bamboozling.
It is absolutely befuddling. As something else that's a little bit befuddling is Sand King's been banned out.
Okay. You don't know the story about DNC Sand King, do you?
I do not. Inform me.
This guy has about 2,500 Sand King games, I think. I can't remember the exact amount, but it's something absolutely ridiculous. Like, he has such an absurd... And it's a decent... I think it's like a 60% win rate or so as well over that many games.
Right, okay.
So, yeah, I would probably ban it out against him. I think that's a decent ban.
Okay, and Sand King did get a little bit of buff. The Caustic Finales was the epicenter. Both got buffed up, so is that like, well, I know you're saying DNC, but Sand King, is he back?
I think Sand King still doesn't scale well enough for me. I think that hero's really difficult. Like, it feels like Epicenter's just like a wet dishcloth in the late game, it feels like. I've got a question for you. Obviously, you've been observing the last few weeks, so you haven't really had to pay attention during the draft. There are, I think it was 5 heroes that have been contested the most, so 100% pick ban.
We're still only 3 bans into picks.
Wait, what? Did I read the patch wrong?
Jack, are you trying to get one over on everybody?
I hope so.
10 seconds remaining.
Who knows?
Okay, but you had
I just lied to everybody the whole time. I mean, I have done it before.
You did.
It's fine. Okay, I was going to say, there are 5 heroes that have been hotly contested this whole time. So 100% pick ban rate. Can you guess what they are?
Can I just say no and get it over with?
Okay, fair enough. You have to give me a couple of guesses, though.
Oh.
100% pick or ban rate.
100% pick or ban rate. Techies. Pudge.
No.
Wind Ranger.
It was Snapfire, Void Spirit, Ember, Wisp, and Timbersaw were the 5 that we saw every single game picked or banned. So that was really interesting for me that, again, like Timbersaw hasn't been touched at all here so far. I think it's still a pretty strong hero. I don't think it got changed in the most recent patch, so we'll have to see if it gets picked up here. But there's the DNC Mars, which is really interesting. He played really well on it last week, I have to say. Played really aggressive. I think he was super farmed at the start of the game. Problem was, it felt like as he was moving around the map to make aggressive plays, he stopped farming completely almost.
Yeah.
And so he really started to tumble behind in net worth when a couple of fights didn't go their way. I wonder whether he's, tried to adjust his gameplay a little bit after last week, or whether he just, still feels that full-out aggression is the way to go.
Yeah, and the Void Spirit is still in there. That's not been picked up banned just yet. Is that something with the Mars? Because the Dissimulate does get you out of the Arena of Blood. Is that something maybe you think Warriors of the World might pick up here and try and run with?
They could.
10 seconds
For them, I mean, Nyx is still in the pool if they want to go for it. It's something tolerant. Oh, no, sorry, Nyx got banned out first phase. Team Speed with some really good bans, actually. Banning that clock as well, which we talked about.
Yeah.
And the Lone Druid by Hemispheres is his most played hero. They get Abba. Okay. I mean, I don't mind this Abba pick too much. I mean, it's probably going to be the position 3.
Yeah.
You would assume, especially when you've got a Snapfire in the lane as well as your possible 4 partner. But again, it could still be 4 Snapfire, 5 Abba, and I'm not really sure what Dummy B's 5 hero pool is like because I haven't seen much of him on that POS 5 before.
Do you think it is going to be the Snapfire 4? Because the Snapfires, I've seen a lot of POS 5 Snapfires that just run to go straight for the Scatterblast into the cookie, get themselves Guardian Greaves, and that's kind of like their entire match. Like by the time they're trying to get any further than that, that's kind of match over either way then.
Do you want to know what POS 4 Snapfire does?
Do I want to know what POS 4?
Yeah, exactly the same thing that you just said, but from a POS 4 instead.
Oh, right, okay.
That hero's just been pretty standard the whole way through with its item build. You just go for these utility items like the Greaves, the Vlads, like you talk about, kind of anything your team needs, the Glimmers, the Forces. Oh yeah, Glimmer and Force got really heavily touched in this most recent patch, which is interesting. The cast range got decreased by about 300, I think it was, for defensive usages.
Really?
So, I mean, I say that, I might be lying again. I mean, I don't even know what's going on anymore. But yeah, I mean, this Abaddon, they have a nice purge. Whether it's the POS 3 or the POS 5, we'll have to see, but I imagine it's more likely to be the 3.
Radiant team ban.
Yeah. Oh, they banned the Tinker as well, which was ISLA's hero last week.
Thank you, any higher power that is listening for that.
Rob is praying to the gods here.
Praying to RNGesus, we never see another Tinker Picker ever again. Not in pubs, not in Pro Dota, not even just as a fantasy lineup. I could do without Tinker. Tinker and position 4 Pudge for the rest of my days. I would be happy if I never saw that again.
Seconds remaining.
I play techies,
oh,
so
I'm out, guys. See you later. Where's Nomad? Get it? I mean, these bans are interesting. They've actually not used a huge amount of their time so far in reserve. This second banning phase tends to be when most people use a lot of their reserve time, or it has been in the past.
Yeah, just wondering as well what you think about the Slack ban and the Phantom Lancer as well. Those are 2 big, just very great agi heroes. We've seen the Spectre being picked up in not only UK Dota but Pro Dota as well. I'm not saying that UK Dota isn't Pro Dota, but you know what I mean. Like in the overall scene, Spectre is seeing a little bit of a resurgence. Is that something that you think is going to carry on, or do you think that the Spectre, counters are going to come out sooner rather than later, and it's just going to nullify that hero again?
I think Spectre is just favoured by certain teams. I think it has to be a really good game for it as well. I know at the Summit, a few teams were picking Spectre, and it started to come in line a little bit more. I really hate this Undying hero, by the way. I really, really hate it. I think it feels super underwhelming in a lot of games, especially if you're playing from behind. It feels like the hero just doesn't do anything. I mean, Tombstone's nice. It got a little buff. Zombies now do 46 instead of 36 damage. So it's okay, but I mean, you don't have great lockdown between either of your 2 support heroes now. So you're kind of reliant on this Mars being the one making plays across the map.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about that. I mean, if it is POS 3 Abba though, the Undying, they can zone him off pretty well. So we'll have to see if they want to play the Snapfire as the 5 now and want to pick some kind of like 4 support hero that deals with the Undying a little bit better than the Snapfire would.
Okay. Rubik is going to be picked up. There's a couple of good spells here on the Tombstone, like you talked about. The Winter's Curse as well to be stolen. Even an Arena of Blood that could be stolen. Maybe in turnaround. Another good combination is obviously the Spear. The Telekinesis into the Spear, because you set up your own Spear stun from that if you're the Rubik. Is there anything...
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I think the Spear is definitely the big one. They have more wave clear as well, which is nice. You might even go boots first on the Rubik, I think is the big one.
Yeah.
When you have this position 5 Undying running around at you, trying to zone you out in the lane, if you have the movement speed advantage, it doesn't matter how many times he decays you. If he never hits you, then, you know, decay doesn't really matter, does it? So it'll be interesting to see how the Rubik like plays the laning stage, especially. I think the heroes look a little bit better so far in Warriors of the World to me, but when you have that first pick advantage, especially in the second phase. Oh, I don't know about that Razor pick.
Fourth pick Razor. That opens up a Ricky, but it also opens up a mid lane Viper. Because I mean, Razor Viper, it's a hard lane for the Razor, even with the changes.
I mean, the Razor's probably picked to be playing against the Abaddon in lane. Yeah, I would assume. But the problem is you've picked this Razor before you've seen any of the win condition heroes and Warriors of the World. So as the game progresses, you want to pick these Razors against heroes like Troll, for example, that don't have a great amount of mobility, and so you can easily get the link off.
Yeah.
Ricky just blinks away. Like, he doesn't really care.
Yeah, that's true.
So we'll see how the Razor plays out, but I don't see it as a great Razor game so far. They're missing like their big win condition hero, which they're going to have to pick last for Team SNEED. But overall, I feel like they lack a little bit of, especially late game damage at the moment.
And with, like, say, the Phantom Lance of the Slurk, the Huskar, as well as the Troll being banned out here, is there anything you think completes Team SNEED's lineup? You know, is there any one hero you're looking at here going, that could be the late game key?
I'd like to see them pick up some kind of hero that allows them to play around this really early timing that they have. So try and push, you know, for a victory relatively early on in the game. You know, maybe look at this 25-minute mark or so. You know, we've seen teams like Nigma in the past have gone for this Dusa and they just go Manta Rapier and they just end the game. Yeah. You know, they have a good save in something like the Wyvern as well, so it is, you know, potentially there. And they ban Morph, okay. The good thing about this Razor pick is, though, is that it can still play mid or safe lane. So because they have last pick overall in their draft, they can choose where they want to lane the Razor before they pick their last hero.
Okay, well, we're getting through this reserve time now for Warriors of the World. They've got them so reserve time for both teams. And it wouldn't be UK Dota without, you know, burning through that reserve time. So, same question for the Warriors of the World. Is there anything here? I assume that's going to be the POS 1 Ricky. Is there anything you're looking a good mid hero here that Warriors of the World are looking to pick up, and, you know, so again, say this completes the lineup, this is something that we can run with all the heroes, something that Snapfire, when he obviously gets that Ags, is going to be able to fire into the middle of the team fight and get that initiation going.
Yeah, they don't have a lot of team fight at the moment on their side, do they? Overall, I think something like a Kunkka might be nice for them, kind of rounds up their draft quite nicely. They have this hero that matches the tempo that SNEED want to play, can make space for the Ricky a little bit more, kind of gives them that team fight that they're lacking a little bit of at the moment. And it's something that even if the Razor goes mid, you can still farm the jungle on the Kunkka. You know, you can stack Ancients, you can find your way back into the game again anyway. And they ban the TA, so they assume that the Razor's going to be safe lane as well. Okay, interesting. So we're looking for ISLA's hero here. I mean, something like a Storm might be okay, because they don't have great lockdown on Team SNEED. I mean, Ember's been another really popular hero so far this tournament, but it doesn't feel like a great Ember game.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind actually seeing the Storm and seeing an Ag Storm, just for, again, the synergy comes out with the Snapfire when you've got those Mortimer Kisses coming out. And obviously the Vortex that will pull in anyone in range of it. Storm Spirit. Storm Spirit picked up. You know, that's great. If you can get a good Storm Spirit off those Vortexes in, pulls everybody into it. A Ricky then can get the Silence off. You know, the tricks of the trade there as well. Snapfire just drops the Mortimer Kisses. You've got the Rubik with the Fade Bolt that's going to be doing damage. Any spell he steals as well. You know, it's something, but it also means that there's a good amount of mobility in the side of Warriors of the World, that when the Winter's Curse does come out from the Winter Wyvern, you know, not a lot of heroes, I'd say, on the side of Warriors of the World are going to be caught out in that. And that looks like it's going to be the big setup for the Arena of Blood, for the Tombstone. Queen of Pain, Sonic Wave.
I really don't like this pick. I think the Storm Spirit has a completely free game as the game goes on. I mean, the lane's a little bit difficult for him, but they have no way of dealing. Like, they're playing against these two really mobile cores in Ricky and Storm, and they have their only lockdown is Winter's Curse and a Spear. Like, how are you stopping these heroes from just jumping around the map? The only way they win this game on Team SNEED is if they play the tempo really quickly early on. You know, they have 3 cores that come online at relatively the same time in the Razor, Queen of Pain, and Mars, like early on. And you just like gung-ho for these towers. But they have really good wave clear on Warriors of the World anyway. You know, you've got the 2 supports with their wave clear, especially Snapfire with those with the Cookie and the Scatter Blast.
Yeah.
I really struggle to see, unless they have a really good laning stage, how these mid-game fights are really going to go their way on Team SNEED.
Okay, and it is actually going to be the Pos 5 Snapfire, Tolra on the Rubik. Hemispheres on the bottom. We've got Taz playing the Ricky, ISLA on the Storm Spirit, MAYO on the side of SNEED. Is there any surprises there? You know, is it the Rabbit Razor the big surprise, or... Because, I mean, they could still play with the lanes if they wanted to.
They could still put the Razor mid, which, I mean, I don't think they will now that they've picked the Queen of Pain. I think the Queen of Pain needs levels, otherwise it doesn't really achieve too much in the game. I really would have liked to have seen them play the Razor mid against the Storm, because it's still a good Razor lane, and then pick up some kind of good win condition hero for them. I don't think the Queen of Pain... Every time I see a last pick Queen of Pain, I'm like, oh, okay, like, it's okay. It never feels amazing, though.
Yeah.
And when you have that 10th pick overall in the draft, I feel like you really want to surprise them with that wow pick, you know?
For battle.
Okay, yeah, so getting into the game, we can see Warriors of the World, if they win this, they go 2-1, which means they would go, at least for this first match, they would go into joint, well, it'd be like a 3-way playoff until, you know, we get the second game of the day, which would then mean they would jump into second.
Possibly, yeah. I mean, I think this has to be a bigger game for Team SNEED, though, than Warriors of the World. You know, they're yet to pick up a win. If you go 0-3 when you've only got 5 games to play, you're in a real dire situation then, because you're forced to have to try and win your last 2 games without any, you know, potential, you know, room for error, effectively. I haven't been impressed with a lot of teams drafting so far this tournament, it has to be said. I think especially MAYO Chicken and Warriors of the MAYO Chicken and Sparkling Water are the 2 that I think have had an edge in the drafting.
Yeah.
And the rest of the teams feel like they're a little bit behind. I don't mind the Warriors of the World draft here, but yeah, I think a few of Team SNEED's drafts so far this tournament have been a little bit suspect to me.
Okay, well, it looks like both teams looking to contest these river runes. Just leaving Amos in the river for now up against Tolra. He's actually going to get a little bit aggressive. Is he going to try and throw out the just throws out spells each.
Cheeky decay. It's fine, happens.
Another fight in the bottom lane though. DNC is going to be able to get off that God's Rebuke, and Taz, is he going to be able to do the damage here? They might try and chase him down here. Nope, DNC is going to be turning back, and Dommy B and Taz get themselves out of that, because it looked like Taz was coming off a little bit worse though.
Yeah, I'm really surprised Dommy B actually went for the Cookie on the Snapfire before the Scatter Blast to me. I think that Scatter Blast at level 1 is much more impactful in the laning stage. But, I mean, the Cookie's nice just for the stun potential, at least, around the rune.
Yeah, yeah, that is quite nice in the lane as well. You know, you do mean if you're in a little bit of danger, you can get yourselves out. So ISLA and in the mid lane up against the Queen of Pain.
Oh, that uphill miss from the ISLA on the Storm was really sad there. He missed the range creep and it got denied by the Queen of Pain.
Yep, Hemisphere's going to be able to do a little bit of damage to Amos, but Amos is just going to be able to throw these decays out. And Tolra sitting back. I mean, the Fade Bolts come through. Rabe, you know, he's not really going to be bothered about losing that damage because he can eventually just go and steal more damage. And Amos, yeah, the decays coming through. And looking at Tolra now, the right-click damage coming through on just a lot of damage to try and stand up against Amos. You need to get yourselves a little bit of social distancing away from the Undying here now as well. Yeah, Razor's going to go for the steal onto Hemispheres and the chase on the other side of the woods as well. Tolra just needs to back himself away. Amos is trying to play bodyguard, but when you can throw out these Fade Bolts, you can throw out the Aphotic Shields, it gets a little bit harder to sustain in that lane as DNC already using up his salve now as well. Looks like he's going to be able to get a little bit more regen in with the God's Rebuke as well onto Taz. Taz is just going to take it on the chin and go back in for the last hits.
I'd really like to see them try and make a play for with their level 2s on the Radiant side here down in this bot lane while the Dire's still level 1. Like, Dommy B's and Taz are both level 2 here. I think they should be really trying to push their advantage in this lane early on.
Yeah.
There's no reason why they can't, like, especially Icky.
Oh, that is a decent Cookie though, even though it was on a creep, it just does a little bit of harassment. There's going to be the Spear to the tree now as well though, so Dommy B just needs to get himself back through this because of the Splinter Blast doing damage now as well. Taz might actually want to chase on. But Splinter Blast just keeps on coming through. Taz doesn't back. There's going to be another God's Rebuke now as well. Taz is going to be slowed down and chased out. The right click coming through from Icky. Just going to force him back to salve up. Is there a Splinter Blast in range? It doesn't look like that range creep would be in range to get it off. He's going to blink behind though now as well. DNC. Well, there's going to be a spear through to push onto the trees. The Cookie now comes through now as well. DNC in the trees. Just needs to run himself away. Tricks of the trade. One more right click. Can Taz get it? Can Taz get vision of the salve though? The heals are going to be there. DNC's trying to get himself through these trees. It might actually will be a first blood onto Dommy B with that God's Rebuke and the Courier for Taz. That's going to be just an unlucky bystander there. And the war between the Radiant and the Dire.
Storm's in trouble as well.
In the mid lane. The Vortex comes back. This might be a turnaround kill. It will be. Does he still go down to the dagger though? I think he might still tick down to it. 20 health. One more tick on it. Is it going to be enough? It's just keeping him alive, those tangos.
He should go and deny to the tower here as well before the Queen of Pain respawns.
Well, yeah, you've got to try for that last hit though first before you go for that.
True. Yeah, it looks like he's going to deny to the tower, so the Queen of Pain doesn't even get any XP there. So that's really nice. I mean, the lane's pushing in as well, so Storm doesn't even miss anything.
Bottom lane, Trick to the Trade comes out. DNC, is he going to be able to get himself away from this time? It's not going to be as Dommy B does get that last right click, and Icky forced back just behind towards that tier 1 tower on the bot lane. Queen of Pain on this mid lane. How bad is it that she lost the kill to the Storm Spirit here?
Yeah, it's not great, is it? I mean, what's the level difference between them now? It must be roughly the same, but Storm has a wave coming as well. For some reason, Tolera's behind the top tier 1 tower. I have absolutely no idea.
Because why not? As a Photic Shield, it is going to be doing damage to Amos and Rabbit there, but again, they can just kind of shrug that off with the case. Razor's got a Furry Fire just in case he needs to pull the Ripcord and run away. Even getting some more Tangos ferried in here now as well, so Rabbit's going to be fine on this top lane.
I honestly think this Dire top lane should be winning so hard. Like, they have Undying Razor, you know, two of the most lane-dominating heroes, and it feels like they're kind of just drawing at the moment. They're pulling slightly ahead, maybe, but, I mean, it's really not a massive lead.
Yeah. Bottom lane again, Dommy B. One more Spear, Splinter Blast, anything. He is going to be going down. Icky just cleaning up on this bottom lane, and Dommy B, the positioning just isn't there. He's not getting the social distancing right.
It's,
top lane, Amos gets low, but Rabbit will be able to come in and force Toller away now. Even that Fade Bolt, I don't think that hit onto the Razor though. And it was just, yeah. So Amos is going to be able to heal up. He's got himself the Clarity there now as well. So that's going to be a little bit more mana in the pocket.
Lane as well. I think there's a TP.
Are they going to go for a fight? Where's Amos going here? He's going, he's just going to be able to plant a ward, yeah, and get that bounty run.
Yeah, they're battling for the 5-minute rings. I mean, Rubik's just going to go and pick up the other one now instead. Not a massive deal, just a small trade. Down in the bot lane as well, Mars is in trouble.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to be able to make a go on him. There's going to be a little bit of harass coming through from Icky. DNC though, one more jump from Taz. Nope, Salve comes through, and that Scatter Blast was not enough damage. Icky though could be in a little bit of trouble, just going to be taking a little bit of harass from Dommy, and Taz doesn't have a salve. He does have a magic wand though.
Very, very close. I mean, yeah, DNC without any regen in the lane has to be super careful here. I mean, only the passive regen from the Soul Ring, so. Yeah, but again, I mean, lane's still relatively...
Queen of Pain in the mid lane with the rotation. Tolera rotated in. ISLA though, the decay comes out, and Amos at least secures the kill onto ISLA, and Tolera walked away without denying.
I cannot tell you how amazing that feels as a support player when your mid... Icky goes down. Your mid player dies, and then you TP in, you get the kill, you get all the experience, and you're like, I am so good at Dota.
Well, yeah, and, you know, the mid lane can't be mad because you just secured the kill. It's not you taking anything off them. And if you let it go on for too long, then Tolera just denies the Storm Spirit. You know, you can't be mad at that. You can't be. I mean, I still would be because I'm a core player.
Of course.
But, you know.
Mars in the bot lane as well. Just
they're making another move. The Cookie Crush comes through. The Sonic Wave, though, it actually is going to be getting themselves a double kill. And now ISLA will take out Rabbit, but DNC will be able to get out safe there. That was a great turnaround, a great rotation in from both mid laners. But Queen of Pain will benefit from getting 2 kills there on that lane to the Storm Spirit's 1.
Yeah, really interesting that both mid laners made the same move but mirrored. So they both went and ganked the enemy safe lane. Both carries go down there, which is the big one. So. You see the supports just playing mid, just trying to get the XP in the meantime while their mids are away ganking. And if you look at the Storm's build as well, his skill build, you know, he's gone for this 1-1-3.
Bottom lane though, there is going to be a Splinter Blast coming through. In excess, he's still down here. Cookie Crush comes in, but it might actually put Dommy B in a little bit of trouble. Yeah, the blink comes forward and the scream though, it's not going to be enough to finish off Taz. Taz still daggered, but he might survive through this as Dommy B will be daggered now as well. Backs himself up and heals himself up as well with the stick.
This is so... The Storm just ganked top as well. It's literally the mid lanes are doing the exact same thing at the moment.
Well, it does then free up the position, you know, the mid lane for the position 4s to get a little bit of farm, just to get a little bit of levels, find that XP there as well. Amos, he's got himself the headdress, which is going to be great for the heal and CEO, the decay there as well. But it does mean that Hemisphere out on his own with Tolra being in the mid lane up against that Razor. How does that matchup go?
I mean, they should both just farm, really. I mean, they're looking at pinging the Undying.
Oh, mid lane though, the Tombstone is going to be dropped. It's not going to be enough though, as ISLA will be able to get the kill now and gets the Tombstone for free.
Oh, you've got to be so careful about dropping those Tombstones early on. I mean, 125 gold for free for the Storm early on is so much.
Yeah, Rabbit's actually rotated into the mid lane, just leaving DNC with the lane up against the Abaddon, but it looks like we're going to be able to find a fight on the bottom lane now as well. Taz is going to be daggered up, the right click, he's going to go for the trick of the trade now as well. Dommy B hiding in the trees, and Taz, is there going to be any follow-up? I don't think there's a Sonic Wave just yet, so NXet isn't going to go for the dive. And he could clean up 2 if he had it off cooldown, but how far away is that?
I really don't know what this Queen of Pain's trying to achieve at the moment. She's not really farming. She's kind of just sitting in the bot lane and threatening the Riki the whole time. They kind of switch their lanes up a little bit here, but again, if the Storm's having a decent time, then I think that, you know, that's the hero they've got to be most worried about.
Well, in terms of last hits, they are keeping it together. There's going to be Tolra in the mid lane, just with that 3 points into the Fade Bolt, trying to get up against Rabbit. And Rabbit's not too far ahead of him, so Tolra should be able to sustain in this lane with the headdress as well. Just going to be falling a little bit behind on mana, but there's going to be a stack there in the jungle, I assume, for the Storm Spirit.
Tolra is going to try and stack both those camps as well at the same time on the Rubik. Just help boost this Storm up.
Yeah, do you think we see the Aghanim Scepter for the Storm Spirit this match?
Maybe at some point. I don't think we'll see it. Oh, you actually missed both stacks there. Tried to be a little bit too greedy, unfortunately.
Unfortunate.
I think when you've got 3 stack on that camp, you probably can't stack it anymore anyway.
Oh, Dommy B could be in a little bit of trouble. Icky Splinter Blast actually isn't going to hit onto Dommy B, and he's just going to be able to walk himself away. ISLA, though, he's looking for the dive, maybe using the Lizard as bait.
Oh, poor Mortimer. I mean, this Queen of Pain's still just hanging around bot.
Yeah, there's going to be a sentry drop now as well, and Dommy is getting aggressive. The cookie comes out. Stone Spirit's going to be diving in deep. Icky, though, is it going to be any Vortex? There isn't, as ISLA now. It's going to be able to pull that onto the Queen of Pain. Queen of Pain is going to be able to blink away. Actually turns a couple just to try and do a little bit of damage. And DNC, TP down now as well. Arena of Blood comes out. ISLA's not going to be able to get himself away. Sonic Wave will finish the Stone Spirit, and now the chase is on. But Taz is down here. Tolra now as well. He stole the Arena of Blood, and the Mortimer Kisses are going to be used. Telekinesis now as well. Stuns up 2 heroes. They're going to try and go deep on this. Trick to the trade will find 1 kill with Dommy B. DNC trying to trace out Tolra, and Tolra's going to be cooking away, but he still gets killed off now as well. Scar Blast comes through. DNC is going to be able to get himself away. Can he get just the distance away from the leap forward?
He has a spear.
As is doing the damage, but there comes the leap. The spear comes out, pushes Taz so far back.
He has no TP on the Mars, so I don't know where he's going to run.
Oh. And Storm Spirit, he's coming in deep. This is going to be a massive ball lightning, and he just denies himself to the neutrals. But Amos, yeah. Oh, Winter's Curse going to be used here for Taz. Any follow-up damage on this? The Queen of Pain is TPing back in.
I don't know how much of a worth Winter's Curse that is when it's just your Undying. He doesn't really care anyway.
Yeah, true.
Queen of Pain decides to come down bot again. Just try to really focus the hating on the Riki.
Well, you know, it is one of those heroes that everybody loves to hate.
Can we change the net worth, please, Mr. Observer? Because I feel like we've had so many kills that it's been pretty crazy so far.
Borrow time going to be popped. It's just, again, there was no really follow from that, so Hemisphere is going to be able to get himself away safely. Telekinesis comes out into DNC. DNC is going to be speared by his own spear, and now in the trees, Taz is going to be a silence. The Tricks of the Trade comes out. Tombstone's going to be dropped. Arena of Blood, though, is going to pin Taz to the wall, and Taz could be in trouble here. Not going to be able to get himself out of this one. Oh, is he? He's just going to be able to blink. Yeah, the cookie comes through now as well, and Tolra might trade his life off to save Taz, but the decay, though, no, Salve, it's going to keep Taz healthy.
Oh, I can't believe they didn't bring detection. There's a Riki in the game, guys. You know, this Undying should be carrying dust at all times for that occasion. And the fact they don't get the Riki kill there is so big for him.
Yeah, that would have been great at just shutting down the... Oh, slowing down the Riki, because Riki's been getting a decent amount of farm here. A few kills as well. The Storm Spirit's just diving around the map, but so far the stack's coming out now as well. Is he going to be able to get himself a Rune? Nope, Rune comes out. It's a regen bot, though, so if he dives dives for this bot. Queen of Pain's already going to get to it. ISLA, though, is going to try and go. He's got no mana left, or minimal mana left, as NXS might go for the dive here.
Dire's bottom tower.
I mean, there is a Tolerant Rubik just behind.
They're going to try and turn this one around. The God's Rebuke comes out. Sonic Wave, though. NXS will be able to get that kill and blink himself away. Amos could be left as a sacrifice.
Oh, you got to be so careful here. There's a Wyvern coming in with a curse.
Yeah, he's going to be just throwing out the right clicks. Mortimer kisses, though. They finish off Amos with that Dommy B. And now the Winter's Curse comes out onto Dommy B, who's there to do the damage. It's only Tolerant now as well, so Cookie Crush is going to be off the mark now. And the Scatter Blast will finish off the Queen of Pain. Queen of Pain spear comes through. Hemisphere's not going to be pinned, but Dommy B taken out by the Razor's passive.
I don't know why the Radiant are playing the Dire's game at the moment. Like, if you look at the Dire side, their game plan is literally, we want to run at you and we want to fight. And the Radiant are just playing into their hands at the moment. I think you've just got to be so much more careful.
Taz, Arena comes out, actually pins the Storm Spirit to the wall, and Taz could be in a little bit of trouble on the backlines now as well. Dust is going to be used. Rabbit is being kept healthy by the Undying, and Hemisphere is being chased down. Is there going to be a borrowed time up in time? There will not be. God's Rebuke from DNC finishes it, and ISLA finds himself a kill, but will he pay for with his life? He will, as Amos secures that finish up onto the Storm Spirit.
The Radiant just need to slow the tempo of this game down. I mean, Tolerant goes down in the backline as well. They just keep running at them and giving, like, bleeding kills. All of a sudden, it's a 3k Dire advantage, which they just didn't have a few minutes ago. Stop giving them the game plan that they want. You've got a Storm that can go and split the map up. You know, your supports can just go and push waves out to buy time and space for your cores as well. But feels a little bit
how do you kind of stop that now with bleeding so many kills? You know, 12 to 15. The net worth, it's only 3k in terms of net worth of Team SNEED, but can you really slow this down? Oh, it looks like they want to try and dive here onto the Abaddon. Abaddon, though, does have the borrowed time. Now, what was stolen could be the Scream of Pain.
Level 4 Scream of Pain, though, as well, so decent nuke for the fight, but they just, I mean, I understand they want to defend their mid tower for as long as they can, but I'm glad the Ricky is kind of just taking the time to say, okay, guys, I need a little bit of space here. I assume he's going for defusal. Yeah, he is. Like, when he gets that online, they're going to be so much stronger in fights on the Radiant side. You just got to be patient.
Okay, yeah, Taz, he is going for that Diffusal Blade. Whether he's going to be able to get it anytime soon, because again, 15 minutes in and he's not really got any big items, whereas the Queen of Pain already looking towards that Orchid, and that's going to be a great one for dealing with the Storm Spirit. But the replay coming out now,
pin, by the way.
That was just a great pin. I think it was meant for Taz there as well, and it comes out to the Storm Spirit, and that was just, ISLA does get a kill on the backlines afterwards, but, you know, be able to take down Hemispheres and then, you know, chase onto that Storm Spirit as well, and then even the Queen of Pain on the backlines, I think he got that kill. So yeah, ISLA does get himself away, but the telekinesis though onto Amos. That Scream comes out. Amos is going to be able to get himself away from the Rubik. The tricks of the trade, not going to happen this time.
Yeah, this is much better. You just find solo pickoffs. Don't let them group up and have this 5-man advantage that they want on the Dire side. You see the Storm and the Abaddon sitting mid, just defending their mid tower. You can allow them to take this bot tier 1 if you want from your side, because it doesn't really offer too much on the map at the moment.
Yeah. It's not like it's the tier 1 tower that gives access to Roshan, you know, whereas Warriors of the World are grouping up on the top lane to try and take that tier 1 tower. Do they go any further with this, you know, try and maybe put a little bit of pressure onto the tier 2, or can they just take this tier 1 and back off?
I think you want to get this tier 1 down, but then it kind of opens up the whole of this bottom jungle to like possibly get some deep vision in, you know, try and find this Ricky farming, and especially with this Orchid about to be coming up on the Quap. I think having access to this jungle down here is important for them, but the mid lane tower is the one they really have to try and focus on.
Okay, yeah, and the mid lane, Hemisphere is just defending this with his life, just this mid lane. DNC could walk into a little bit of trouble there, but they do have the vision, so Dommy will be spotted out. Gonna be able to D1, didn't we say? DMC actually comes out after that. Anyway, Scat Blast comes out, telekinesis. Any follow from this, or does DNC want to go with the Arena of Blood? Pops it onto Tolerant, pins him to the wall, and just gonna say you didn't run away fast enough, so Tolerant though, he did steal the heal now, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, Plasma Field comes out, and that will be a kill there.
In the back line, but yeah, I mean, Storm still manages to just pick off the Quap there as well, with the silence from the Abaddon too, stacking up. I mean, that's a really big loss for the Dire side. Whenever that Queen of Pain dies, I mean, Tolerant's going to be really happy to give his life for that.
Yeah.
In return, you know, whenever the Queen of Pain dies, she loses so much momentum in the game.
Yeah, and that, like you say, that was it's nearly the Orchid being finished. I think she's just a recipe away from picking that up. So Rabbit's actually got the Eye of the Storm coming out now, and Abaddon still wants to defend this mid lane tower. So Rabbit's not going to try and force a fight here. Does have himself the Blads here as well, Abaddon. So Razor just got himself a 4-staff. And Taz, how's he doing? He's not doing too bad, getting close. I think he's about, what, 400 gold away from being able to finish off the full Diffusal Blade. 300, about 310 gold. So that's not going to be bad as long as he doesn't get picked off anytime soon. As now Taz and Tolra on the bottom lane.
This Orchid has to be, I mean, it has to be coming out now. Like, that death on the Queen of Pain slows down his Orchid timing by like 2 minutes, and that's enough to just buy them more time on the Radiant, which is all they need to just get towards this late game, where the Storm should have a relatively okay time.
How do you feel about the Vampire Fangs on the Queen of Pain? In general, is that a good item? Obviously, the amount of magic damage she's going to be able to do, the lifesteal that comes out from that.
I mean, it's okay. I mean, it's decent on the Razor as well. But you know, this Essence Ring is such a good tier 2 item that the Razor's going to be wanting to hold that one. I mean, Vampire Fangs is an okay amount. It gives you night vision as well, which is okay on the Quap.
Yeah, true.
You know, it's not a bad item to have, but there are definitely better ones.
Okay, Tolra going to try and sneak up onto DNC. DNC will back himself away, and this tier 1 tower is being punished in the mid lane. Hemisphere is just stepping up with the right clicks. Yeah, Plasma Field comes up from Tolra, but DNC just backs himself away from now. Spear actually hits onto Hemisphere, but doesn't really push him anywhere. Now Rabbit might try and get aggressive in the mid lane, though. Is he going to try and dive up against the Radiant's tier 1? Because there could be rotations coming through. Tommy's going to be there. The Cookie comes out into the Razor. Razor's going to be able to get himself away from this. Yeah, Taz has jumped on him now, slowing himself down. Mortimer kisses, but the 4-staff over to the high ground. Taz wants to carry on going. The Mortimer kisses is going deep now as well. And Taz tricks in the trade, finds the kill. As Tolra will fall, a real blood has been dropped. Storm Spirit gets himself down to the low ground. Doesn't matter, Sonic Wave will finish the job. Taz gets himself a double. Is he going to be able to go any further with this now as well? Amos, yeah, they're going to try and go for this. The Cookie, though, it actually pushes Taz, and Taz gets himself pushed back by the Spear. Finds himself the triple kill.
I mean, that's the thing. Like, there were 2 completely different fights there. I mean, we saw the one where the Ricky was jumping on the Razor and at the start of the fight, but on the side, the Storm jumped in and killed the Wyvern right at the start of the fight.
Yeah.
And if the Wyvern dies, like, he's your big counter initiation, your big setup ready for like the Tombstone zombies, you know, the Sonic Wave to come through as well. Your Razor has to be getting damage off in the fight as well. I mean, if the Razor gets got on, you have to be defending him. And unfortunately, without the Wyvern being alive to help defend the Razor, it makes the fight so difficult for the Dire side. And this is what I mean.
Taz is going to go deep. He's going to be pinned to the trees, though. There's going to be the sounds. DNC, God's Rebuke, any more right clicks, tricks of the trade could be used. And DNC waits for the right time.
He dodged the dust with the tricks of the trade. That's crazy. Okay, so there's a big Orchid timing now for Queen of Pain. They have to smoke and make something happen here, I think. If they give this Radiant side any more time to come back into the game, they're going to start falling further and further behind.
With
this Orchid has to do something.
With the Orchid, does the Storm Spirit go for BKB? Is that a must-have item here for the Storm Spirit? Oh, Tolerance going to be the Telekinesis. What did he steal? God's Rebuke.
Not great. The BKB on the Storm's okay, but they don't, like we said, they don't have great stuns. I actually think the Lincolns might even just be better.
Yeah.
Just because
for the regen.
Give the regen, but it also just blocks the Orchid straight away.
Yeah.
It blocks the Winter's Curse, so it's not even like they can use that on you at all to try and control you. The only thing you'd have to worry about then is the Spear.
Which does come out, pushes Hemispheres back. Telekinesis now, Mortimer kisses. He's going to be using the Vortex now to pull the Winter Wyvern back now as well. Fight, it's just going to be through, yeah, tricks the trade. It's just a little bit of a mess. Even the Arena of Blood coming through, but I don't think Mars gets himself out of this with Hemispheres as well as Taz doing the damage now as well. Domi might need to get himself away from this as Emos going to try and carry on chasing through now with that Flesh Golem, but it looks like the Radiant, no, they can't get out. Inex on the back line, going to be able to get the kill onto ISLA. Is he going to try and go for more as Hemispheres, the buyback does come through from the Storm Spirit now though as well. Plasma Field cleans up Taz, and Storm Spirit's gone in deep. Vortex onto the Queen of Pain. Spear, it's not going to hit. And Hemispheres, he's having his damage stolen here by the Razor. The 4-staff come through. Cookie was off the mark. Tolra wants to carry on chasing. He's zapping the damage that Rabbit's zapping from Hemispheres. Just passing it right back through Rabbit like some sort of Dota centipede.
Oh no, let's not start making jokes about that. I don't want any films being mentioned here, thank you.
Storm Spirit, you know, he did buy back for that, and he's getting, it's close to a dieback as Rabbit comes. Yep, there's going to be the 4-staff forward now as well. Damage being stolen. ISLA tries to dive himself away, but will die back for that fight. 73 seconds with no Storm Spirit.
I mean, again, they still only have a 1k lead on the Dire side. It was great they managed to kill the Storm twice, though. I mean, we talk about him being the big win condition here for the Radiant side. If he's dying twice in a row, then, I mean, that's really going to impact his net worth.
Razor's gone straight for a Heaven's Halberd as well, which is going to be good up against the Ricky. Means, well, I suppose once he gets those tricks of the trade-off, though, It might not be... See, who does he use that on? Maybe Abaddon? Just to stop the Abaddon, but the Abaddon can get the Aphotic Shield off, so...
It's a tough one, isn't it?
Oh, Storm Plasma Field there, Storm by the Rubik. As they move themselves onto this tier 1 tower, there is going to be a Scatter Blast. DNC throws the Arena of Blood out, it actually finds Tolra. Does he go any deeper yet? There's going to be the Orchid now as well. Tolra will be killed off. Crookie just pushes him back into the fight as Hemisphere being chased down. Rabbit with the Iron Storm. Dommy B is going to be able to get himself away. The Blink forward, the dagger now on the Queen of Pain. Dommy B might try and turn. Scatter Blast comes out. Is he going to be able to get himself away in time? Yep, Mortimer Kisses are going to be used now as well. Rabbit is going to be able to force staff himself away from danger, as it looks like the Mortimer Kisses are going to finish the job. One more, but it's not going to connect. And Rabbit gets himself out safe. 500 health now thanks to the Undying.
Boy, oh boy. I mean, that was...
Ricky, though, is going to go for the fight. The Storm Spirit dives in deep, gets that Vortex out. He's going to be pinned to the tree. Did he have the damage now? Will he stunned up? He's going to try and dive himself away. The Sonic Wave won't finish that fight onto the Storm Spirit. And Winter's Curse, now Hemisphere's Borrowed Time will be coming through now. DNC tricks the trade. Amos is still that the Cookie gets Hemisphere away, but the Force Staff now as well. Rabbit, does he want to go for this in the silence now? But Queen of Pain still chasing the dagger onto the Ricky. They can just let him tick down. And Dommy B could be in a little bit of trouble now as well. Taura's going to be able to get off the telekinesis once he's stolen. Was the spear, didn't even need it. In Nexus comes through on the back line. Dommy B will be killed off by Icky. Chase is on for Tolra as Rabbit will be killed in killing Hemispheres. Yeah, Blink comes forward onto Tolra, and Tolra, I don't think he gets himself away from this one. Tried to deny himself to the neutrals, but Queen of Pain says absolutely no chance.
You have to stop taking these big... I mean, I've said it before, I'm going to say it again. Stop taking these big, scrappy 5-on-5s if you're the Radiant. You've got Ricky, you've got a Storm, you've got amazing pick-off potential. You know, we've seen it from them this game. When these big 5-on-5s break out, the Storm's not giving them the respect they deserve. And he's just boarding in, like, using so much of his mana. And like that fight, for example, he managed to get caught by a spear, and then his fight's just over. Like, he has to zip out again, otherwise he's dead. And he's not contributing anything to the fight at all.
Well, he's got himself a Kaya working towards that Bloodstone, which is about, what's that, 800 gold away from finishing that. Does he just want to, I suppose he's not got any buyback to save up for, so yeah, ISLA is just going to go straight for that Bloodstone, which should be helpful. I'm going to say in the fights, you know, it's not going to be, I don't think it's going to be majorly impactful until he gets a few charges on it, but it's a little bit more sustained, you know, to keep the Storm Spirit alive, keeping him zip-zapping around.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay. It gives you the spell amp as well with the scaling spell amp from the Kaya part of the Bloodstone as well, which is nice. I really don't understand what this Ricky Axe is going to be about. It's a little bit odd to me. I mean, it's nice. It's okay. Like, it allows you to, I'm pretty sure it allows you to trick to the trade, unless it got changed in the patch, inside an ally. Which is like, it's nice, this game, but it's not amazing.
Well, you could, can you tricks as the Storm Spirit's diving in?
You can do it on the Storm as he jumps in.
Preemptively,
preemptively, but you can't use it while he's zipping, I'm pretty sure.
Right, okay.
I just feel like there's other items that you could build that would just be better instead. Like, we normally see after, not normally, but sometimes we see the Ricky Battle Fury come out after the defusal to allow him to scale a little bit further in the game. And you have to remember, if you look at their lineup, they do have the late game overall. So I don't know why they're so afraid to go into the late game, and they keep trying to take these big skirmishes that are going on at the moment.
Yeah, I think, yeah, if you let the tier 1 tower die, that's not the worst thing in the world. You know, they've still got the tier 1 tower top, so that's still quick reactions to the Roshan pit if they need it. And like you say, 26 minutes in, it's 23-26, a 4K net worth lead for Team SNEED as that starts to dive down. That's a massive dip there, away from Warriors of the World as well.
Yeah, that was the Storm buyback usage there as well. I mean, that was the big kicker for them, because he was having a really decent time in this game.
Oh, the hunting, they're going to be able to find Tolra. Tolra's going to be orchided up. Do they have the follow-up damage, though? It looks like it's just going to be Queen of Pain. The Sonic Wave is just going to be saved as the Scream was used there to secure the kill onto Tolra.
It has to be said that the Dire side are really using their advantage well. They're playing aggressive on the map constantly here, especially now the Queen of Pain has BKB. She's not afraid. She's going to be stuck in, you know, getting stuck in every single fight. I like this Halberd pickup from the Razor as well. I'm a little bit worried about their damage output, like in terms of like long engagements.
Yeah.
But he's going for Axe next as well, so they're going to be able to push high ground really easily if they can get there.
Okay. So the Queen of Pain is not going to dive forward onto Hemispheres. Repair Kit does come out for Storm Spirit. Now Repair Kit, I know it's a very Marmite item to be found here. How do you feel about the Repair Kit?
It's okay. I think it's okay for the Radiant side, but I mean, they're probably going to be needing it to keep their towers alive now after making some mistakes early on. It just allows them to delay the high ground push, which Dire don't really do that well anyway. So if you can just, keep your towers alive a little bit longer, try and just delay the game a little bit more. That's going to be the big win for them.
No, telekinesis comes out to DNC, but the bulwark was stolen there by the Rubik. It's not
right.
The greatest spot.
This is the play now. Ricky gets Ags.
Right.
He tricks to the trade inside the Rubik with Bulwark, who just tanks at the front. It's like a little legionnaire.
But the Queen of Pain then just blinks behind that. Tier 2 tower will go down. Hemisphere as well being orchestrated up. He will still have the borrowed time once that sound stops, but he gets himself out of this. Do they have any control? Winter's Curse actually comes out just to keep him in his place for that borrowed time. He's gonna... Does he get himself back to the high ground? Storm Spirit's gonna dive in deep. Taz comes through now as well. Arena of Blood will secure the kill into Hemispheres and tricks to the trade backlines, but Taz gets himself another blink to NSX. He pops the BKB, gets himself out. ISLA wants to dive in though for Icky.
This Storm Spirit is playing so crazy.
DNC though, are they going to be able to finish this off? The trick to the trade, but he is going to be able to get himself out of that range. And now Taz, is he going to be able to get himself out? Because he smoked up, the cookie comes through, stuns up onto the Queen of Pain. Mortimer Kisses are going to be coming through now as well. So they take down the Queen of Pain and Rabbit now as well with the Mortimer Kisses to dive forward from ISLA. He might be able to clean up two.
Two big kills. Wow. Dai getting a little bit too excited there.
Does this open up Roshan? Because there's no Razor. I mean, they're not going to know there's no buyback on the Razor, but there's no Razor for a minute.
They don't really do Roshan that quickly though on the Radiant side is the problem. Like, they have an Abaddon, which is nice. But
yeah.
Ricky and Storm aren't really the two cores that take Roshan really well, and just objectives in general, to be honest. But that Storm, in the first jump, he like went on the Wyvern and was like, no, I want out. He got to half mana, he's like, actually, I really want to kill the Wyvern. He jumped in there again, he's like, no, I want out again. And the Dire Science need to abandon at that point. I mean, they are going to go for Roche, but
maybe Storm Spirit was just practicing his hokey pokey.
Oh, that's
hokey
true.
pokey.
Yeah, and Cha-Cha Slide.
Yeah. So yeah, they're going to be able to get themselves into the Roshan. It's going to be going down fairly quickly. It's going to go down before the Queen of Pain respawns, at least. Where did he go from this? Did he just get aggressive, or did he still try and split push this out?
I can't believe they've got away with that, to be honest. I mean, 30 seconds for them to take a Roche when, the Wyvern can come in and try and delay it. The Mars can try and come in and delay it a little bit. I know you don't have your two cores up, but I'm pretty sure one of them had buyback a second ago. I think giving a Storm an Aegis for free is really poor.
I don't think they had any vision around the pit, so they didn't really have any idea that this was going. They're even going to be able to get themselves an outpost, so that's both outposts.
You could say that, but they don't have any, there's nobody showing in lanes, right?
Yeah.
And they're all off the map. You're like, well, I wonder what they do. We just took a fight on the top side of the map.
So this tier 2 tower, so Warriors of the World are going to be putting pressure onto this and maybe looking to go onto the high ground, because that tier 2 tower went down. I think there was some damage there originally, but they take it pretty quickly.
There's so much of a mental momentum swing there as well, though. Like, when you win that fight just outside your base and you get Aegis, the net worth difference doesn't mean anything in those next few minutes. Like, Dire are playing so scared now in comparison to what they were 5 minutes ago. And you can see it by the way they're playing on the map at the moment. The Dire side are just hugging their base. They're so scared to go anywhere because of their lack of vision.
Oh, Undying. Taz has found him out. Diffusal Blade, the silence. ISLA's going to go in deep now as well. Gets the Vortex off onto the Mars, but the Mars is going to be Winter's Curse now onto the Ricky. They're stealing the damage. They've got the pin with the Arena of Blood now as well, but that's a lot of lockdown for the Ricky. ISLA, he's got himself a haste rune. Does he want to get himself out of this? As Dummy B will be able to cookie himself away from danger for now. Hemisphere still being chased down. Telekinesis comes out from Tolra. But the zombies, they're still chasing, they're still giving the vision. Tolra, is he going to be able to get himself away? With the Emphatic Shield, though, he's got himself a little bit of magic resistance, but I don't think he gets himself out of that completely now as well, and Rabbit will clean him up.
I don't... Why? I mean, they have vision around there, right? And so you're like, okay, this is an okay place for a fight. Storm has an Aegis.
Yeah.
He kind of just jumped in and was like, I'm out.
Yeah, he popped that haste rune and bravely ran away.
If your Ricky is committing with you to a fight like that and you have Aegis on the Storm, you've got to protect your Ricky. You have the Aegis for a reason. I know that's not necessarily how you want to use it, maybe, but...
He has gone for the BKB as well. It's in his stash. So ISLA with the BKB and the Bloodstone, it's...
bottom tower is under attack.
There's not a lot of utility coming out on the Storm Spirit. A Storm Spirit is another hero that you'd see. Maybe an Orchid, like you say, maybe the Lincoln Spear, maybe something that can just help him get good pickoff, quick pickoffs and when he's getting the rotations, just get in, kill, get yourself out. But he's going very defensively, I want to say.
He has to try and focus the Wyvern every single fight, right? That's the most important thing. It doesn't matter what he builds.
Yeah.
The BKB's like nice, but because they don't have any physical damage really. So it's literally when he pops BKB, he's like immortal, right?
Yeah.
But the problem is this Winter's Curse is still a thing for him to have to worry about. But he has to find the Wyvern every fight. If he doesn't, Icky's doing so much in these engagements at the moment with the heals, with the curses. And these tombstones feel like they're surviving every single fight as well. I mean, I know the Snapfire has little shredder, so he can, he can get in if he gets on top of the
Tolra does find Icky. The tricks of the trade do come out, but Icky's going to be able to get himself away, and now turns it around. The Winter's Curse comes out onto, and it's just going to be a big arena of blood. Stuns Hemispheres to the wall now as well. Hemisphere's going to cook himself back in, but DNC has the BKB now. Taz will be able to take down Icky. Telekinesis onto the Razor, but Ram's dealing damage now as well, and Isla, he's trying to turn this around. As the Taz, he's throwing out the right clicks, and he will be able to take down with the help of DNC and that God's Rebuke. Hemisphere, and does he have the borrowed time? It will pop now as well. But Isla's just keeping himself awake, getting himself out of this fight. This is going to be another great fight for Team SNEED as they just leave Hemispheres to die. Yeah, and even Rubik buying back for that, trying to get back into the fight. By the time he gets anywhere close to TPing, fight's already over.
This Ricky and the Storm are playing like a completely different game to the rest of their team at the moment because they have so much mobility. They're jumping onto the backlines like really far every time, and the rest of the team can't catch up. Like they're not as mobile, so they're kind of going from turning into one big ball into two smaller balls. And you see there was an amazing Winter's Curse by Icky, catches the other three. All of a sudden, sets up for a big Mars arena. And what do the 3, 4, and 5 do on the Radiant side? They're just caught in the arena and that's it, they're done.
Yeah.
And it feels like every single fight as well, the Razor's getting a full link off. If the Razor doesn't get a link off with the item build that he has, he's not doing damage.
Well, that was it. Yeah, he's not being disturbed. Like you say, the Tolra isn't anywhere near, so he can't get that telekinesis off as the hero that's being having his damage drained to try and run away. He does have himself the Aghanim Scepter now as well, so that's going to be great push onto the buildings of the Radiant side. And Warriors of the World, it's a 7k net worth disadvantage and an 8-kill lead for Team SNEED as well. Aegis is going to be reclaimed. It's not going well.
To be fair though, in the last fight, the Dire did a really good job of just ignoring the Storm completely. Because he had that Aegis. They were like, well, we're just going to kill everybody else instead. And they literally let him escape. They were like, well, we've still killed everybody else. Storm's not doing anything, so it doesn't matter. And this Razor Axe is really interesting. I mean, it's doing okay in the fights.
Yeah, and queuing up a Satanic now as well.
Stupendous is a great
so
conductor.
He's just trying to sustain and kind of live through these fights more than he is trying to do damage because, like you say, he's getting those links off to the maximum, full duration links. So he doesn't really need to buy damage items, when he can just steal it from anyone else.
Looks like they're going to smoke up on the Dire side in the mid lane here as well, looking for something here. They're hunting. Yeah, the Queen of Pain's done the same though as well. Like she's gone Shivas as well next.
Yeah.
They're so tanky, and they have a Wyvern behind them and an Undying behind them with the heals. So their problem is they have a lack of catch.
Oh, Tolra walked himself into the river and walked himself into 5 heroes on the enemy team. That's just a quick pick.
And that looks like it's a dieback in terms of death timer as well. So.
Yeah, it was, because it was only the last fight that he bought back. Yeah, so not even 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, so looks like they're going to be in a little bit of a struggle here on the Radiant without Tolera. So what can the Dire side get from this is the question.
Okay, well, ISLA and Dommy B on the bottom lane. Taz is already around there as well, so they might be able to get something out of this. Taz, it looks like he's just going to try and maybe flee. As maybe that's what Warrior of the World should be doing on this bottom lane, trying to get out. But it looks like Storm Spirit's actually going to show himself. The Courier at least gets killed off. So Isla, it was just a couple of clarities, but that's really important for the Storm Spirit to sustain. As Dommy B with the spider legs gets himself into the trees. TP, yeah, 18 seconds on that TP. So Dommy B's just spider legging his way deeper. Sure.
I mean, he has the Glimmer Cape, so he can set up for something with the cookie if he wants to.
Yeah, he's going to show himself, but he's so far away from the rest of his team. He'll have his TP now, but maybe it was like a reverse bluff, or just a bluff in general, where he's like, I'm going to cookie this lane, clean up these creeps, and the Queen of Pain's going to think, because no one else is showing that all 4 heroes are behind me, and they don't go and try and gank off Dommy B, who's still there.
I mean, he's just trying to split push waves, keep the game alive. Like, if you see, the Riki and the Storm are both farming really fine on the map at the moment. So the Snapfire's just trying to draw attention away from them.
Okay, he has to be careful though. There is a Mars hanging around.
Oh, I don't really understand what this Riki item build's about. I'm so confused. He went back for the Manta after picking up the Ags.
Okay. I guess to deal with the Orchid?
Yeah, like, it's okay, but I feel like he's not doing anything in the fights.
Oh yeah, no, I'm just trying to justify it from the... I'm not saying it's a good item, I'm just trying to justify it. Yeah.
Like, if he'd have gone Manta after the Diffusal,
yeah,
and then gone for a damage item afterwards, he'd be doing so much more in these engagements. Or even if he went like Lincolns instead of the Manta.
Yeah.
Because then you can stop the Link coming through onto you as well.
Okay, well, Tolra's rotating up top. It looks like both teams just trying to get a little bit of farm for the carries, you know, just hit that next item timing. And Team SNEED, I don't think they're too fussed about losing, you know, losing out on fights. Because, again, they're just farming the net worth. They're both the mid lane as well as the safe lane. In terms of Rabbit as well as the Queen of Pain. Both of them at the top of the net worth, and it's only really the Storm Spirit that's anywhere close if you look. The next one is the Mars, and then about 3,000 behind is the Riki.
Yeah, I think the big title we have to be looking for here as well is the level 25 coming out.
Be another Roshan, yeah.
Because this Queen of Pain level 25 is absolutely game-changing. That hero is completely different when it hits 25 with the Fear. So I can't believe they're going to give away another Aegis as well. You've got to know this is going on when you're playing bottom half of the map.
Yeah, they just didn't have any reaction TPs to try and get it, to try and disrupt it. In fact, the Winter Wyvern went back, and everybody else in the time was on the side of Team SNEED just kind of leisurely walked up the river instead of trying to look for a TP in, because the outpost has been stolen, so they've not got anywhere to TP to. And there was no urgency about trying to check Roshan.
Yeah, and there's a level 25 on the Storm now as well, which is absolutely massive for him. I talked about the Queen of Pain. I mean, the Storm 25 is almost as annoying. I mean, with all those remnants coming through, it's going to be...
Oh, Taz, is he going to be found out here? He does pop the Manta style now as well. Taz, the chase, anything else to pop, just doesn't actually hit there as well. It was underneath the sentry, but he was able to get himself away with the backstab.
But that's what I mean. There's such a lack of catch on their team. The fact that the Riki can just walk away is a big problem for them. I think they really need a gem as well on this Dire side. It's not just for the Riki, but you also just completely control the map if you pick up a gem.
Yeah. Who would you put the gem on? Maybe the Undying?
No, I'd probably give it to the Mars.
I mean, he does have a gem.
Oh, he does? Okay, yeah. There you go then. I mean, that's fantastic. They just need to make sure he's in the fight next time. So that's the big one. And
this Havoc Hammer. If you put the Arena of Blood down, pop the Havoc Hammer, push them. You can save your spear. You could pin 2 heroes to the Arena of Blood as Taz will take down Amos.
Group up, says Icky. Don't get picked off free.
He's down for 90 seconds. No buyback available.
So there were some item changes in the most recent patch. I can remember a few. So Levelo went from 50 to 60 attack speed, which is really nice.
Oh, ISLA's going to go in deep. Has he found a Winter Wyvern? He has. He pops the BKB now as well. Taz is actually got with a blink in. Yeah, in XL, he's on the backlines, but the pushback onto Rabbit, Arena of Blood does come up, but that spear is going to miss Taz. Is he going to be able to get himself away? He eats the cheese, keeps himself healthy now as well, but Queen of Pain running with the burst damage. Cookie gets him out of the arena now as well, and Taz is going to be able to backstab himself away. Gets that Tricks of the Trade off, and keeps himself alive on 120 health. Now backlines, Hemisphere. With the borrowed time, he is going to be silenced up. The spear stops the TP now as well, but the borrowed time is healing him up back to full health. Is there going to be any help from the rest of his team? Doesn't look like it, unless Riki wants to come back in. Hemisphere is going to die off here. Yeah, DNC will get it.
I mean, bit of a ballsy dive by the Radiant side, it has to be said. And it gets the same thing. The Storm and the Riki just jump in, and the rest of the team are kind of like stuck in a completely different land because they can't get there. They managed to pick off the Wyvern, which is really nice. Icky doesn't have his defensive item yet. He's actually going for an Aeon disc, I'm pretty sure, on the Wyvern, which is going to help him no end. Because all of a sudden, the Storm can't just jump him anymore and kill him off instantly. So yeah, when that Aeon disc comes online, the Storm's job is going to be a little bit harder. He has the Hex now, which is nice, but it's still not enough.
The Princess Knife. Is that a Riki item?
Probably not. Ooh. Witless Shaka is pretty nice. 1200 HP now instead of 1000. I'm pretty sure one that you talked about the Havoc Hammer before.
Yeah.
I think, I'm not 100% sure, is that it slows attack speed now as well.
Right.
When you use the active, which could be really important in these fights, you know, especially, or both teams pick up a Minotaur Horn as well.
Oh, in the river, ISLA's going to get the drag back now onto DNC. DNC being hexed up, the Mortimer comes out, the Arena of Blood's going to be used there as well, but DNC's got that BKB off now as well. Aegis will be popped.
You really want to try and take a fight now. They don't have any arena. You know, there's nothing else from them.
Yep, they're going to go diving onto DNC. DNC's taking a whole lot of damage. Going to be Vortex back now as well. They find the kill onto the Undying. Winter's Curse comes out. It will be a kill onto Tolra, but Tolra, it's going to be a sacrificial lamb as the spear comes through. Cleans up Tommy B. Tricks of the Trade is going to be used there as well. They take down the Queen of Pains on the back line. But DNC, are they going to be able to get with the buyback on the Rubik? Are they going to try and continue fighting? It looks like they might want to try and go for this. Mars is TPing out.
The Storm needs a little bit more mana here before they can really commit to the fight. They should try and force out the Queen of Pain buyback. They don't know that she doesn't have it.
Yeah. Oh, he's going to go in deep, ISLA, though. Gets the Hex onto DNC, but there was no mana for the follow-up. Like you say, in the Hemispheres, though, Taz is there with the Tricks of the Trade. Icky taking a whole load of damage.
And there's an Orb of Destruction on the Ricky as well, which is pretty good.
That's pretty good. Yeah, that is pretty decent as they look to step towards this tier 3, and now with the fortification, but no buyback on the Undying as well as the Queen of Pain. They're going to know there's no way for them to get back in this fight, and this is going to be at least a tier 3 tower. DNC wants to come in. He does have the Arena of Blood if he wants to pop it now, though, as well. Will pop it. Hemispheres, though. The borrow time will go off, and Tolra, once he's stolen the Wyvern on the back lines, it looks like Tolra with the Aphotic Shield, though, will be staying alive. ISLA wants to carry on diving through, gets the Vortex now onto DNC. The buyback came through from the Wyvern. They are going to be able to take down the Abaddon. It looks like DNC might fall, but with the heal, is it going to be enough with Cold Embrace DNC? There is going to be a Trick to the Trade now onto DNC. He's slow with the BKB. They are going to be able to finish that fight now as well. The post staff comes through from Rabi. We'll be able to take down the Storm Spirit. Storm Spirit, no buyback. Tolra, though, with telekinesis onto the Razor, excuse me, as Tolra trying to get himself away. The Spear, though, Undying will do the damage, and Rabi will secure the kill.
Really well played by Icky, just keeping that Mars alive long enough so that they can kill the Storm off. Big buyback from him. I thought he was going to use it quicker, but he kind of baited them into the base a little bit further by delaying it. And they keep their barracks alive, which is the big thing. And this Razor all of a sudden has 6,500 gold. And he is so rich now.
Yeah, that is a... I think he picked up the Butterfly there. As the mid lane, there was just a chase away.
Yeah, look at the... I mean, Icky just... Watch, he gets jumped on by the Storm here, and he kind of delays his buyback a little bit more, and they get the Mars really low, so they want to commit here. All of a sudden, Icky buys back. Mars is just about to be brought down, but you know, that heal comes out, keeps him alive a little bit longer.
Oh, in the mid lane, there's going to be the Eye of the Storm being used to drain as well. Tommy B is going to be able to get himself away forced up, but the Blink comes in for the Queen of Pain. Rabi gets himself another kill. He is unstoppable. Tier 2 tower. No buybacks available apart from the Abaddon, who's going to be up in 10 anyway. So the fortification comes through. Razor's got that axe. He's got the butterfly damage. He's got 205 damage stolen. And that Eye of the Storm, it's only about 3/4 of the way through. So this might be a mid lane of racks. Maybe even more because there is no tier 2 towers standing on the side of Warriors of the World. Do they just want to go even further because there's still no buyback? Storm will be up in 14. Yeah, he moves himself to the bottom lane, and this is going to be 2 lanes of racks. It looks like Hemisphere is trying to do what he can with the repair kit, but it just goes down way too quickly. He's using it again on the bottom lane of racks, but it doesn't matter. Amos Rabbit with the damage now as well. Yeah,
the Storm's alive.
He's going to go for the dive now as well. Dives right through and dives back just to get those double remnants down now. Is he going to go further? Tricks of Trade comes through from the Ricky. Rabbit trying to run himself away. Amos might not be as lucky. Slowed down with his Fusel Blade.
There's a gem on the floor now as well that Amos was carrying, so that's a big
oh, Tricks of the Trade onto it, but it's not going to connect onto the Winter Wyvern.
Boy, oh boy. So they pick up the gem now on the Radiant side. Why does Abaddon have a halberd, by the way?
Why not? Razor?
I mean, it's good against the Razor now that you have
oh, BKB pop. Tex is going to be there now as well. Speaking of Razor, he might die off here, Rabbit. The Arena Blood will be popped, but there's going to be the Spear now as well. The Sonic Wave, it kills off Taz.
It's the same thing every single fight. The Ricky and the Storm are like they go gung-ho. They're like on a completely different level. They're like, you know when Gandalf comes on the hill in Lord of the Rings? I think I used this last week, and they just go in, and they don't care. That's Ricky and Storm. And then the rest of the team are like, we don't have horses, guys. Can you just chill out a little bit, please? And yeah, again, just the counter initiation from the Mars, they're not prepared for.
I'd say the more apt is when Aragorn charges off to the gates of Mordor, and everyone has to follow him as Storm Spirit though dives forward. Queen of Pain still survives through that. How nerdy do you think we can get on an esports cast?
It's probably about as nerdy as you can almost get, I would assume.
Like, we hit the max, you know, talking about Lord of the Rings, and oh, dive again, Storm Spirit with the double remnants. Roshan, that clock is ticking down. He's down to his gold timer, so I think that looking at it, it's going to be about 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes before Roshan's back alive. And maybe this time, you know, Warriors of the World, they don't get a free one. That would be the biggest shock of the game if Team SNEED actually contested Roshan.
Right, and there's an Aeon disc on the Wyvern now as well, which I think is probably one of the biggest pickups of this game. I mean, Icky's in control of these fights if he doesn't die. These Winter's Curses are so important. He needs to be keeping his teammates alive, and a nice little flicker on the Undying as well. He actually has a lot of net worth on Amos just because of how much brawling there's been going on. You know, there's some games where you're playing Undying, you have no farming capability, right?
Yeah.
So, and there's no fighting you're going on. You're like, what am I doing, guys? Like, what am I here for?
And they're doing a little bit of D-Ward, and Tolra though does find Amos. Amos, is there going to be any dive forward? It's going to be the telekinesis as well as the force staff away, and it looks like Tolra is just saying, you know what? I'm not going to risk myself as the Queen Pain will blink forward. There's going to be the Hex as well as the Dagger now as well. Doing a little bit of damage, but Tolra will be able to get himself out. Photic Shield, not get himself out, be dragged out by the rest of his team. Storm Spirit wants to go in. The Hex comes through now as well. Double Remnant onto the Queen of Pain, but Queen of Pain will have that BKB going towards, it looks like a full Melania. Trying to find out if he's worthy of the Hammer of Thor.
I mean, the problem is now, both teams are really bad at going high ground. So unless one team like really messes up by making mistakes, it's so difficult for anybody else.
Oh, Hemisphere might have found the mistake here. Hemisphere does have the, it's been drained of his damage though. It does have the borrowed time as well as the Locust Orb as well. There's going to be the Hemisphere, yeah, with borrowed time being popped. Winter's Curse comes out. It's not really going to do a lot of damage here now to the Storm Spirit. Storm Spirit's going to be hexed up. Sonic Wave, Scream of Pain, going to be killed off, and that did a lot of damage. Tolra trying to get the TP out. Is he going to be able to get himself out of the time? Icky's keeping himself alive, but the Tricks and Trade comes out. Taz, now the dust to reveal him, and Taz with the Manta Star is going to be able to Tricks and Trade. Doesn't get up onto the high ground now. It's going to be chased down, killed off.
The problem they have is that when the Ricky and Storm jump in, they're literally the only heroes they care about. Because the Abaddon's not doing anything. He's literally just like a big walking tank. So if they ignore him in the fights, they don't really care. And so when this Storm jumps in, like you said, you know, you try and go on the Wyvern, he probably didn't look at the Aeon disc. All of a sudden the Curse comes round. You know, they have so much follow-up damage, like the Fear from the Queen of Pain. This Ricky's going to have to buy back here.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Dommy B, yeah, there it goes as well. Because they're going to try and go for another tier 3 tower and another melee racks. And it's only the range racks that stands on the bottom lane, and Dommy B does have the Mortimer Kisses. He's going to be popping those out with the telekinesis, but I don't think Rabbit cares a lot, as he's just going to be able to walk himself away. DNC's pretty tanky now as well. Storm Spirit goes for the dive, the Trick and Trade now as well, but the Golden Brace keeps him there, and the Hex comes through onto the Storm Spirit. Storm Spirit needs to get himself back. There's going to be the Vortex Arena of Blood now as well. The Spear comes out to Dommy B. Dommy B's not going to be able to get himself out of the live. The mana drain, the damage drain, sorry, comes through, and it's just going to be 3 heroes dead on the side of Warriors of the World. This might be Team SNEED's first victory. Week 3, this is still keeping them in the running now as well. Storm Spirit trying to do what he can, but it's not going to be enough as he dive onto the tier 4 towers here. Team SNEED, they want to end this game now. The Hex comes through onto the Storm Spirit. It's going to be speared back to the wall now, as well as the Orchid, and it's just going to be GG, well played, being called. Warriors of the World, there you go, 1-2, but Team SNEED get their first win in the bag as they take down, well, they don't take down Taz, but they take down the Ancient.
Nice save from Icky.
Oh,
that was nice. I mean, really well played by Team SNEED, it has to be said. I mean, they played a fantastic game. I do have to, you know, question, when we looked at the drafts on both sides, I feel like Warriors of the World have played this like a little bit, I think they gave them what they wanted, which is a big problem here.
Yeah.
Like, you can't just run at this Queen of Pain Razor Mars combo over and over again, expect it to work out for you.
And look at the net worth on the Queen of Pain, the Razor, and Mars, all nearly 30k. Whereas you're looking on the side of the Radiant, the highest net worth there was ISLA with 23k. So far behind, and that's not something you expect of a Storm Spirit.
Yeah, I think this Storm Spirit's item build as well was... I think there were so many like individual mistakes on this Radiant side. Like, I don't know, I feel like this Storm Spirit should have gone for a more aggressive build, like with an Orchid after the Bloodstone. I think the BKB came really early for him for no particular reason. Yeah. Like, we look at the Dire side, they don't have a huge amount that worries him. All he has to do is jump the Wyvern every single fight, as long as he can find him, obviously. And then the fights are so much easier for them. Ricky went for Ag, second item as well, which I don't really understand.
Yeah, would he have just been better going straight for the Manta style Basher and leaving the Ags out? I know he wanted to dive in with the Storm Spirit, but it was more of then taking the fights on the Dire's kind of turf and like their way of fighting rather than letting the Dire come to them and then, you know, springing their trap.
Yeah, I know. In terms of the fight, yeah, in terms of the fights, they needed to stop the Storm and the Ricky just jumping the whole time, because they needed to make sure they were all on the same page, and they didn't play the game plan they wanted to.
Yeah.
Like, you come into this draft, you're like, okay, well, we just chill out for the start of the game. You know, our Storm's going to be this absolute monster in the late game. Hopefully, this Ricky just farms as well. We should be fine. But they took all these silly early engagements, which allowed this Queen of Pain Razor like Mars timing to really come into its own. And maybe Ricky could have gone Battle Fury, for example, like we talked about before as well. Allows them to scale a little bit more. They just need to dodge fights. And then if they dodge fights, the Undying doesn't have any net worth, like we talked about.
And that is the worst feeling as Undying. But I think this is something that, like you said, the Storm Spirit would dive in, he'd find a kill, but then he'd always be out of mana to get himself away. So even if he did find a kill, he'd end up paying with his life, and the trade-off wasn't really worth it for the Storm Spirit that does want to zip in, get the kill, and get away. Taz as well, it was so much distance between them and the support heroes on the side of Warriors of the World that once the two heroes dived in, the Storm Spirit and the Ricky, it was a real task for Warriors of the World, the rest of the team, to catch up. And I think Team SNEED latched onto this, like you say, and kind of just started separating the supports away from the two cores.
Yeah, I thought Icky played really well this game as well on the Wyvern and the DNC. Sorry, not DNC, Rabate on the Razor as well.
Yeah. I
think they were the two big ones for me. I agree, like there was just too many split up fights the whole time. But the problem is if you're the Radiant side, this Abaddon's build is so defensive. Like they have no, this is what we're talking about in the draft, they have no team fight, right? They last picked this Storm, which is really good at allowing them to like play this split off game and pick off potential, which they don't do. They try to play this like kind of team fight game without any team fight, and then you're stuck in this scenario that you haven't got a lineup that you want the way you want to play the game.
Yeah.
And it just made it so difficult for them. I think the Radiant are going to look back at this and think this is a real, bad loss for us. This probably shouldn't have happened, but I mean, for Team SNEED, they look so different in comparison to week one. They look like 100 times better. Probably more, probably 1,000 times better.
Yeah.
Their performance from week one to this week has been so, like, moving up the scale really well. Like, week two last week was kind of a little bit in between. This week they look so much better, and they looked a lot cleaner in the fights as well.
Yeah, you can just see sometimes the tricks of the trade, they're like that one, it wouldn't even really connect to anyone. So you've got the Ricky diving in, and his big thing was, I'm not going to right click, I'm trying to get the tricks of the trade off and try and do the damage that way, and then he just ended up getting caught out a lot. Like this one here, he got the Manta style off, he was revealed again, but it just pinned down and absolutely kill off, and you can see, yeah, Storm Spirit, only him and the Ricky alive, and there was nothing he could really do.
I mean, it's so difficult for them though, because like the Storm, well, we talked about the Storm and the Ricky jump in, right, and you're like, okay, cool, this is great. But then the 3-4-5 don't really offer anything to the fight. Like, it's not a great Rubik game.
Yeah.
It's a good Rubik game because it allows them to split push the map by finding pickoffs with Lift, or like pushing waves out with Fade Bolt, and like, gaining up this momentum early on. But I mean, when there's these massive brawls early on, you can't offer enough to the game as the Rubik when you're so far behind in terms of net worth.
And I think that was the thing with the Snapfire as well. The Mortimer Kisses would come out every time the Storm Spirit and the Ricky dove forward, but there just wasn't a lot of control. Yeah, there was the Vortex and the slow from the smoke screen, but there was no mass control, if you know what I mean. There was nothing to keep 5 heroes. There was no Chronosphere, no back into the cogs, no vacuum into cogs, something like that. No Batrider to keep with the Agnum set, the heroes locked down.
But they built so defensively on the Dire side as well, with all the Shivas and the BKBs and whatnot. So even though like there's no lockdown, but they also can't do anything about it now. Like there's no initiation, right? Like the Storm has to be the initiation that jumps in. But until he builds like an Orchid or a Hex or something, the pool's okay. But they need someone with follow-up that can also get that far. Like Ricky's okay, but then this thing happens that we talked about, whether you're suddenly just split into two fights. You need that hero that can offer you the team fight, like the Mars had for the Dire side, for example, that allows them that they can all play around. Like whenever those arenas came up, the Dire side knew exactly what they wanted to do. They were all ready. To be fair, SNEED played really well. I wasn't expecting that from them, and they've really proven me wrong, which is always nice to see.
Yeah, they had the control to keep the teams locked down, like you say, the separation as well, just to be able to keep everybody away. So we've had our say. Now you're going to be able to have your say on the player of the match. You're going to be able to vote on Rabbit, in XS, or Icky.
Ooh, now, that's a close one, actually. I'm not sure. But to be fair, you know, all 5 of them played well on the SNEED side. But yeah, I mean, I said Rabbit and Icky, but it could have been any of them, honestly. So it'd be interesting to see what people say.
Okay, so we are going to be able to speak to one of the players. We've got Inax on the line, just ready for this.
How exciting!
How do you feel about that? The first win on the board.
Yeah, I'm feeling great. Finally.
Finally, yeah. So you think, is this going to be the snowball that keeps you going now? Going towards the second win, going towards the third win, gets you into the finals?
Yeah, definitely. The first 2 games we played terribly, and this time we had a draft great. We had some stuff going for us.
I was saying, like, to be fair, before, like, in week 1, comparison to this week, it's like, it's so chalk and cheese, it's completely different. Like, you look like a completely different team, which is insane. So, you know, what's happened in the last 2 weeks for you to be, like, to be completely different teams, almost?
Well, we got a coach now, 1X. He helped us a lot.
Okay.
So,
okay.
And as well with the draft, was that something that, were you reacting to that, or was the Mars, Queen of Pain, Razor always going to be the 3 calls that you wanted to go towards?
well, these are like our comfort heroes. We weren't like going to the game like hoping to play them specifically, but it was a good game for them, so we picked them.
So coming into the draft then for this game, obviously, you know, you're 0-2 before the game starts. You're thinking, okay, well, our backs are a little bit up against the walls. Are you planning to play like comfort heroes mainly because, you know, that's what you feel like you can win most comfortably on? Or was it just because, you know, like Rob said, that it was the game for it? Like, did you feel like coming into that draft you wanted to play comfort heroes in general?
Well, yeah, but there are also like good heroes here.
Yeah, okay.
I also think they're good heroes in meta. Decent.
Okay. I mean, we were talking about the Storm. I felt it was a pretty free Storm game, personally. Like, I mean, like, you guys didn't really have much lockdown, but that game was crazy. Like, you all just kept running at each other for like 30 minutes. It felt like complete madness. You know, do you feel like that helped you? Like, did it play into your hands? Is that what you wanted?
I think Queen is good matchup into Storm. Like, in lane, even though I didn't play it super well, it's later, like, I buy Hex and Orchid and shit.
Okay.
So, we can still catch them, and the Scream of Pain Fear.
Yeah,
and in the end of the game, I got like Zoomer reaction on the Hex as well. So
yeah, when he dove just beyond the 3. I thought that was pretty good, I have to say. We didn't point it out, but we'll go back and look.
Yeah, that'd be a great fight. Just great fights along. But was that something that you wanted to focus on, just the team fights in general? Was that your game plan going into this? You know, we're just going to fight, and pull the win out that way?
Yeah, we have been thinking about fighting a lot, yeah.
And we saw that last week as well, I think. You guys were bloodthirsty.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. No, and so thanks for that interview. That was just a great, you know, finding the mentality of the players. It's always nice to know, you know, something that just be able to jump into that because, you know, as a caster, it's not
we don't
something.
know anything.
Yeah, we don't know. So, you know, great. It's great that you can come on and just give us a little bit of insight onto the way you play. And good luck going forwards.
Yeah, thank you.
I mean, he played really well, to be fair.
He did, yeah.
I don't know if people realise what he was talking about at the end. When the Storm died for the last time in the game, he was zipping forward, and Inexy predicted where he was landing, and he was pre-casting Hex on the location, which is pretty insane. I mean, he played really well, it has to be said.
Yeah, and like we said, we didn't really give the Queen of Pain a chance coming through the draft, but yeah, no, really well played, and I'm looking forward to seeing more of that being played.
Oh, 100%.
More, maybe... Because they'll have to look out now that, you know, they're revealing that those are comfort heroes, so we might see those being banned out later games, so, you know, maybe they've got something else in the bag.
I mean, they played loads of, like, wacky and, like, cool heroes that they're comfortable with. I mean, they've got plenty. I think that Wyvern has to be one that loads of people are going to be focusing on, though. I think Icky played that in a way that it made it really difficult for the Radiant side to ever do what they wanted to do. So I think teams are going to be looking at that and thinking, let's just, you know, take away that capability.
Okay. Well, we have a great matchup coming up next. This is something I know you've been looking forward to.
I'm very much looking forward to this. You know, the 2 big teams that we talked about coming into this group stage, you know, they're the ones that we wanted to watch out for, and we finally get to see them. It's only a best of 1, unfortunately, but it should be explosive, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Okay, guys, we are going to be able to get ourselves into that, but first we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back right after this.
mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
Welcome back to the ESL UK Premiership. Mo, that was a great, well, in terms of fighting, you know, the action going on, it was a great game. You know, it was maybe a little bit 3-2-2 there from Warriors of the World.
I wouldn't say it was 3-2-2 necessarily. I mean, it was a pretty bonkers game, you know, back and forth action all the time, lots of fighting, which is what we like to see.
That is,
you know,
yeah, that's what we're here for.
Those are the fun games to watch and to cast. So yeah, it wasn't as strategic. It's maybe the word I'm looking for as I thought it was going to be, but it was definitely a bit of a bloodbath. Yeah.
But now we go into what you consider the main event.
This is the one that a lot of people would have been looking forward to from these weeks in the league stage. So, I mean, there's some big names in here. I mean, even not just the UK players. I mean, we have ADZANTICK and Symmetrical, you know, the two UK core players that are probably, you know, two of the most well known at the moment, obviously apart from Tanner playing for NIP. And then we have the nice little bit of a couple of Europeans coming through, Rajix and Cube, which have, you know, they've got a lot of experience playing in this like tier 2, tier 3 scene kind of area. So, you know, this to them will be, you know, something they're completely used to. That, you know, they've got a lot of competitive experience. MAYO Chicken, on the other hand, I mean, Noob and Percy are the two that have been standing out massively for me for them. I mean, the two core players have been looking really, really good. I think the 3-4-5 is sometimes a little bit questionable, but a lot of the time they're pretty solid as well. So I think a lot of this is going to be decided in the draft. I think if there's a little bit of a surprise pick that comes through, you know, like a 10th pick, and we've seen a Tinker so far this tournament. If we see like a Storm or a Tinker, we've seen ADZANTICK play Storm before, then I think that might catch the other team by surprise. I think that's going to be the biggest thing to look out for here.
So all I'm hearing there is when the regional leagues come through and there's the EU scene, it's going to be UK Dota in the upper brackets right at the top. That's what you're saying. I'm going to take your word for it. There's no going back on this now. It's
Sure. Yeah, sure.
But yeah, so in terms of playstyle, what are we looking for in both teams? You know, what do you think? Are we going to see more aggressive fighting? Or are we going to see a little bit more split push coming out of this? You know, no, I'm not saying predict. No, I actually I'm saying predict the draft. Tell me all 10 heroes. All 10 heroes.
I think in terms of overall, I mean, MAYO Chicken, the way they've been playing is that Noob, the really high ranked player that they've got, I think he's the peak recently is like rank 13 for him. I think it was. He's been playing a lot of these space making heroes from what I've been seeing in his pubs. You know, he's been playing things like Void Spirit, like Ember. He played Pango last week as well, which was really interesting. He did a really good job on that. And Percy, the other core player, plays like the win condition hero. Yeah. So I know he plays things like PL and Naga. You know, these really annoying heroes to deal with. And he likes to just, you know, AFK farm while the rest of his team are kind of doing this 4 protect 1 kind of strat. Yeah. It seems in a way. You know, they played a really good Wisp before as well, which I think has to be a big hero in this series. I'd be very surprised if T didn't ban that one out. And in terms of Sparkling Water, though, I think they have a lot of things they can play. I think the most important thing for them is that they have this stable, solid laning stage that I know they can. I mean, Cube and Rajix between them have been like putting a lot of pressure on the enemy safe lane. Yeah. And I think they need to try and work around that still as well. They've been picking a lot of team fight as well in the past, so we'll see if that trend continues.
I know you just said about the Wisp, and did I hear that both teams play it? You know, is that something that is definitely going to be banned? Because you don't really want to be given that, because who wants to give up a Wisp? That's it's. I'm
not sure if Sparkling Water have played it yet. Okay. It doesn't feel like it's a Cube or a T kind of hero. I think they'll probably just take it out, because I think it was Mushroom that played it before for MAYO Chicken.
Yeah.
He had a really good Wisp performance.
Yeah.
So if you don't really play Wisp as a team overall, I'd imagine it's the kind of hero that you do just have to ban out and take it out, you know, not really worry about it, because that's the hero that kind of throws the game in a completely different direction. Yeah. And sometimes if you're not prepared for it, especially as a team, you know, that's the kind of thing where you have to be talking a lot. And, you know, maybe, you know, keeping Rajix, I don't know what their team chemistry is like overall on Sparkling Water. T's been saying, well, you know, they haven't really been practicing much.
Not even practicing much. They've not even really been talking to each other during this. You know, they'll take a team fight and they'll be like, that was a great fight. You know, it's a nice fight. But yeah, no, they're not actually talking to each other. So is that something that they'll just go, yeah, you know what? If it's a hero that needs communication in this game, we're just gonna like absolutely launch it into the ban list.
Maybe, but I think the biggest thing for them is that they they take a little bit of a while to come into games from what we've seen so far from them because of this communication problem, right? We've been seeing they make a few more mistakes at the start. I feel like if any team can punish that mistake that they've been making, it's MAYO Chicken.
I was going to say, is it a mistake? Is it like a communication errors, or is it just everybody's so relaxed? You know, they're confident knowing what everyone else is going to do that they don't even need to communicate because they just know if they go for a rotation, you know, it's one of those, you get it in your pubs all the time. You don't even need to talk to your team because mostly because they're muted and you don't want to talk to them. But you just know that they're going to dive that fountain when they're still tier 3, so you've got to get yourself in there and save that.
I mean, they are all confident players. They're all very individually skilled players, but they get that going in the early game, and I feel like they get a little bit overconfident because of it, and then they kind of make mistakes because of their lack of ability to communicate maybe early on. It's difficult for us to tell without actually being able to be with them, in Discord or TeamSpeak or whatever. But I think when the game gets going and the game really gets rolling, they kind of get into their stride, and then they kind of just walk over teams eventually in the end. Maybe they make a couple of mistakes along the way, but that's what I think MAYO Chicken are very, much better at punishing than the other teams have so far.
I was going to say, is that something that MAYO needs to look for then? Is just to disrupt that kind of mid-game synergy that the team starts to get. If you can, you don't even need to win the team fights. If you can start getting the team to tilt against each other and just start, maybe throw in a little bit of all chat in there, a couple of voice lines, a few tips.
Can't all chat.
Well,
penalty points.
You've still got the voice lines there. You've still got the tips.
Yeah, true.
You could still throw down some. It's too bad there's no celebration going on in the minute, because you could throw down fireworks or snowmen or
you got to tilt them as much as possible. I mean, to be honest though, they'll probably. I don't think it will bother them that much anyway. All these players will have played enough pubs that it's happened in the past before. They know they can mute people if they need to. It's not really a problem. If I was Sparkling Water coming into this game, I'd probably look at punishing that 3-4 pairing that MAYO Chicken have had.
Yeah.
I feel like Overlom's laning stage has been a little bit weak. Coming into the mid game, into the late game, they make these really good rotations as a team, and they take team fights pretty well. But the laning stage early on, I feel like that's where you can really punish them. So I'd be very surprised if T didn't pick like a really strong laning 5 for himself.
Yeah.
He's been loving the Snapfire. He's played Bane last week as well. So these heroes that are really lane dominating and can kind of bully heroes out by themselves.
Yeah, and this time, if the Snapfire's in the game, this time we're going to see that Aghanim Scepter, because that is just like, it's the best Aghanim Scepter. You don't even need Suns fan to do the ranking. Best Aghanim Scepter in the game. I don't know what you're talking about. We're going to see it. We're going to be super impressed, and everybody. I'm not even going to be able to cast. It's just going to be jaw on the floor. Just super impressed.
It's not happening.
Because you get
too much gold.
A Tiny or a Tidehunter, or what else that you can throw in there? You could even throw. It's too bad you can't.
Why would you spend 4,200 gold on Snapfire that someone could build in a blink on the other hero?
Because they're not going to be building a blink. Because they're going to be going for like the Aghanims of their own. Yeah. They're going to be going for the Shiva's guard on the tank. Like you get a Tidehunter, you absolutely you gobble and throw him up. I guess that's what the Mortimer's doing.
It's not happening. The thing is, the only way that Snapfire Axe would be good is if you could save somebody with it. But you have to be like, what is it, 150 cast range or something? It's like absolutely tiny.
Yeah,
you're never in the middle of a fight on Snapfire. Like, imagine you're ulting for like 3,000 units away, and you're like, oh, I'll just come and save you, and you just start waddling forward towards them.
But you're telling me, if Dommy B had that Axe in that last match when the Storm Spirit and the Ricky are diving in, and he could have.
You can't get near them.
That's the thing. So he could have swallowed one of the teammates and spat them forward. Gobbled up, forward. Then that's 3 heroes that are in the fight, and not just
and then
2.
3 of them die instead of 2.
3 of them die, and you ping your teammates out, and then you're just like, Noob, why did you spit me up into? I've got to come up with a better phrase than.
Coming into it, I think the key heroes for me. Okay, I've talked about them already today because they've been quite popular.
Yeah.
Timber, I think Sparkling Water play that hero really well because all 3 of their core players can play it.
Yeah.
Void Spirit is another big one. I mean, Noob loves that hero on the mid lane. I'd be very surprised if that got let through as well. Wisp, and then Snapfire are the 4 big ones for me here. I'd be very surprised if any of them got let through, to be honest.
I think you were saying the Nyx Assassin as well. Is that another one that you need to look out for? Is that first ban material here?
I mean, Nyx is still a really strong hero. I think Carapace just disrupts so many heroes that are good at the moment.
Yeah.
Obviously, you have the Impale as well. It's not as good as it used to be because the Impale duration got reduced a little bit, so you can't stack the Meteor Hammer like reliably every single time necessarily now, even with the level 10 talent. But I think it's still a pretty good hero. Its laning stage is a little bit weak, maybe, but I think it's still an okay hero. I don't think maybe either of these 2 teams would first pick it necessarily, but I think it's still okay.
Okay. Well, we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to, see how this draft plays out. Is there anything, any niche picks we should be looking out for? Or maybe, I know you've talked about the Medusa, which is gaining popularity. That is up there. The Spectre gaining popularity as well. Is there anyone that plays maybe like the Darkseer or any Lycans, anything like that we should be looking out for?
Cute Pudge. I mean, that's got to be the one that everybody wants.
No Pudges. No.
Oh, Cute's so good though. People think Mayo Chicken are going to win. That's pretty one-sided.
Does that then, is T sitting in Ukraine going, I'm going to prove everybody, I'm going to play my best game, I play it to the max? Is he charging up? Has he got the Goku on? Is he raging? Is he building up his power level?
We haven't talked about that, actually, to be fair. T is currently in Ukraine.
Yeah, T and Nomad, if you hadn't heard of, abandoned us. They've fled the country. For some reason, I've been pulled from an observer, quite comfortably in the observer's
doing his own thing.
And I get pulled into here. I have to dress up. I can't just wear my
underwear.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I mean, so yeah, T and Nomad are currently self-isolating in Ukraine after traveling there. So they're playing. So T's going to be playing from his hotel room in Ukraine, ready for this We Play charity event on Friday. So that's very exciting. Be interesting to see if he has to pause the game at any point because of ping issues. But I'm sure it'll be fine.
Oh yeah, UK Dota's not known for being toxic. I'm sure they respect those pauses.
So what have we got banned so far? Okay, yeah. So of course, Slada was the other one with Overlom's best hero by quite far. So what I said, Void Spirit. Okay, so the Wisp has been let through. That's really interesting. Okay.
Okay. And we're still not on the new pick ban system.
No.
Weird.
Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough, Valve. You're just trying to troll me with your 4-1-1. Who knows? But we shall see as time goes on whether they've realised they've made a mistake. I have no idea. We did check, by the way, in between, after the last game, whether I was right. And it does say in the patch notes it should be 4-1-1.
Yeah.
So.
And there was an update. I'm assuming that was the patch being pushed. So.
I mean, obviously the patch would have originally been dropped after the major.
True. Yes, true. Yeah.
So obviously, because it's been cancelled, it's been brought forward a little bit.
Well, maybe they're going to push it live after this. Because we are the.
Oh yeah, I mean they do base patches around UK tournaments, don't they?
Well, no, just the biggest tournaments at the time, and we are the biggest tournament at this time.
That is very true.
So, after this, I'm expecting, 5 minutes, not even that, 30 seconds after the third game ends, patch is going to go live, and it's going to make you look like a complete fool.
Okay, so interesting first pick. They actually go for the Oracle, which I wasn't expecting at all. I thought they'd go for something a little bit more focused in the laning stage, like a little bit more solid. But maybe they feel like this aggression that can come from Mayo Chicken. I mean, they've liked picking things like the Necro in the past before as well on Mayo Chicken, and the Oracle makes a lot of heroes that they might have possibly liked to play a little bit more difficult.
Yeah.
I'm looking at maybe they just first phase a DP as well, which is a hero that's been gaining a lot more popularity recently.
Do they have to definitely ban the Huskar area? Is there any big Huskar players on the side of Sparkling Water that could be a major threat coming into this game?
I mean, ADZANTICK can definitely play it. I'm pretty sure I've seen him play it before.
Did he play it last week?
No. He's played against it, I think.
Right, okay.
But I don't think he's played it himself yet. And so this is Yuma's hero, something he's been very comfortable on in the Rubik. I'm not sure how much I like it here, but it's it's still a solid hero. Fadebot got a little bit of a nerf in terms of mana cost in the laning stage, but still overall reduces 20 damage.
Yeah.
Really annoying to lane against. Carries worst nightmare at the moment, I think, in the laning stage.
Okay. And the Phantom Lancer is still there. We've still got the Lifestealer as well. Nyx Assassin, again, just looking through the bans, is still available to pick up if you want to pick that up. Is there anything specific you want to pair here with the Rubik, or can you really leave your next support hero? Maybe pick up something else and actually picks up the Lich.
Yes, I mean, this is just two comfort heroes for them. I'm personally surprised they didn't go for this this Wisp that we've seen from them.
Yeah.
It was something they were very comfortable with, very confident with, but it's obviously they've just gone back for something completely different here. I think you look to pick something here that pairs it well with the Oracle. So I've talked about DP before. Obviously Timber would have been okay, but it's banned. They might just pick their win condition here. I actually think they might just pick PL here. They did it last week.
Yeah.
Do you remember when they had this pick order where they pick the PL here and then they get 2 bans to take out counters, and they ban Emberlesh?
Yeah.
And then you're kind of like stuck in this situation where you know what they're going to do, but can you deal with it? They play their cards on the table and they say, this is it.
Do you think that's something that they maybe thought that they could get away with this week? Do you think they'd get away with it again you know, they thought they could get away with it last week. Do you think they can get away with it again this week, or do you think MAYO Chicken might have a little bit of a trick up the sleeve, you know, an answer to this if they just go straight for this, you know, like you say, the win condition pick coming up here?
I mean, it might be, you know, they might not go for it here, but again, if it's something they're comfortable with and that they feel like they can win with, I mean, why wouldn't you?
That's true. Yeah, true.
It wouldn't be a T-Governor draft if he didn't use a lot of his reserve time in the first phase of the draft, though.
Oh yeah, no, we're going to get down to what, about 5 seconds, 6 seconds, or am I being generous?
Possibly, yeah. I mean, Phoenix is something else they've been really liking for Cube as well, but I feel like you want a little bit of catch or lockdown possibly on your, like, either 3 or 4.
Yeah.
Most likely your 4. They could still go for Nyx, you've been talking about it. Not a great hero against Rubik necessarily. You know, any steal you get on the Rubik from the Nyx is really good.
Yeah, and the Snap Vibe ban out, if they want to go for that Phoenix, you know, the main counter to the Phoenix and his Supernova, like you're talking about, has already been banned out.
I am really surprised. I thought they would go for something like either the win condition or something like a Tiny that's a little bit more kind of like roam heavy for Q, but he seems to be really liking this Phoenix at the moment. And
well, yeah, if they want to go for the Phoenix, you know, the Darkseer, the Mars are both still in there. You know, you have heroes that, like the Faceless Void, that could benefit there as well. And Oracle just being able to add backup, so there is still these combos that you can pull off. You know, it's not just like, okay, we Phoenix. And do you think any of these combos, you know, these good synergy heroes with the Phoenix are going to be banned out? Or do you think it's...
I'd be surprised if the Void didn't get banned out. I think that's an important one. Yeah, and there's the Naga as well. We talked about the carry player from MAYO Chicken being really good at that one, Ares.
I am surprised that with the change that we've not seen more Darkseer Nagasarum combinations just in general. Now that you can vacuum back through the song, you know, reposition back to the song.
I mean, it's okay.
10 seconds.
Like, it's not
remaining.
Okay. Have you seen the play? Have you seen how impactful it was being able to...
Dota has changed quite a hell of a lot since then. People have actually figured it feels like they've almost figured everything out now at this point. I mean, I say that and then people keep finding, you know, weird and wonderful ways to play. I mean, personally for me, I think if you're playing this Phoenix, it shows, you know, we talked about how Sparkling Water like to have this big team fight advantage, somewhat, which the Phoenix does give them. Yeah, okay, there's the Huskar ban that we talked about, you know, when you have the Oracle on your team. I just think this is very, very close for me. So I think MAYO Chicken's opening is like something they're very comfortable with, but I'm not necessarily sold on it. Like, it feels like they're playing just their own game still. But they have loads of time and flexibility in their course still. The problem for them is that because Sparkling Water have the second picks in the second phase of the draft the whole time, you're like, well, we can effectively directly counter what you want to be doing in the game here at this point. So I think they need some big 10th pick that they're going to be feeling really comfortable about.
Any Meepo, any Broodmother players on the side of MAYO Chicken?
Noob plays Meepo, and I'm pretty sure their carry player can play Meepo as well. So that has to be something that you are, you know, thinking about.
Okay, yeah, moving through the draft as well. I'm just thinking on those, if they don't ban it out, do you think something like the Kunkka from Sparkling Water would work here? Or do you think it might be... I mean, they are going to be banning the Juggernaut here. Yeah, because the Kunkka is, again, it's got a little bit more popular in the past few weeks. I think, again, I've got CIS brain, so that's a hero that does get picked up a lot because they use it as a counter for the Broodmother and the Meepo. You know, when they can't ban, when they've only got one ban left and there's still one of those left. The Kunkka is one of those go-to heroes that I do see a lot in CIS Dota.
10 seconds
Yeah, I mean,
remaining.
Kunkka's an okay. I think it's a little bit underutilized in this tournament so far, to be honest. I think it's pretty good going. Yeah, that's the Void ban.
Yeah.
I am wondering, I think they're going to pick Overlom's hero here, to be honest. And I'm just wondering what they want to go for. I mean, something like the Abaddon's still in the pool if they want to go for it, but I'm not sure how great that feels.
Yeah, Clockworks... Oh no, Clockworks ban out, yeah, third ban there for MAYO Chicken.
They need something that hits the egg as well, which is why the Jug... Jug ban's so okay. Like, Oracle and Phoenix don't really do anything to that hero.
Yeah.
You know, you can spin. You can always just spin and hit the egg as well. It's a really annoying lane combo with the Lich. So you want something like looking forward. You're thinking, okay, well, we need to be able to try and match their team fight possibly here as well. We've got okay like catch with our Rubik, but okay, we need a little bit more team fight. They go for the Puck, which I don't mind this here too much as well, just because. They need a hero that can jump on the Oracle in the back line. Yeah. Otherwise, it's like the Wyvern last game, right?
Yep, there is the Mars.
But the good thing about this Puck is it can play 3 or it can play position 2 as well, so it doesn't give away too much in the draft. But I mean, Sparkling Water knew what they want. They knew what they wanted straight away, and they want this teamfight advantage. They want this big, like, we're going to put Arena down, we're going to put Egg down. What's your answer?
Yeah, and again, someone like the Storm Spirit in the mid lane, if you want to focus on the Axe, like I was talking about last game, I think it's even better this game that the Storm Spirit gets the Axe, you know, he's got the control then around the Arena of Blood, because if you're looking at the puck can still, I want to say still use the orb to get out of the Arena of Blood.
Yeah, yeah.
And again, you've got MAYO Chicken, you know, and it just adds to the control side of Sparkling Water as well, because you do have the Spear, but again, Sparkling Water lacking a little bit of they're not a very stun-heavy lineup so far. Not a lot of crowd control there as well.
Well, it doesn't. They have a lot of crowd control because they have the Arena and they have the Egg, right? Like it's just massive team fight. They don't have a lot of like individual pick-off.
Yeah.
Like we're gonna do this here and this here. Night Stalker. Okay, so it's probably gonna be mid-puck 3 Night Stalker then, I would imagine. It's a pretty good Night Stalker game so far. The hero got a little bit of a buff in the most recent patch, I think, as well. It's just like a little bit in change of like the numbers and things. I think he got like 5 extra movement speed as well, and it's not too bad. It's a good hero for this game, but I'm now thinking, well, this hero doesn't really do anything in the laning stage.
Yeah.
So can we get away with picking a little bit of a more greedy hero here? You know, something like a PL might normally be okay, but there's a puck on the other side, which makes it a little bit more difficult with the Dream Coil, meaning you can't jump away. But they still go for it anyway. I don't mind this too much. Symmetrical has been very good on this hero so far this event, and I think it does punish this Night Stalker's weak laning stage. And it's if you look at MAYO Chicken's lineup at the moment, they don't have a massive amount of damage, and they don't have great illusion clear in general. So this PL, you know, if it has a good start to the game, gets online at a decent time, they're going to have problems dealing with it.
What would you put in here, MAYO Chicken? Because I'm thinking the Troll Warlord is still there. You know, they ban out the Batrider for that single control lockdown. But is there a specific hero? I think the Troll would be good up against the Phoenix, obviously, with that Egg as well. But is there a hero here, again, just MAYO Chicken that could look at, and maybe a blue hero, you know, in that kind of that could just finish off this lineup?
It's really hard because they need a lot of damage from their last pick. And they need to be thinking, okay, well, do we want to be matching the tempo of the PL and like going into the late game, or do we want to play our own game, say we're going to come ahead in the laning stage, you know, and try and fight them head on with this like puck Night Stalker +1 timing of our cores, like we saw from the Razor Mars on the Quap last game.
Yeah.
So it's up to them what they want to go for. I would imagine they're probably going to go for something a little bit more greedy.
Anti-mage?
It's okay. I mean, I feel like they need to pick up something here with a little bit more catch on Sparkling Water, I have to say.
Yeah.
And this is something like the Kunkka that we've talked about before. I think it's not a great Storm game overall. But they're probably going to pick something that has an okay lane no matter what. And
I mean, if they wanted to go a little bit more fighty, the Templar Assassin is still there. It's going to be the Sand King.
Is it? I assume it's Mars mid then, I guess.
I would assume so. And yeah, the Anti-Mage does come out for MAYO Chicken. So get me a point on the board for predicting that one, because that's all I'm getting tonight.
I haven't seen ADZANTICK play this Mars mid before. I mean, it must be something he's feeling pretty good on. But this, I mean, the Sand King pick makes the Puck's game a little bit harder. You know, you can have that constant threat on the map with the Blink Initiation, where Puck's now going to have to build a Lincoln Sphere to be like dealing with the only real catch that there is for him. And Noob, when he plays his mid-puck, is going to want to play as aggressive as possible. So if he has to build like a Lincolns at some point, he's probably going to be, you know, delaying this timing he wants to be hitting. I just look at this Sparkling Water lineup, I think they just come online a lot quicker overall. Like if this Night Stalker, we've talked about Overlom not having a great laning stage. Yeah. He's now playing a hero that doesn't have a great laning stage anyway. I feel like Symmetrical and T-Gunner should really be able to punish him here.
Okay, well, we're going to be able to see once we get into the game, you're just getting through this reserve time, through the planning stages, and do you think they are going to maybe keep, would you not maybe then shift Overlom into the mid lane, maybe run the puck in the off lane still? Just for the illusion clear?
Noob has said he sees the Oracle and the Phoenix and he's saying, give me puck.
Yeah.
Like, I want to play a hero that allows me to make space on the map, make things happen like we talked about with the Void Spirit, with the Pango. He wants to be causing chaos. And he can do that on the puck. You know, he's a very good player, you know, very individually skilled, and it's not a bad matchup against the Mars either. Like, he should be able to, you know, lay in some damage early on. I worry that he's not going to have anybody to play with. Yeah. Because if Overlom doesn't have a nice time on this Night Stalker in like the start of the game, you know, Anti-Mage can't fight until he gets a few items online, right? Where you get like the Battle Fury, Manta, Basher, for example.
Yeah.
And then even then, like, he's still under threat because there's a Sand King stun, there's an arena with an egg on top, like, PO is going to be trying to drain his mana as well. I just don't... Like, AM's an okay pick here, but I just don't see it as a game-winning pick.
Okay, well, we're going to be able to see if the AM will be able to make the difference here as we get ourselves into the game. Sparkling Water coming through on the Radiant side now. It's just going to be, I mean, the winner of this, they're both 2-0, so it's not just pride to play for here with the two best seeded teams in the game, you know. Okay, wouldn't be UK Dota without the pause.
I told you, T's going to be pausing. That's just that's just what's going on.
Oh, yeah. That's going to feel bad, like, because I mean, I'm sure his, no, I mean, EU West, ping shouldn't be that bad.
He should be fine. Apparently it's Discord issues. I mean,
okay.
That's definitely a lie.
Yeah, yeah.
T's just, this is a puppy pause, I'm telling you. Technical pause, guys. Let me steal egg.
Yeah, somebody get the Malini police on the line, because this is just...
I like how Noob like pings out. It's like Oracle Phoenix, every single fight, go. They have to be the heroes that die first.
Yeah.
Because if they don't, their effectiveness in the fights in comparison to like how squishy they are is so massive. Like the false promise comes out, it completely changes the fight. You know, the egg comes out on top of the arena, it completely changes the fight. So you've got to be making sure, as Noob here on this puck, that you can get onto the backlines.
Interestingly, both T-Governor and Cube have gone for the headdress. No headdress is coming out on the side of the... side of the Dire. Is it worth then, if you're saying this puck, you know, he wants to be diving the back lines, looking for the pickoffs, is he going to be building something like the Orchid, or is he still going to go for this kind of like damagey build? You know, we do see, usually with the pucks nowadays, they go for that on the, you know, the phase shift attack to get themselves like the Crystallis, you know, items like that. Is it just going to be more of a right-clicky fighty puck?
I think it has to be, because the problem is if he doesn't build the right-click damage, like who's doing it in like the 20-minute mark, right?
Yeah.
Like, they don't do anything if the puck doesn't build right-click. Like he still has the utility of the silence, and he's probably going to build a blink at some point to allow him to get onto that back line, but he needs to make sure he's packing a little bit more of a punch than normal.
Does he go for the Desolator?
Possibly, yeah. I think it's okay. Dessa's been getting a couple of nerfs recently, which is sad, but that was really cute by Rajix. I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah, he dropped the wards to make it think, oh, he's planted the wards already. But I don't know if he had vision once he started to walk himself away through the trees. So, yeah. Now he's going to be spotted out. Rajix, the right click's coming through from
Where's the
Mushroom.
ward? Did he just put it further back? Or is he might have passed it to the Phoenix, actually.
Maybe.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, yeah, you put it right in front of the tier 1.
Interesting, okay.
I like this because it means that the Phoenix can dive forward and get couriers as they come in, because it's all about the couriers in the laning stage. It's not about the creeps. It's all about upsetting the other team, killing off those couriers. The body blocks come through, and Rajix, he's going to be taking a whole load of damage here with this mana burn from Eris, but will be able to get himself back onto the lane. And I think even Lich is going to be taking a little harass, but Eris is going to be able to walk himself up now. And I think Queen, sorry. The Phoenixes took the birdlings, you know, the fiery spirits.
I have to say, I really don't like that ward that the Cube put down in that lane. You know, you're playing Sand King. I assume he's going to be wanting to level Sandstorm at some point, right?
Yeah.
He might be going for more points in Caustic, I'm unsure. You know, there's been a bit of a change to it. It got buffed. So we'll have to see, but... I mean, he should be feeling, you know, pretty confident. Oh, he's going to get the courier.
Is he going to get... He does get the courier, and Noob's going to be able to maybe get himself out as well through this. Yeah.
I mean, I saw this in the open qualifiers when they played against each other. He got a 2-minute haste rune on the puck.
Right.
And managed to kill ADZANTICK's courier. And it ruined the game completely. So it'll be interesting to see how much the puck can get done here.
Oh, he's in a little bit of trouble, though. It's level 2 onto ADZANTICK. ADZANTICK does have the level advantage all back up now as well. So Noob shouldn't be too scared about getting and be able to get himself back around. Cube's got one more Fire Spirit left if he can get it onto Mushroom. Off the mark, and Mushroom might be able to turn himself around with the Frost Blast. Go for the right clicks as well. Cube only level 1, so no Icarus dive away just yet, and Cube just needs to get out the old-fashioned way.
Can we look at Rajic's skill build on the Sand King? Because I feel like we need to see whether he's putting points... Yeah, so he's not even putting points in stun, he's just going Caustic. Okay. Yeah. So he knows he's not going to be having any mana anyway, which is interesting.
The blink comes forward. Anti-Mage, this is going to be the first blood. Cube was still level 1, so no Icarus dive, and Eris is able to pick up that kill, back himself off.
Well played by him. And he notices that the Phoenix is still level 1.
Yeah, Ragix has no mana now as well. And like you say, he's not got points into that Burrow Strike. Is he going to be able to get himself away from this? The Blink, it was actually backwards from the anti-mage. So
that Observer Ward got dewarded straight away because of the Sentry. Like you have to, if you want to do this, you have to put the ward on the top side of the lane.
Yeah.
So that it's a lot harder to find.
Okay, so Cube just keeps dropping his eggs, but Mushroom's going to spine him now as well. Sandstorm will be coming out, and it's going to be a little harder for the anti-mage to sustain in that Sandstorm, but he can still just back himself up. Mushroom taking a little bit of harass here from Cube. But will be able to salve himself back up, and he's got himself 2 mangoes as well, so the mana isn't an issue at the minute.
I assume the Phoenix... is the big camp blocked top? I assume that maybe they were... I think the Lich was looking to body block it before, that's what was happening. So it stops the Phoenix from using the side pull.
Yeah, it looks like it was. It's not warded, I don't think. I don't think it was warded at all.
No.
I just think it was just...
Oh, Cube's level 2. He might go for this courier with the dive.
He might not even need the dive. He's going to actually just drop one of his eggs, right clicks. Yeah, it does dive himself forward, gets the courier out. Aris already has his items delivered as Ragix will be able to get himself the Soul Ring. But bottom lane, how's this going out here? The Phantom Lancer does have 15 last hits on Ragix. 26 health and a dream he gets out on.
Has he got any... Okay, he's got his courier coming out, I think. At least Cube's cutting the wave, so it's going to allow him to farm behind the tower.
Okay, he has a salve now as well.
From Cube on the Phoenix.
Mid lane, is there a spear? There is, but he's going to be able to phase shift it off and dodge that.
Oh, and he's going to get the range creep deny as well from it because of the spear.
Oh, and a melee. Yeah, it's just... I mean, looking at the last hits, Mars is having a better time than Noob here, but... Bottom lane. Okay, T-Governor will go down. So, Mayo Chicken starting to take the lead. Again, 3.5 minutes in, no real big deal. You know, you can't go back, especially with the Phantom Lancer, but you need to get ahead with this Phantom Lancer because if you let the Anti-Mage get ahead, once he gets that Battle Fury, I'm right in saying it's just going to become harder and harder to keep your grip on the game.
It is, but at the same time, PL hits his power spike earlier on than the AM does. Yeah. Like, you get Diffusal Manta and you can go. You know, AM needs Battle Fury, he needs Manta, then he probably needs another item before he can really fight here. And at some point in the game, he's probably going to have to think about getting BKB as well, which is really not what AM likes to do, but it's probably going to be necessary here.
Do you think, in terms of that other big item, is he going to be going for just, like, obviously not committing to it? I know the Burrow Strike comes out onto actually Anti-Mage.
I think he's gone Soul Ring on Sanking as well to have some kind of mana available for the stun.
Yeah, Frost Shield will be procced here, and Cube and Ragix just need to back themselves out for the duration, which means Ares should be able to get a couple more last hits without being harassed out.
Yeah, Cube's about to get level 3 here. Yeah, he does. And the level 2 Fire Spirits is so much more scary than the level 1. I think it goes from like 20 to 40 damage. It, you know, basically doubles the whole thing.
Yeah.
And makes it, am I right? How much is it? Yeah, 20 to... See, look, I'm so good, man. I mean, going on the Lich here.
That's what we bring you in for. The Burrow Strike's going to come through onto the Lich, and Lich will be killed off Ragix. So Ares wants to go for it. One more right click with a mana burn will be able to secure the next kill. But Ragix, though, going to be able to get himself to the rune. He's got that Soul Ring up in 13, so no mana, and it looks like Ares just comfortable to chase down the Sun King all the way to the T1 tower. One more right click, and it might be a kill. The blink forward, though, he's going to be using the stick charge. It's not going to be enough, and Ares. Yeah, it is a Noble Venom.
He thought that AM was going to blink further, so he tried to turn around, but it was a really well played by Ares there on the AM, knowing that he shouldn't blink too far just in case.
Oh, T-Gunner, the Telekinesis comes out now as well. Overloam, it's the right clicks, the Void, nothing to disable the TP now, but the right clicks might, well, it won't be enough. Burley as T-Governor, yeah, you didn't kill me, you know, I was close to death, but here, you know, I'm going to tip you.
I personally feel like they've given this Night Stalker so much in the laning stage, though. Like, this is why I thought they were going to pick something that was a little bit more stronger as a 5 earlier on. Yeah. Because they've kind of, like, Overlom has been bullied so far, and they're kind of just giving him a decent time.
Oh, Ragix, the Blinks comes forward once again, and Ragix with another one charge. It's not going to be enough. Cube does get the kill onto the back lines, but Ares, does he have the blink in time? Does he want to chase on this? Because there's no Icarus dive on the Phoenix, and Ares might turn onto this. He's just maybe trying to bait something in.
I mean, this AM's level 5. You can't really do too much to him, to be honest. He's having a really nice time. Yeah, and now it's nighttime down in this bot lane. If the Oracle ever shows his face, he's in trouble. Yeah. And they can't really stop these pulls happening because the Night Stalker is such a big threat for them at this point in the game.
Okay, well, we'll see how this goes for T-Governor because telekinesis into Overlord, and Overlord might be able to find a kill, like you say, symmetrical. Does have a few last hits, but the Night Stalker is keeping pace near enough, and it's just so far 2-6. Was that an arena used in the... It was an arena used in the mid lane of the poke. Wasn't able to find the kill onto Noob. It looked like Noob was just able to get himself away from that.
Yeah, it's really difficult to ever kill the puck in that scenario. You know, he has the orb, he has the waning rift, he has phase shift. Lysera is so mobile to try and lock him down with a spear. And the animation for the arena is pretty like...
Nope, bottom lane. It looks like we're going to be able to get a fight out of this. Are they going to be able to find a kill? Symmetrical trying to get the right clicks onto Overlord, and Overlord needs to run himself away. Now the Fade Bolt comes through. It's not going to be enough. T-Governor does now secure the kill onto Overlord. And it looks like while that was going on, they were able to find a kill onto the Lich as well, top lane.
Yeah, they're kind of just getting their levels now. Keeps level 5, so these fire spits, 60 damage a second now. Yeah. Really going to start to add up. I mean, it makes it really difficult for the AM. He's actually TPing mid on the AM.
Okay.
They really want to get a kill on this Mars here. Not sure about that one.
Yeah, Noob is level 7, so they do have the Dream Coil.
Dire structures are fortified.
I mean, they saw ADZANTICK was low, but he has range drops as well. Like,
it looks bottom lane. We're going to get another telekinesis. Symmetrical, is he going to be able to get himself away with the doppelganger? The sounds comes out. It wasn't in time, but Symmetrical was still seen. There's a courier around now as well. T-Governor either going to try and dive this. Overlord's taking tower shots. Needs to get himself away.
T-Governor giving the double heal to the Overlord Night Stalker, unfortunately.
Ping issues. Ping issues.
Oh, ping. Yeah. Fair enough.
As top lane, Puck's rotating up through the river, we might see a gank happening here with the... Well, Cube's still only level 5, so there's not going to be an egg just yet. There's Ragix, there's going to be the Mana Shield, and Eris is still taking these Fire Spirits.
Oh, they see the Puck though on the wards.
Yeah, they've got the wards.
And there's Mars is actually TP top to try and get him in return here.
Can they get it
with only level 1 stun.
He's got the phase shift off. Burrow Strike was literally point blank and nothing, and this Lich will pay the price for his hubris of walking into 3 heroes. As Eris, he's got the blink, should just be able to get himself away if he's in danger. So good commit for a Lich.
I mean, it's okay though, because the Puck wasted his time as well, right? Like, he walked up all the way top, didn't really get anything. So if the Mars does the same thing, and they're the ones that get the kill, you know, they're still coming out in front.
Okay. Bottom lane, Overlord is taking harass now from the PL Illusions. PL, it's level 7 on him, so he does have that 2-level advantage. But Overlord, he's not giving up the lane. You know, Yuma can rotate through. Maybe look for kills in mid. Maybe to look to set up with Noob, because Noob still does have that Dream Call. You know, he didn't use it on the top lane. Are they going to rotate down to the bottom lane though? Because PL is in the jungle. They need to find the right one. The sounds comes out. Dream Call's going to be there now as well. And this might be a kill now, actually, onto the PL. PL is he going to be able to get himself away. He's been disarmed. Trying to turn this one around. The telekinesis comes out, and it will be up for Noob to find the kill. And now T-Governor has been silenced up. The TP comes in from the Mars. Are they going to try and chase the spear? Will be dodged off. One more right-click. T-Governor, even though Noob is getting low, he's still able to get in now. The Icarus dive comes through onto Overlord. Overlord should have been out way before this, and now he will burn down to the Phoenix.
Oh, one thing we haven't talked about, by the way, that I completely forgot to mention is, in the middle of a fight when darkness goes off by Night Stalker and you pop the egg.
Sunlight.
Sunlight overall.
It is a mini sun.
I mean, the egg is the most... what's the word I'm looking for? It has the most priority.
It overrides everything.
Yeah, in terms of like day-night cycle. So, like even when Eclipse goes off or anything, it always stays nighttime when the supernova goes off.
Daytime.
Daytime. Yeah, it always stays daytime.
Yeah, always daytime. Yeah. Unless he turns into some sort, Enigma and Phoenix have swapped, and he turns into a black hole and starts sucking lightning in. As mid lane, ADZANTICK, there's going to be a DD rune now as well, and ADZANTICK could be a little bit of trouble. It's actually going to be able to get the spear. The God's Rebuke finds the kill onto Noob, and I thought with the DD that would have been in the bag for the Puck.
Yeah, really well played by ADZANTICK there on the Mars. He's been doing it so far that he's not been baiting out this spear to try and make the phase shift be forced.
Yeah.
So Puck committed the phase shift, so he instantly went with the arena. He knows that when the phase shift's down, that's his point where he can punish the Puck, and does a really good job of it as well. Puck tried to dodge the spear with the waning rift, but ADZANTICK just waited out and knew he could get him.
It's a good place. I'm going to say all those spears that were through the phase shift, that was on purpose just to set up that one kill.
Just for that moment.
Just that, yeah. Mind games. That's what's important in UK Dota, the mind games.
Why is Cube level 8?
Mind games.
How's he?
A tome?
He probably did. What level's T, Governor? On the top lane?
Oh, top, yeah, there's going to be a fight. Ragix now is through the Sandstorm. He's going to be found out. This God's Rebuke comes out into Eris. Eris is going to be able to blink himself away. Noob could be in a little bit of trouble, though. There's no arena yet for the time being, and now Cube dives in. Is he going to be able to get anything off? He doesn't actually go for the egg just yet. He's not got the mana for it now as well. The Chain Frost comes through, and ADZANTICK, though, will still be able to find the kill. Yuma stole the God's Rebuke. The Spear comes through. That pushes him away. Noob's going to try and get in there with the orb. Does he have the damage now with the Winning Rift as well? He's actually going to be stunned up. That's
nice egg.
Yeah, that's a great looking egg, but the right clicks, it's still going to be taken down.
I thought they were going to ignore it there for a second. It looked like it, and then they were like, "Hang on, we'll just hit the egg."
Yeah, just hit the egg.
But at least the Mars gets out for it. So the thing is, like, the egg's not good in a sense that, like, it forces them to. The egg is good because it forces them to choose one or the other, right?
Yeah.
They can either go on the egg or they can go on the Mars, and so they just go for the egg for the safer kill. And so he kind of just allows his Mars to get out.
No, and ADZANTICK still finds the kill onto Overloam with the Arena of Blood and, well, all of his spells.
He's getting Deso first on the Mars as well. I mean, this guy's going to be outputting so much damage. Like, if you look at the dire side, if any of them get their armor reduced, they're in trouble. They're not tanky heroes necessarily, not even Night Stalker.
Yeah, no, not until, I mean, what's the item build you get on the Night Stalker? Do you go for the Vanguard into, like, the Crimson Guard, or do you... what do you go for?
You probably need a pipe at some point in this game. You know, you're playing against this Phoenix and Sand King. But I honestly feel like he needs to be a little bit more greedy. I think in the laning sense, Noob is the 2 and Overlom's the 3. But I think with the farm priority going forward, you know...
Oh, symmetrical. The Dream Call's going to be coming out. Mushroom is there now as well. There's no Chain Frost available just yet. Are they going to be able to get it? The Winter Rift Sounds come through the orb now as well. Being able to drag him back with the Gaze, and it's just going to be not enough damage. He's going to be able to get the Doppelganger, and now being healed up by T-Governor.
The Fate's Edict by T there, stopping the magic damage.
Oh, and now they turn it around onto Mushroom. Yeah, they find the kill. Cube's going to try and dive himself forward. Noob gets out with the orb. Is it going to be enough? Because, again, there's still no egg to come off. And now ADZANTICK comes in. He's going to be able to help get a kill with Cube. Cube gets himself a double kill, and that is why he was level 8.
I think T was level 5 at the start of that fight, by the way. I'm pretty sure he's 6 now on the Oracle. Can we just check?
Yeah, no, he's got his ult.
He's got his ult
his
now, yeah.
diamond, yeah.
He was level 5 at like 13 minutes into the game because the Phoenix took the tome. Look at what level Phoenix is. I think Phoenix is like level 11.
9?
Oh, he's level 9. Okay. But even so, like... I don't know why Cube took the tome in the first place, though. This guy's so greedy.
Oh, Ragix, he's going to be pulled in now as well. The Sounds comes out, Overloam Spear. It might have actually been a bait. He find the kill onto Mushroom, and now Overloam is going to be able to get himself away. He will be able to find the kill onto Ragix with the help of Yuma. There's going to be the Supernova. Does it proc onto anyone? Noob wasn't in the AoE.
It's really difficult to ever get a good egg off when it's level 1. I mean, it has like a 5 hit count, which is so bad. So you kind of have to use the egg so far back, or like just use it on a solo hero. Otherwise it dies every time. You saw it up in the top lane before. And they've done a really good job on Sparkling Water of pressuring the AM early on. Like, they all kept running top over and over again while the PL was farming. Yeah. So it means that the AM's farm has slowed down a little bit in comparison to the PL's. And if you're looking at AM's quick buy, wondering what the hell is going on, this is the new Battle Fury build-up.
Yes, it has been changed, and I knew that, and I wasn't questioning that at all.
It's a Mithril Hammer and a Broadsword on the AM's quick buy. So that's the new build-up for the Battle Fury.
Yeah, no longer takes the Demon Edge. I want to say that's the build-up for it.
Yeah, it used to be. Oh, there's a blink on the Sand King, by the way, so they're really looking for something here.
Okay, well, Oracle going to be helping out with, and it looks like PL's just happy to farm the jungle while that Battle Fury's not up. You know, he does have
just blinked in here.
Oh, he's going to be spotted by the ward. Ragix, does he want to go for the blink into the burrow?
I mean, he should know.
He's going to go for the Epicenter now as well. Yeah, the Blink Burrow comes in with the Epicenter now as well. Cube dives in. There's going to be the Spell Shield though as well, so Eris is going to be able to blink himself away from this. And Sandstorm was stolen.
He should know this is coming though, because like the Puck, the Rubik, and the Night Circle were all sitting bot, and there was nobody there. Yeah. And they're like, well, I wonder where the Radiant side are then. But it's all magic damage. Like if the Mars isn't there, it's so difficult for them to kill the AM, just because he has that 3 points in the Spell Shield up. You know, this is what I meant earlier when I talked about Epicenter feeling like it was a wet flannel. Yeah. Like, it doesn't do anything.
Okay, well they are going to be able to secure themselves a tier 1 tower in the mid lane. ADZANTICK will be able to take that last hit. Noob and Overloam though, pressure in the bottom lane. There's not going to be a TP, but there might be a rotation through the jungle. But they just get themselves away. As Noob, what's he going for? He's going to go straight for the Lincoln Sphere over the Blink Dagger. Do you agree with this?
Yeah, I think if he gets the Lincoln Sphere...
Oh, the Burrow was a little bit short. Sorry.
If he gets the Lincoln Sphere, like, the Sand is the only way that they catch him, really, unless he gets hit by a random spear.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if you're new, you can kind of play, like, a lot more aggressively on the map where you're the one pushing waves out in all the really, like, hard-to-farm places.
Yeah.
Because they don't have great catch on the Radiant side, especially when that Lincoln comes up. So, you'll be looking to be a little bit more kind of defensive in that early stages, so they can all play around this power spike of the AM. They need to just keep dodging fights for as long as they can, really, for now, because they've fallen a little bit too far behind early on.
Okay, well, how's it? I mean, 12 to 12, but they do have the 4K net worth advantage. The Sentry Ward comes down. You've got to know the tricks are going to be used against you, Yuma, as ADZANTICK will be able to kill off Mushroom. Ragix, does he carry on chasing? There's going to be some Fire Spirits now, as well as the Sunray. And Yuma is going to try and use his one. It's going to be another Burrow Strike doing it. It will come through, and Ragix secures the kill. Rubik, well, he may have stolen it, but he didn't master the Sandstorm.
And this is what I was talking about in the draft, when if Nightstalker's not doing enough early on, the puck gets to this like 15 to 20 minute mark in the game, and he doesn't have anyone to play with.
Yeah.
He can't fight with the AM. Yeah, you can fight with Nightstalker kind of, but they have such a big team fight advantage on the Radiant side, it's difficult to ever run into them. And the way they're playing at the moment on Sparkling Water is so like, we're grouping up and we want to make sure we don't get picked off individually, because that's the only way we allow the Dire side to come back into the game.
Yeah, and Noob.
Oh, he did go blink. Okay.
He's got himself the Blink, the Vampire Fangs there as well. And it looks like the Battle Fury was finished on the AM. So again, is this just a case of farm where you can find it? And do you think Sparkling Water, do they need to get aggressive here, you know, really start to hunt down Eris? Oh, there's going to be a fight going through. Is he going to be able to get himself away here? Ragix Sunray is going to try and keep him alive, but it's not going to happen. Noob secures a kill onto the Sand King.
A really big pick off, because they're protecting this AM down here as well at the same time, you have to remember. They're not just getting the Sand King kill.
Yeah.
Can we look at the net worth in comparison between the PL and the AM? Like individually? Because I feel like... Okay, so the AM, they're about the same.
Yeah.
I didn't realize this Mars was quite so farmed though. Like, I feel like this AM, it's got to this point in the game where we talked about PL having an earlier power spike.
Yeah.
But the AM now with the Battle Fury is really going to start to ramp up his farm, so I think it's up to him to try and find that space. And it's up to his team as well to try and make it for him.
Okay, well, overall, he's doing a little bit. I mean, he's got the double braces, the Blink Dagger now as well, which means he's going to be able to close the gap and get that silence off. With it being nighttime, do you think this is where they should be really looking? Not even to take a team fight, but maybe just to try and find out one or two heroes and just try and punish them on the side of MAYO Chicken?
They can do, but there's no reason for them to look for kills when they have this like late game advantage, right, in the AM.
Yeah.
You might as well just like let your AM farm. You just need to react to everything that's happening, and you need to keep split pushing waves. You know, you've got the blink on the Night Stalker, you've got a blink on the puck. Just be as annoying and mobile as possible.
Radiant are scanning.
Okay, well, they're going to be able to find themselves at least a courier here. Overlord, is he going to... Yeah, he just splints himself forward, secures that.
Like, for example, that's like 600 gold.
Yeah.
Like, why not?
Yeah, why not? You just take it, you know. Oh, Mushroom is going to pay with his life, though. I mean, a courier for a Lich, that's about even, right? Maybe even comes at advantage now. There's going to be the big Arena of Blood. Actually, the Spear, does it toss him outside of that? It's going to be held up into the air now as well. And ADZANTICK couldn't get the God's Rebuke off. I think that actually pushed him outside because he was in the middle of flying.
I mean, at the same time, their aim's just split pushing bot. So, you know, he's farming away. They lose their top tier 2. Oh, he's actually not hitting the tower. Okay. But, you know, he's picked up his Yasha now. He's top of the net worth chart. They lose their tier 2 top, but, you know, it's not the end of the world. As long as they can protect their high grounds,
yeah,
that's the most important thing here.
Is there a timing on this game for Sparkling Water, though? Do you think if it gets to like 40 minutes and AM's just had not an uninterrupted farm, because obviously he's going to be picked off, you know, there's going to be fights, but if he's had standard AM farm, is this PL just going to look at it and just go, I don't know how to beat this, or...
Well, until the AM has BKB, though, they can always kill him, right?
Yeah.
Like, they have Mars Spear, they have a Sand King initiation, and they have raw, like, high raw damage from the PL. You know, he has Diffuse, so he can burn through all his mana. So I think the timing for the Radiant side, I was going to say, has to be this first Aegis, where they look at really controlling the map.
Okay, they're going to go for it, and the Mars does have the Desolator, so that's going to be minus armor now, as well as the Disarm coming through onto Roshan, and it's just going to be, are they going to be able to take a fight here, maybe MAYO Chicken? Are they even looking for this? They're all spread out around the map. It looks like this is going to be a free
I mean, they can't fight them at this point in the game, but if you look at the AM's net worth individually and the net worth overall, like they're building their lead like slightly further and further every time the Dire side because this AM is farming so well. And you see T-Gun was drawing on the map like this AM's just free farming bot guys. Like we need to deal with him at some point. But at the moment, Noob's just acting like a wall between the Radiant side and the AM.
Yeah, the net worth, it is starting to, well, it's just fluctuating at the minute, just mainly being dragged down. Anti-Mage's dragging it down the table, kicking and screaming, you know, saying, I am going to even out this net worth, and it is only a 2k net worth advantage. As it looks like in the mid lane, Noob's just going to try and, he's not even cutting a wave, he's just trying to do a little bit of farm and gets himself out there now as well. So he's still going, he actually went back for the Blink Dagger first, like you were talking about, and he's still got that Linken Sphere queued up.
I think he might consider going for something more aggressive now, just because of how the game's unfolded in the last few minutes with AM getting a decent amount of farm. Yeah. Like it's something like that Deso, for example.
Oh, they're going to go in the mid lane. Do they have the vision now as well? The dust is there. There's going to be the Dream Call, but the TP's come through, and it looks like both Eris as well as Noob. Tips come from RAGEX, but I mean...
He forced reactions, though.
Yeah, yeah. The Burst Strike actually comes back through. Eris, though, did have the spell shield now as well, and RAGEX with the Sandstorm. Do they have any more reveal? It looks like Noob's going to be able to get himself in. The Sands comes out now as well. Telekinesis, will they be able to find the kill? RAGEX can't get himself out of that one.
I love how RAGEX was just all chatting and tipping as well, and then he just dies instantly.
Yeah.
Sweet karma, sweet justice. Keeps rushing an Axe, by the way. I don't know about that on the Phoenix.
I mean,
it's okay.
Yeah.
It's not awful, but like, I don't know.
It pulls the hero into the Supernova, right? That's not...
Yeah, and it gives the egg extra hit count as well.
Yeah. So I was just making sure it hadn't been changed at some point. I had just never seen a Phoenix since.
This RAGEX Sanking, though, has really fallen off in the game. He feels like he's been trying to do everything.
Yeah.
Like he's been trying to lead the charge, but because he's been doing that, he's falling behind in net worth. And his puck is going Linken's, by the way. Okay.
Yeah, still gonna go for the Linken's, I guess, because I mean, like you say, there's a couple of spells there you want to block.
It's still a good Linken's game.
Yeah.
Like, I just thought he would want to be more aggressive, but you know, if the aim is just free farming all game, then I guess it doesn't really matter.
True. He's actually going to go back for the butterfly, and that was the question I was going to ask you before, whether it would be the butterfly or maybe the heart, but it's. Unless he changes his mind, it's been answered for me.
I think it's not a great heart game. Like you need items that allow you to fight, but also allow you to be a big damage dealer, right? Because they don't have damage on the Dire side apart from this AM at the moment.
Yeah.
Like they have good initiation, like in okay team fight with the Puck and the Night Stalker, but they need someone that's really going to be laying in the damage. And AM has to be that hero at the moment. And Butterfly's really good against PL as well because of all the illusions.
Yeah. ADZANTICK's Courier gets killed off. It looks like Phoenix pretty much finished off the aggro himself to Telekinesis. Though there's going to be the Borrow Strike through onto Yuma. Yuma is going to be able to get himself away from this. The Sunray, nope. As Symmetrical, I think now that they do have the Axe, they have a DD onto ADZANTICK now as well. Is this the time where you think we can maybe take a risk? You know, we've got the Aegis, we've got this Axe, we've got this DD, we can maybe, you know, we've still got all the ultimates, we can maybe look to try and push this tier 3 tower on the top lane in.
Or is it's so difficult though, like, with this air is just constantly split pushing up the map.
Yeah.
It's really difficult for you to ever commit to a fight without that aim getting something in return. He's actually, he is going BKB. I think it's really important that he does this game. Like, at some point, I thought he might go for a more greedy item first before the BKB. But I think in his head, he's thinking that if I don't go BKB now, they're probably going to look to fight straight away.
Yeah.
And then if I don't have the BKB, we can't fight into them because I'm the big hero that needs to be in the middle of the engagement. Oh, there's a Mindbreaker on the PL as well. Jesus.
Okay. Well, he's got himself the Basher now as well, getting close to having, maybe going to go for the full Abyssal, I assume, here with the items that he's queued up, because that was going to be a Vanguard there.
Yes.
The no recipe throws me off, and it'll take me a couple of days to get used to that.
Yeah, look, if you look at his items now, he's still deciding, like, which item do I want?
The Borrow Strike is going to come through. I don't think there's any... Well, the follow-up is the Cavalry is getting close, but Eris is just going to be able to blink himself away unless Cube wants to go for the dive. Maybe they do find him now as well, but Eris is just going to be able to blink himself away, and ADZANTICK is trying to go, maybe close the gap. The Spear's not going to be able to find anyone. The Borrow Strike, yeah, Linken's will be popped, but Noob gets out alive.
Well, he's got a DD bolt on the Mars as well. It could be a really big deal in the next engagement.
Well, that's what I was talking about. Yeah, the timing on this, I'm surprised they're not starting to look for a fight and look to, like say, with the Aegis, with the Aghanim Scepter now up on Cube, they do have a decent window of opportunity to look for the fights.
It's so easy to say that, though, like, just fight, right? But this aim is constantly just doing something else on the map.
Listen, CIS Dota, they have no problems fighting. Not just saying it, they have no problems actually fighting, so... As Overlord will lead the line, it looks like they're maybe going to try and wrap around. Are they going to be able to get this coming up the river as well as down the steps? It looks like they might be able to get themselves onto ADZANTICK, who's on it. T-Governor's behind though now as well. Did he get the blink? They get the blink silence now. Eris has gone forward. He's going to be able to get the Reckless off. Arena of Blood comes through. There's going to be the mechanism charge. It looks like T-Governor might stay alive here. Overlord is hunting him down. They find the kill. There's going to be the Sunray as well as that Supernova. Will everybody able to run themselves away? T-Governor, he actually ulted himself to keep himself alive. They get 2 kills out of this now, maybe 3. Bottle Strike that they haven't revealed. There's going to be the spear now as well. Onto the Lich, and that's going to be a big God's Rebuke.
Oh, they finally managed to find a big fight on the other side of the map. We see that Aim and Puck are instantly looking to try and cut the wave, but there's already a wave heading into their base.
Yeah, and there's a Sunray not too far off on the Phoenix, I do believe, to keep these held. In fact, the tier 3 tower is going to go down. Oh, fortification has been used, but ADZANTICK's going to take one of the tower shots to keep these creeps alive. And this tier 3 tower should go down even on the racks. Now, they don't have buybacks, but the heroes are coming back up, so they should be able to get a racks and get themselves out. Curry on the back line, that's going to be the Enchanted Quiver, as well as the full Abyssal Blade there for...
I assume it's symmetrical. I don't know if he got his courier there.
Oh, okay, sorry, it was Eris that picked up the jungle item, and then, yeah, that was the full Abyssal Blade for symmetrical.
They need to find something here on the die side, though. They lost their racks.
Oh, the blink forward. Rajix, is he going to be able to get himself away? Does he get the Burrow Strike into the Sandstorm? And blinks himself actually further away. Eris goes for the chase. ADZANTICK, though, he's going to be able to spear it to the wall. What was stolen? It's actually going to be the spear for the Rubik now as well. So ADZANTICK, the BKB, is he going to be able to get himself out of this, though? Because he looks at Eris wants to carry on chasing. BKB's going to be wearing up. Bulwark. Do they have the damage? Do they have the silence? They have the Mana Void.
That's a lot of gold for the anti-mage as well, 755. I mean, I don't know whether he went BKB, so he did go for the BKB, but he's instantly halfway to his butterfly.
Yeah.
And you know, that has to be the big timing for them, that they look where they actually have like a big damage item in that sense.
They're going to smoke up. There is a DD in the river now as well. Maybe give that over to Eris.
Yeah, for the Radiant side, they finally got that fight where it was in front of a tower. They had a wave. It was in the next to their base. If they win a fight there, they can take the buildings. You know, Aim, they finally caught the Aim in a place where he wasn't split pushing.
Oh, T-Governor, it's going to be silenced long enough to be killed off. The gaze comes out now as well. The right clicks, he will be. No ultimate for him this time.
Like, oh no, it's not.
No, it's just the red time.
Yeah, it's not. Okay. I mean, if the Roche was up there, that would have been like the best scenario for the dire side, but unfortunately not quite.
Cube, they're going to be taking back the... How long is that on the Roshan timer, though?
It's a pretty long one, I think.
It's ticking down.
Very slowly.
I mean, it's still... there's... You can see it going.
You need to tell us what it is.
It's just behind the logo.
We can't see it.
ESL, please.
It's 1:16. Okay.
Okay.
It's about a minute and a half, so it's about halfway between the min and the max.
Oh, it's just going to be... No, there is going to be Dream Call now onto Regix. Regix is going to be able to get himself away from this. The blink forward, the dust makes sure he can't get that Sandstorm off. Yet Spear comes through, hits him to that massive tree. I think it actually pushed him through the tree.
Yeah, pushed him through the big one and onto the little one, because it doesn't count as a... like something to pin people to.
Really?
There's like Roche Pit's the most stupid one that I've seen. Where if you spear somebody against the Roche Pit, there's it's basically loads of holes in it, but you can't see them.
Right.
So you can send people through the Roche Pit.
Oh, okay.
Which is really weird.
A prize.
It's just a...
Because the game's still in beta.
It's in beta.
Yeah, it's in beta. It's in beta.
He's got a halberd. He's got a Sand, sorry, on the PL.
Yeah, Mars going towards the Aghanims as well.
Oh, he's going S and Y.
Ah, okay.
I mean, Mantis not a great item here, just because you can't purge off the Night Stalker silence.
Yeah.
You can't get out of the puck coil. Like you can get rid of the puck silence, but that's not really his problem at the moment. So the status resistance, he'll probably end up going Satanic next, I imagine.
I love how Cube's still throwing these egg taunts around, even though there's no one watching him. You know, he's just constantly got that taunt button going.
So the aim's almost at peak capacity here. Like, he's got one more item slot before he needs to get rid of his treads. So, I mean, he's going for that Abyssal, which is definitely the right call. Like, they need to be able to bring down these backliners like the Phoenix and the Oracle that we talked about at the start of the game.
Yeah.
But, okay, there you go. PL picks up his Abyssal as well, that died on the Courier before. So, this is a big time for the Radiant side, I think. They need to really try and make something happen here. But they've got to be so careful about how they do, because they lose one fight, you know, AM's going to rip through your buildings so quickly.
Roche is up. And they're going to get straight into this pit. There was a smoke on the back line now as well. Are they going to be going towards us now, Chicken Mayo? Because...
I feel like teams should be like timing it. Like, they know it's up, surely.
I mean, it was a pretty early one, you know, so Mayo Chicken, they're just going to carry on pushing out lanes. Nobody's showing.
The time must be thinking, oh, we just got a tier 2 mid for free. Yeah. Maybe they feel like they can't fight the Roche pit because they have no vision around it or anything.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit risky. So they're just going to let them take the Aegis and keep trying to extend the game a little bit further. But I'm not 100% sold on that.
But that's the cheese as well. With the Oracle, the False Promise, as well as all the heals coming out from Oracle, it's going to be a lot of sustain here on the side of Sparkling Water. The Overlong, you know, he's the major, as well as the noob, the major engager, like the initiator. But I don't see how he, you know, with the rest of his team, he burns through fast enough.
I don't. He's going Axe though, but oh, hang on.
Oh, noob! The spear comes through, pins him to a tree.
That's a big pick off as well, because that's one of these heroes that stops them just split pushing, right? And all of a sudden you have a wave coming mid.
Yeah.
Oh, Nice is going to get a Courier though in the backline by the looks of it. Oh, it had
That's a gem.
On
That's
it
actually
well.
pretty big, yeah.
I mean, that's massive. Because, you know, Radiant have this Aegis, so they're like, okay, well, we want to build our advantage, we want to make sure we have control of the map, try and choke them out. All of a sudden, you lose your gem, you're like, oh, we don't have the vision advantage anymore.
Yeah. But they are going to be pushing up onto this tier 3 tower. Puck hasn't fought back just yet. Qualification will be used. Are they going to try and force it out anymore, or did they back themselves up here again? Maybe trying to bait them into a false sense of security.
That's so annoying, man. You made in the backlines. Oh, there's a fight going on in the backlines, though. Oh, it's just the AM.
Okay. No, they are going to try and dive onto, well, do a little bit of damage, forcing back onto a block.
In the back lines,
now the buyback comes through. Are they going to be able to get anything out of this? They're going to be able to take down at least T-Governor now as well, but Eris has been locked down. He's going to be able to blink himself away, gets Ragex now as well, and it's going to be a whole load of damage. That's going to be a great arena of blood, though. The pin comes through, the spear actually pushes him out. Aegis is going to be popped. Yumna is going to be right-clicked away, and God's rebuked away now as well. They take down Cube, and the chase is on with the Fade Ball. Are they going to be able to close this out? The gaze comes out onto the PL. It looks like ADZANTICK is going to go for the TP, but the telekinesis is there, and they're going to be able to take a full 5-man wipe on the side of Chicken Mayo.
That was a sick fight by Ares on the AM. I don't know if you saw what he was doing, but he was cutting through the trees at the top. Like, if you're the Oracle in that situation, you want to stand in a position that you think they're not going to find you. So he, like, sits in the trees at the top, right? Yeah. He thinks he's going to be safe. If the Oracle instantly dies and Radix is left with the, like, rest of his team, like, while the rest of his team is fighting somebody else, he's such easy pickings for them. You know, this AM comes in and they just pick them off one by one so easily. You know, they didn't get egg off. I mean, they got no spells off on the Radiant side because this AM completely took them by surprise.
Yep, and even ADZANTICK, he went for that TP, but there was already a rotation over there from the Rubik, and they were able to get the telekinesis off. So they're going to be able to take themselves. What's that? It's at least one lane of racks. It looks like there's no buyback on the Mars. There is on the PL, but it's not really worth using if you don't have your full 5-man lineup to try and fight into this.
They're losing 2 sets of racks for this.
The repair kit comes out. It looks like it's going to be 2 tier 3s. Can they go onto the melee racks now as well? Do they have the damage for this?
Wow. I mean, what a turnaround of a fight for this game, though. I mean, it's been completely flipped on its head now because, I mean, the Radiant looked like they were in such a good position. You know, they just pick up the Aegis, they've got a gem coming out to them. All of a sudden, gem dies on the Courier. AM finds the Oracle in the back of the fight, and then it just snowballs so quickly out of control.
Yeah, and I've been saying for the past, I don't know, 3 or 4 weeks that I know it's a lot closer here, but once the anti-mage comes out, you know, that timing used to be, 35, 40 minutes, anti-mage hits that power spike. I think it's a lot quicker now. I think by the 25, 30 minute mark, just because of the way everybody gets a little bit more gold now, you know, it's just that passive income that comes through, the anti-mage farming a little bit quicker. I think the window is between 25 and 30 minutes, so you have to shut down this anti-mage.
The thing is, though, that it's not a timing in terms of minutes, it's a timing in terms of items, like depending on the game. So this game, like, AM had complete free farm. He didn't get touched the whole game, right? So what is normally 35 minutes maybe for an AM that's had a little bit of a difficult time is like 25-30 minutes this game, though, because he's so farmed because he's been completely untouched the whole game, right?
Yeah.
There's Shiva's on puck. Interesting.
A prize.
It looks like, well, I mean, they're going to give away the smoke here by taking this outpost, and it's still another 3.5 minutes before the outpost XP even comes up.
They need to make sure if they're pushing in here, though, that they have the control of the area.
Yeah,
right?
No one can come in behind them.
Which is what the AM did last week.
Do they try and force out a fight here? Because MAYO Chicken aren't around this side of the map. They are...
I mean, MAYO Chicken know where they are, right? Like, they're trying to see if they can pick somebody off individually, but with the tier 2... Yeah, the AM's just going to go into the base. He's saying, well, if you want to take our racks, we're just going to take your tier 4s.
Who trades out faster here, the AM or the PL?
I mean, they take 2 range racks, but I don't know if that was worth it for the Dire side. I thought they were trying to get more from that.
Okay, the telekinesis is onto the PL now as well. He's going to be lifted up into the air. Is he going to be able to get himself away? Doppelganger comes out. I think that was the nighttime use. Yeah, big arena of blood. Are they going to be able to find the kills here, though? There's going to be the Sunray. Eris going to be able to blink himself back, so he is still healthy, though. It's going to be symmetrical dive through. There's going to be the dream call. Eris is going to be able to get himself away. It looks like keeps himself alive. Back line, though. The Night Stalker might not be as lucky now. Eris dives back in with the Abyssal Blade, finds the kill onto the PL.
Oh, he saw Epicenter on the Rubik as well. Ooh. Not a massive thing because, you know, it's really difficult to ever commit to a fight, but it's still decent. Like, attack slow's okay. It's really good against the PL illusions, but really well played. I don't know if you saw Overlord kind of just jumped them in the backline there, and Symmetrical wasn't on the same page as the rest of the team. Because he got coiled, he couldn't get to where the rest of his team was, so the Night Stalker was kind of like dealing with the other 4. All of a sudden, AM almost dies. Great glimmer by, I think it was the Lich, keeps the AM alive. He comes back and they managed to finish, you know, kill off the PL. And all of a sudden, again, like, they lose a set of racks top, but they take the other 2 range racks in the mid and the bottom lane. All they need is one more good fight now on the Dire side, and the game's theirs.
Yeah, and they've got 30 seconds without a PL, and that could be the opening they need to maybe group up. Okay, they need to wait for the Night Stalker, maybe. It's not the...
It's no PL, though.
Yeah, that's what I mean, 24 seconds. They're going to try and force in a tier 3 tower here.
I think the most important thing for them here is not to give anything away, because they need to make sure they can get the next Roche as well, which is like going to be super key here, because it's going to be the 3rd one.
Yeah. Okay, it looks like they're going to try and go for a fight here on the back line. Now they find the Dream Call onto the Mars. They're going to try and chase him down. He's got the BKB. Epicenter on the Rubik. That's just going to be a bit of a zoning epicenter. It looks like they are going to be found in the Burrow Strike now into Yuma.
Oh,
Yuma fuels up into the air. Does he get himself out? He does get himself out of the pit, and now the chase is on Regix. It's going to go through. When in Rift, though, with the silence, he just blinks himself away. That was great timing there by the Rubik.
Really well played. I don't know if Regix had Sandstorm or not. I don't think he did, but Rubik instantly knew that he wanted that Burrow Strike as soon as it got used.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you know, they commit the arena and they don't get anything, but they got the T-Governor buyback at least on the Dire side, so really good fight for them. I mean, this Oracle's such a key hero for them to try and focus in these fights.
Well, Mushroom's still hanging around. It looks like he's just... I don't know.
He's going for a Hex next, by the way, straight away on the Lich Dog. Boots upgrade, Glimmer Cape, Hex.
Yeah, standard Lich build. I don't see anything wrong.
Do you know what? He needs to go Blink Axe, and he just jumps in and commits to the fight with Sinister Gaze. Just control everything.
Yeah. In fact, you know, you get in there.
Do you know the play? Oh, hang on.
Oh, there's going to be a Dream Call on the back lines. I think we'll be able to find this kill onto T-Governor. The stun comes through. Eris is going to be trying to clean up on those back lines. BKB there by ADZANTICK. It looks like Eris is going to be able to get him somewhere. You'll send him to Resing. There's got Sunray coming through. It's just going to be another blink away, and they've got themselves 1 kill. Get themselves away from the Supernova. Do they try and re-engage here? The chase is on. Spear actually comes through. Misses Overloam, though. Mushroom's going to be there. He does have that Chain Frost if he wants to try and throw this out. Once Regis gets through, he will be able to after this Sinister Gaze. The right clicks, though. They are going to be able to take down Cube, and the chase, it's just going so wrong here. Sparkling Water, they're going to be able to kill off the Night Stalker. The buyback comes through from the Lich now as well. PL, he's trying to take down Eris. Eris has got no mana left. The Abyssal Blade's going to be there now as well. You'll set her up onto the PL.
They need to just
Oh,
fight
God's
it.
rebuke. Eris, he still wants to go into this. The win and rip. They get themselves 3. They get themselves 4.
What a sick chain from Spy Mushroom. Just came out of nowhere at the end of the fight.
Yeah, he brought back in and TP back into this. They might actually be able to find themselves
Oh, that's still a buyback
full
as well.
Yeah, Cube, it's a buyback on the Mars, but he's not really going to be able to do anything about it. And Roshan, it's, what's that, about 30 seconds before he's back alive.
I love when my Lich gets a triple kill 40 minutes into the game.
Carry
Mushroom.
Lich. Yeah, standard.
Mushroom, God. And Puck has a nice DD for his phase shift attack now as well.
They're just going to go end. I would, yeah.
I mean, they're trying to force buybacks, and then they're like, oh.
No buybacks available. The arena comes out.
Oh, he stole
Nobody's
arena
caught
as
in
well. Oh, and they get T in the backline as well. This AM just jumping everywhere.
Yeah, I think this is GG.
Really well, jeez. I mean, they executed their game plan so well on the Dire side. I mean, they looked so confident. You know, they always knew that if this AM could keep farming, they would be the ones in the driving seat in the late game, and they've done exactly that. I think the Radiant side, Sparkling Water, are going to be really disappointed about that fight when they went top. You know, they had the Aegis, they were looking like they could loom for the racks, try and get more. All of a sudden, your Oracle dies, and it went so bad, like, so quickly after that.
Yeah, and again, just looking at the net worth, if you look at the symmetrical compared to Eris, he was 12k ahead.
I mean,
and it wasn't that, I mean, up until what, the 15-20 minute mark, once that Battle Fury came out, I think the PL was ahead by quite a margin.
I mean, Ares didn't die all game.
Oh, no, he didn't. 15.
This is what I mean. He went completely untouched. The only time he nearly died was that top engagement where he got glimmered and managed to blink out just before the God's Rebuke came through. Yeah, this is what I mean by in terms of like communication and playing together as a team, though, because like when you're playing against this AM, you need to make sure you're all on the same page. You all know what you need to be doing at exactly the same time when you're against this AM, because if you're reacting to everything, it's so difficult for you to play against it. You know, they took that one fight in the bot lane that went really well for them, where the AM was in the fight too early on, and they managed to get a set of racks on it. But you know, the AM was still farming, like he still hadn't died.
Yeah.
And they managed to just split waves for such a long time that they just, you know, eventually they found this big fight where the AM got all his farm and just went their way. I mean, Sparkling Water did a really good job at the start of the game by trying to pressure the AM by running his lane, but it's so difficult for them because they don't have any catch, like apart from this Sanking blink. Like, you remember they went on him top and they used Epicenter, they used everything, and he was like half HP still because of his 3 points in Spell Shield. It's really difficult for them to ever bring him down.
Yeah, and you can see ADZANTICK being chased away here. This was the first Supernova that just got cleaned up, like I say. It did save ADZANTICK's life, but I think that kind of set the tone for the rest of the game, that he really couldn't get those Supernovas off. Again, Mars trying to use this Arena of Blood here on the back lines, and no T-Governor got himself the ultimate, so he saved himself here, and he got a good fight out of this, but it just seemed like every single fight that Sparkling Water won, they weren't able to capitalize off it. You know, they weren't able to push in and get like the full tier 3 and the racks that they wanted to get out of these fights.
Yeah, it was very difficult for them. I mean, you're constantly just being pulled across the map by this AM, and I think they played really well on the Dire side for just making sure they jumped the Oracle at the start of every fight. Yeah. It was so key. Like, if the Oracle dies, that's like a big win for you at the start of the fight that you have to take advantage of, and this fight was the big one that just completely turned the game. Like, they have the Aegis, they look really good on the Radiant side that they can posture and make something happen. Such a massive team wipe in their favor, and they're going to look back at this on Sparkling Water and think, okay, well, we can learn from this, because mistakes like that in that magnitude shouldn't be happening.
And this as well, the Supernova went off. Everybody on the side of Chicken Mayo was just like instantly, just back off, back off, back off. You had Yuma sitting in behind, and he just let everybody else on his team run away. He came in from the back lines, and like you say, I think it was
he stole Burrow Strike.
He gets the Burrow Strike, he gets the stuns off. Lich comes back in with the buyback. It's a great Chain Frost, and you can see everybody, Sparkling Water, then decided, well, you know what, we might have to run away from this. But as they're running away, Chicken Mayo just have the heroes to pick off the fleeing heroes. And yeah, this fight as well, the God's Rebuke comes through, and Eris, look at how low he is, and he still commits to that fight. No mana, but he just goes in with the Abyssal Blade, gets that stun off, and just absolutely wipes face.
I mean, yeah, it wasn't convincing. It was a good game, like we expected, though, right?
Yeah.
Like it wasn't one-sided the whole way through at all. Like we could see how the Die could always win, even though they were slightly behind for like the start of that game. But they were never like too far behind.
No.
They were always in touch, right?
Yeah, if they'd have taken another good fight, if they'd have maybe got another wipe off, the other way, that could have been a completely different game. It could have been turned on its head. Yeah, no, absolutely. That was it. Just I think, like you say, it came down to that fight on the top lane on the Die side where they got the full team wipe, and that's kind of like, even if it's not the game in it, it's the confidence builder that we took down the PL twice with the Aegis. We completely wiped the team. We've still got so many heroes alive. Why don't we just go and try and end the game?
Yeah, I personally think Symmetrical should have joined up with his team earlier to look to try and fight, though.
Yeah.
Like, he hit this PL mantle timing, and then he had a Basher as well, and then he kind of looked to fight. I think if he'd have just come online a little bit early to try and group up with his team and make something happen, I think the team fights would have been so much better in their advantage.
So,
but again, it's easier said than done because the Dire side are just splitting up the map so well.
Oh, that's it, yeah. And I think you said in the cast as well that they weren't just looking for kills. They were kind of creating a barrier around the anti-mage, and that was kind of like, well, they could have done that, and if any hero walks into it, then they get the kill off. It wasn't specifically there to go hunt down the Sand King. It was, well, the Sand King's here, and this just happens to be where we're casting our net to protect the anti-mage.
Yeah. So,
really well played. Just the synergy from the team. Maybe the communication's there. Maybe that's...
Yeah, they looked really good. And it's so nice to see that coming into this group stage, I personally thought Sparkling Water should be, on paper, winning every game pretty not comfortably necessarily. And this is the big one that would maybe have caused them a challenge, but they looked like they were matched so evenly well that I'm really looking forward to seeing these, hopefully these two teams play against each other again at some point.
Well, we do see it's a double round robin.
No, it's a single round robin.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that, one of them will win the group most likely, right? You're probably thinking MAYO Chicken are probably going to win the group at this point, right?
Puts them in a good position.
And then hopefully Sparkling Water come up and they can come through the playoffs to get a chance to play them again, because that was probably the highest skill Dota game we've had so far in this group stage.
Okay.
And I imagine it will be the whole way through.
Again, guys, we've had our say. Now you're able to have your say. And looking at these, what do you think? I'm going to say Mushroom myself. I think there was some great plays there,
I thought they all played well, honestly. I mean, that kind of draft doesn't work unless you're all on the same page with understanding what you want to do.
Yeah.
Like, Mushroom played well, right? Like, he got a few kills with Chain Frost and stuff, and he went for a 2-1-4 skill build.
Yeah.
Because he realized that they didn't have a huge amount of catch. So he realized that he needed to put more points in the Sinister Gaze to be able to, catch off these, like the Oracles and the Phoenixes, for example, as well. So I think that was a really big heads-up play by him.
Well, we'll be able to ask him right now because we do have an interview with Mushroom. Mushroom, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. It was a good, fun game.
That
How
must
are you
feel
guys?
really good, though. That was the you're the first, second seed teams. You kind of level on power level, and you just come through. You've taken it now. You are 3-0. You've gone 3 weeks, 3 wins. That must feel really good.
Yeah, it does feel good. It felt really good to play the game just because of how fun it was. It was probably the most fun game I've played in a while. I was actually quite excited to playing it this whole week.
Okay, and so just quickly, just before Jack gets his questions in, that anti-mage pick, you were listening to the cast, you were listening to me, right? I suggested it, and you're like, yeah, that Robin Roll, he's a great drafty. We're going to listen to him and pick that anti-mage up, right?
I mean, whenever you see a Sand King, you're going to pick anti-mage if it's not banned.
Yeah, my favourite bit was when they tried to gank him top, and there was like 4 of them, and they got him to like half HP before he blinked out. I was like, never mind. Then it's probably it's not going their way, really. No, but, I mean, you guys played really well. It felt like you were all on the same page as well. I mean, what was the emotion going like within the team? In that top fight when you wiped them just after they got the Aegis. So the AM blinked onto the backline, killed the Oracle first. After that fight, did you feel like you had the game at that point, or was there a certain point after that?
Yeah, pretty much. We were all just yelling time when we were about to go end it now. We were pretty sure that they didn't have buyback on them because he had just bought some items.
Yeah.
And so we tried to force it, but they had glyphs, so he was able to get up in time. But we knew that it was over after that game, after that fight.
So you were just like all the way through, just like easy, no problems, no worries, no sweat in this fight. We've got this game in the bag.
After that fight, we were pretty confident. I mean, we were quite loud after that fight. But I mean, during the game, it felt like a hard game. I mean, it was kind of back and forth. I mean, we did really well in the lanes. I think if we don't do as well as we did in the lanes, well, our lane at least, we probably would have lost that game. But our top lane went really well.
Yeah.
It felt like it went well, but then like I had like 16 minutes boots because when you're playing against Sand King, I had to buy so many sentries, had to buy dust. Playing glitch, you got to buy mangoes. I mean, if I bought like 12 mangoes in that lane, and I don't think there's any other way to win the lane like we did. So you know, you just got that's the sacrifice you have to make.
I think the big things for me in that lane was when you put the sentry down at the start and you dewarded the observer straight away. I mean, I was saying in the cast, I was really surprised they put it there because you're probably going to be put down sentries anyway, right? And the other one was the AM blinking on the Sand King at the rune right at the start of the game and taking away like half his HP. I think was really big for that lane as well. Like, cause it sets the tempo straight away, right? That you're already in control in terms of regen trade, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we felt good after that. We got both the runes top. I mean, the Phoenix was kind of slow, so I just got to body block him so he couldn't get to the rune. And obviously, Anti-Mage got his one, so we were kind of happy with that as well.
Was there any point in the game where you felt like it was slipping away from you, that you felt that they were really taking charge, or...?
No, I don't think so. I don't think we ever felt like we lost. I mean, there was a couple of points where it felt like it was still a 50-50, but I don't think we ever felt like we were behind. So we felt like our game was going exactly what we wanted it to do.
Is that the weights off your shoulders now? You know, you've got over what is again rated on your level of team. Are you just going to be going in? You're 3-0 up. Are you just going to be having a laugh going into these next 3 matches, or are are you really going to buckle down? Make sure you see out the last 3. You know, come together as a team, get those draft notepads out. You know, hit up the Dota 2 UK secrets that Jack has. You know, that book. Try and steal that away from him.
I mean, we've got some fun drafts in mind for Noob. He wants to do some weird things, and we're gonna maybe let's see if we'll let him.
Okay, but we're not going to see any Pudge 4s though, are we? Because we all know Pudge 4 is the worst. The worst. Just the worst, Jack, right? The worst.
Yeah.
You probably wouldn't see it because if it was, it would be Pudge Pods 5, so that's probably why.
See, he knows what's up.
Yeah, okay.
Quickly before you go. Obviously, there was a big patch just before the game. I mean, it was a bit mental for us. I'm sure it was mental for you. I mean, is there anything you really like about the patch, or that you like and change or dislike?
I really dislike that TP scrolls are 90 gold. It's pretty ridiculous. I mean, pretty ridiculous as a POS 5 player.
Yeah, inflation in this economy.
I mean, that's awful.
Yeah. I mean, I liked it when it was 50. It was nice.
Okay, thank you, Mushroom.
Yeah.
Oh, go on. If there are any last thoughts or...
Oh, no. That's my only thing, really. Just the 90 gold TP scroll. That's annoying.
Typical support
And I do like the Snapfire Aghanims. The Snapfire Aghanims.
Yes!
That's it as well.
I liked you before.
I like you more, and that's all that matters. Okay, thank you, Mushroom. Thanks for joining us again. And again, congratulations on the victory.
Thanks, guys.
Oh. What a nice guy.
Aghanims on the Snapfire.
It's awful.
Yes, you heard it there from the winner. He's gone 3-0. There's no way you can be wrong.
It's awful. You just, why would you ever build it? I don't understand. What a nice guy, though. It has to be said. He's so cheerful. I mean, we haven't seen him lose a game yet, so we don't know what he's like. Maybe he's like a monster when he loses, but I mean, he seems like a really nice guy and super down to earth. So.
Yeah, and we might not even see him lose a match. You know, 3-0 now. He's top of the board. It's put. If we take a look, you know, Sparkling Water, they need to come back now. They need to play really seriously, you know, but maybe buckle down, maybe even practice a little bit. Yeah,
maybe they've realized they lost again. They're like, oh, maybe we can't walk this. Maybe we actually have to try at some point and really, you know, possibly practice a game.
Yeah, and it's just something that, you know, maybe that's what teams do. You know, it's weird to try and get your head around, but yeah, practice might work. You know, T, if you're watching.
From Ukraine.
From Ukraine, yes, with Nomad. No, they're self-quarantining.
Yeah.
So in your separate rooms, yes. T on this side, Nomad on that side, you know. Maybe put your head together between the walls. Between the walls? Against the walls. Okay. Against the walls, you know. But next up, guys, we are going to be having another great matchup, you know, to end the day. And we're going to be coming through. It's going to be the Cheeky Chums versus the ADZANTICK fan club.
I'm excited. I mean, David's fan club, it's the same as Team SNEED earlier. They need a win now. They're 0-2. If you lose the third game in a row, it feels really bad. So I'm hoping for big things from them, especially after a really poor performance last week.
Yeah.
Let's see what they've got in them this time.
Okay, guys, you are going to be able to see that right after the break because well, I mean, we're proper excited for that, but we do need to take a quick break between that. So hold your excitement as we'll hold ours and we'll get ourselves through into the third game right after this.
It's time! Are you ready, Birmingham?
They've got the control of this fight, and they've got EG down calling GG. It's done, Team Secret. In 5 games, ESL won grand finals here at Birmingham, going ahead of Virtus Pro.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
Bring the drums in.
Welcome back to the final series of the day. Once again, joined by Mo Farah. Mo, this is going to be maybe another... I mean, because both teams, they need this win.
Yeah, I mean, every team needs every win, right?
Well, yes,
that's the whole point of the league.
Edgar Davids needs that win.
They really need a win. They did not look great last week at all. They played Sparkling Water and they got absolutely run over. The game should have been done in about 5 minutes.
Yeah, that was when Sparkling Water went for the 50 kills before they tried to win the game.
It was not close at all. They got destroyed in every single lane individually. I personally think that Edgar Davids fan club, the drafting is the big problem for them. They seem to have some big issues with matchups and things and understanding what is good against what. I think they play okay as a team overall when they're in situations.
Yeah.
But I don't think they give themselves a chance a lot of the time, if that makes sense. Like at the start of a game, they need to make sure they're on at least a level playing field when they go into a game.
So if you disappear during the draft, it's because you're going to go, Mo's going to get on the Skype call and help you out if you need it for the draft.
But to be fair, Mist and Corey on this team, which are two guys I've I'm good friends with. You know, Crayon as well, I've met in real life. Really nice guy. And they're all really good individual Dota players. I think they just struggle with the drafting stage more than all the other teams in here. And when you're playing at this kind of level, I think it's really important that you give yourself at least a decent chance in the game. Yeah. Because maybe the play counts as most of it, but the drafting is such a big tactical side of things, which is what I really love personally. So it'll be interesting to see. I mean, Corey was drafting last week, but I know and the week before, but I know Miss has been talking about maybe drafting himself as well. Right. So we'll have to see who takes over the captain role for them. That'll be interesting.
Yeah, so it might be a little bit something different. If we do see another captain, is there anything specific you're you're predicting to see from these teams? Because again, we didn't really see a lot last week when they were kind of run out. They were pinned back into their base. Is there a certain style you think they should be going towards here against Cheeky Chums? Do you think?
I think if I was Cheeky Chums, I think I'd be playing really aggressive and I would run at them non-stop because I think they kind of panic a little bit. And I get that. But if I was you just have to make sure you have solid lanes at the start and you don't give yourself a bad matchup. Like last week, they picked Necro into Razor as their 10th pick. Yeah, it's like a wow pick, and it got absolutely crushed in the mid lane. But to be fair, for ADZANTICK's fan club, they have played the 2 hardest teams so far.
That is true. Yeah, so we've not really seen a fair reveal of the potential. But from you're saying for Cheeky Chums, they should just be going for that kind of horror movie, kind of draft that you pick off one hero, you drag another hero away, and then.
I mean, MTD in that mid lane in week 1 was absolutely insane. He played the Ursa and he just ran at people over and over again. Yeah. Then last week he played the Razor and I think he was a little bit more tame, and they fell behind a little bit. And I think the rest of the team, if he wasn't leading the charge, I think they felt a little bit uncomfortable, playing aggressive on the map. So I think they need to give him something that can make space and create space for the carry.
Yeah. Well, of course, if we look at the poll that's up on Twitter now,
close,
that you can see, it is kind of close. The edge going the way of Cheeky Chums. So maybe the public are agreeing with you that you think Cheeky Chums are going to be able to go put the pressure on, and maybe Davids, it's going to be a lot hard for them, maybe mentally, to come back with them playing the 2 biggest teams. They need to get themselves back on the horse and try and push themselves forward.
I would personally put it at about 60-40 to Cheeky Chums, I think, from what we've seen so far. But then again, like we say, it's so difficult to judge Davids because, coming into this group, they were probably the weakest, if not the second weakest team, I would say, on paper, which, they'll happily admit. They know that they were not lucky, they deserve to get through, but there's a bit of a jump almost, it feels like. Yeah. So they just need to make sure they can settle down a bit here, grab this win to give them some confidence going into the last 2 games.
Yeah, and that's how you do, you get better, you play with the better teams, you see how they draft, you play against them as well. That's it's a great way to build up your skills, build up your, just your Dota 2 abilities, and just try and get to that next level. We are going to be getting ourselves into the draft. So already the Wisp has gone out, the Timbersaw's gone out, we see the Batrider as well as the Void Spirit going out. Anything else specific you think is going to be taken out here from these 2 teams?
I think Snapfire has to be the big one. For me, at least personally. I think the Wisp is a great ban. We saw Nukamati play that in week 1 and it was crazy. I mean, he was insanely good on that hero. And they played the Aya Gyro, so yeah, definitely just take that out of the pool. I actually think Ursa might be a big thing for both these teams. I know both these teams like picking Ursa. Corey's a massive Ursa fan. I know he's playing position 3 in this team, but even so, yeah, there's the Snapfire ban.
Yeah.
I think Opus I've been a little bit disappointed with, as last week especially. I felt like his item build was a little bit suspect. He wasn't really playing massively well. It was a difficult game for him. He was playing PL into Sven Tinker. It wasn't easy, I get that, but I'm expecting bigger things from him today. Especially, coming to this matchup, Cheeky Chums should be feeling confident that they can, punish them.
They actually see the Rubik ban. That's well, I mean, we've seen a Rubik in both games so far.
A Little Cheat really likes playing Rubik as well. It's something that they're comfortable with. They picked it, they picked it last week for him. So, just take them out of their comfort zone. I'll be interested to see what they open with here, though. I mean, they like Grimstroke. Something like a Lich might be okay as well. And it is misdrafting, by the way, so they're changing things up, which I like to see. I think he's the support player and Corey's the off-lane player. So I think it's really important that Mist is more vocal than normal with this team because he needs to lead them in the right direction. He's a good player, he just doesn't... He's not very confident in himself.
Yeah.
Okay.
Straight for the Mars. That's...
I should have known that was coming. Corey was talking about playing Mars all week. I didn't believe they'd first pick it. I was going to sneak it in a little bit later, but, okay. Don't even give me the chance to look smart, Corey. That's not very nice.
Nope. What do you think? Because we've seen a Mars in both games so far. Lich is going to be picked up here by the cheeky chums. Is the Mars something you have to play around countering, or is the Mars something you just think, right, it's there now, we'll wait to see what the other two cores are going to be, you know, we'll try and play around and draft around that?
I think Mars is something that it's not easy to punish, like if you pick it early on in the draft, because it's flexible. We saw it mid lane as well last time. We've seen it position 3. I know Crit's played it position 4 in the past. I think it was at ESL Birmingham last year, actually. It's a hero that you kind of just put somebody up against it and just see what they can get, you know. He doesn't really massively pressure them out of lane unless he's paired with a 4 that can spam them out. But I think with the Lich, they should have enough babysitting potential to pick something that, you know, isn't going to worry too much. I think this is 100% Corey's hero, like, though, I'm sure, as this POS 3 Mars. He's been talking about it for a while now.
So he'd be pretty disappointed, he'd be heartbroken if he didn't get to play the Mars.
Yes, yeah. I wonder what they pair with this Lich, though. I really hate this when someone first picks a hero and then goes into reserve time for their second pick. I've talked about it with Nomad last week. It's one of my absolute pet hates with drafting. Like, you've wasted 30 seconds of your first pick that you could have used instead of your reserve time. Wow. Okay. People seem to be liking this Sanking hero a little bit more now after the changes, the small buffs that it got.
Yeah,
right.
I guess it just gives it a little bit more lane presence. You know, the change to the epicenter is nice now as well, but Winter Wyvern does come out, so that's going to be a good hero to stop the aggression once the Sand King does, or if he does get that epicenter Burrow Strike blink in. You know, if you've got the potential to get that Winter Wyvern's Winter Curse off on the Sand King, or any hero around him, you know, just to try and drag him away from his target that he was trying to keep in the epicenter, you know, it's a good disruption ult there, and a great pickup. I really like the Winter Wyvern.
Yeah, it's okay. It sets up well with the curse as well for the, you know, the arena, the spit, or whatever. So I don't mind it too much at all. I like that they ban the PL as well. I think that's a hero that they would really struggle with. Like, they don't have good, hard, instant lockdown on either of these two heroes so far. So you need to make sure you're banning out those kind of heroes. I am interested to see what misplay. I think it's going to be a 4 Wyvern. It's something that Little Cheat really likes. So I'd be interested to see what a Mist picks up for himself, because he's played a couple of different heroes so far, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, Grimstroke is one that he's really comfortable with.
Are they banning Slack?
Interesting.
Do you think we might see... no, I suppose not up against the Winter Wyvern. Never mind.
I mean, I was thinking, we were talking to Mushroom in the interview after the game, and he was saying, like, when there's a Sand King in the game, they instantly think about, like, maybe we can pick AM here.
Yeah.
They don't have last pick overall on the Egg Davids fan club, but I think if it's an okay game for it, they should look at picking it in that, like, 4th pick for themselves.
5 seconds remaining.
You know, you maybe look at banning out something like a Bloodseeker, maybe not Bloodseeker, for example, but, you know, anything that makes the AM's game difficult. Maybe ban another carry hero that hits a tempo quicker than the AM, for example, as well.
Yeah. Is there anything, if they do pick up the AM here, that you think that Cheeky Chums could pick up specifically just to deal with it? Any heroes that, like you say, have that better time, and any heroes that you think, it doesn't even need to be the core, you know, it could be like another mid laner or the off laner. Because maybe this Sand King, I don't know whether this is going to be the 3 or the 4 Sand King here, because I wouldn't be surprised to see a 4 Sand King, or do you think this is going to be like... This is the offlaner here. This Sand King is going to be playing that 3.
I think it's more likely to be 3. I mean, there's a chance it could be 4, but 4 Sand King feels so bad at the moment. Like, it's one of my favorite heroes, and I used to love playing it 4 all the time, but it's super greedy now.
Yeah.
Like, because the stun used to have a much longer range at level 1 than it does now. But, yeah, at this point in the game, like, I think it's 400 cast range at level 1 instead of, I think it used to be 700, and it feels really bad. Like, there's just better 4s you can pick.
Yeah. And they do ban out the Ursa, you know, the Phantom Lancer as well as the Razor being taken out here. So, yeah, I'm still liking the Anti-Mage, but I like the Anti-Mage pick. I just think it's a good... If you can buy the space for the Anti-Mage, I just think it's a solid pick all around.
They have a decent, like, wave clear already. They have decent catch. They have decent team fight. Like, there's a Chain Frost and an Epicenter. My worry for them is, like, what timing are they looking to hit at the moment on this side? It's like all magic damage, right? So when the Egg Davids fan club side get BKB heroes out, their team fight at the moment looks really difficult to win. Their draft doesn't really show anything at the moment. Like, they know it's Sand King off lane, right? But I would assume. So they're probably thinking, well, do we want to pick like a carry here? that we know is going to be laning against a Mars Wyvern, and we can be a little bit more flexible with our 4 pick. Maybe they're thinking, like, but there's so many carry heroes that have been banned out already, right? Like the PL, the Razor, the Slark.
Riki.
Okay. I don't mind that. I think the Riki's okay because it allows them to get onto the Wyvern in the backline, which we've seen already once in a series today is so important. You know, being able to pick off that Wyvern at the start of a fight is such a big deal.
It also messes with the Mars because, again, you can blink yourself outside of the Arena of Blood, so you're not, unless you get speared and trapped in that way, you're not locked into this arena, you know, you're not locked into this fight that the Mars wants to take on his turf and, you know, his priority. It's the Riki can be very upset. I mean, okay, we didn't see it in the first game. Riki more often than not did get locked down and wasn't able to blink himself away, but that was more because he was separated from the rest of his team. But I think Riki is something that teams are looking to as an answer for that Mars.
Yeah, it's like it has really high armor as well at the start of the game, right? So it's really difficult for the Mars to kind of trade hits with you without using spells.
It also gets behind his bulwark though. Once he gets the passive on, you know, the Riki can just backstab and jump behind him.
I think it's just a decent hero overall at the moment. Like you'll see a lot of teams are willing to pick this Riki 1 now. Yeah. I'm so glad it's back in there as a 1 as well, because when people were playing it as a 4, it just felt so ridiculous. Like, get Jakiro, okay. It was pretty safe.
Yeah.
I don't mind it. I think Jakiro's an underutilized hero. I think Ice Path is such a ridiculous skill.
And again, it helps set up with the Mars. You know, if you can get that the arena off, you can then get the Ice Path through the Macro Pyre as well into that arena.
10 seconds remaining.
And even the Ice Path maybe to set up for a good Winter's Curse. You know, playing around those skills, just playing around those 2 ultimates. Edgar Davids, they're just maybe thinking about the combinations so they can get these team fights, but we forgot about the clockwork.
I don't mind the clockwork. It's a bit of an awkward hero here, you know, with the sanking. You're probably going to be laning weak the sanking, right?
Yeah.
So you're like, okay, maybe they can look at putting the sanking in a 1v1 against the Mars, and then do like some kind of aggro try with the Riki clock glitch. You know, Jakiro's not a massively strong support hero early on, and he needs levels a lot. So I'm interested to see what they pick here, though. I still think it's a decent AM game, though. I mean, you need a BKB at some point in the game. Like, Riki's annoying, but
yeah,
like, there's not a lot of physical damage at the moment.
Okay, well, they've still got themselves 46 seconds to think about these final 2 picks as well as the bans coming through. Is there anything you'd like to see on the side of Cheeky Chums?
They need some, they need an MTD hero still on Cheeky Chums. I think it's a really good SF game for Edgar Davids fan club though as well. They just need some okay, Troll's decent as well. They need some like BKB hero that's just not afraid to just hit this timing early on. Yeah. And Positivity likes this hero as well. It's something he's very comfortable with. I'm not sure how much I like it against the Lich. And the clock as well. Like, they have really good ways of kiting him around. Like, they have the Frost Shield to reduce the damage as well. But they don't do a lot of, and they don't do a lot of damage to the Troll at the moment as well. Like, they're lacking that big punch, it feels like. So we'll see what these 2 mid heroes or mid players want to play.
So you're not thinking, you know, no Wind Rangers, no mid Drow Rangers, no Moranas?
Morana's awful. The hero's actually dreadful. He got buffed in the most recent patch. I'm going to try it when I get it. It's like my second most played hero. I love it, but it feels really bad at the moment. I tried it in a pub again the other day just to see if I could bring it back from the dead, and it stayed dead.
So you're not picking up those 4 mangoes, the couple of clarities, going position 4, taking arrow level 1.
Arrow sucks now because it used to stun for 5 seconds at level 1, right? And it feels really weird, like distributing your skill points on Morana now.
Yeah, but you're not using the arrow to farm heroes. You're using it to take away, get those siege creeps,
take all the
get
range
those big
creeps.
jungle creeps. Yeah,
right,
yeah.
Okay. Makes sense. Just going to stack the big camp over and over again and just take the big creep over. And then there's like loads of small creeps everywhere, and the mid laner's like, what happened to my stack? Where are all my big? I don't know.
Well, I couldn't get to in time. I had to arrow to to get them to pull out to start stacking it.
Yeah, I think SF is a big pick here for both these teams. I think TA is another one as well. Crayon plays a lot of weird heroes mid though. Like, he likes Huskars, he likes Storms, he likes Arc Warden is another one he really likes. Not a great Arc game this time, but
see, I'm not hearing weird heroes. The weird heroes to me would be like running something like the Witch Doctor mid, or running You know, something like that. Not these core heroes that you expect to see in the mid lane.
But the things like Art Warden you never expect to see, right? I think they just need to pick some hero that like builds a BKB and can fight early on.
Yeah.
Because the way this troll is going to want to play, the way the positivity is going to want to play, is probably build a Battle Fury, just go and farm the map. Like they need somebody that can pressure the map early on to make sure that the Riki just doesn't have a free game.
Okay, well they do have themselves just over 25 seconds now for this final pick here. What else? They did ban the OD. Is there anything you think specifically? Okay, they're going to be going for the DP.
Ooh. Not 100% sold on this. But again, it's a hero that can build a BKB and fight early on. So I'm not, not against it completely. They have a really good team fight now, though. They have Curse, they have Arena, they have Exorcism. Like, it's a game, right, where they get their spells up, they run at them, they try and fight.
Yeah.
And what Cheeky Chums need to do is, with this Ember pick especially, they have really mobile cores, right? Like, they need to try and pick off heroes individually. Like, Sand King can get a blink, Clockwork can hook in and, like, pick people off, like, isolate them. And this is what I wanted from Cheeky Chums. I wanted them to pressure early on. I want them to feel like they can take Edgar David fans out their comfort zone. They need to try and like make them panic a little bit in a way, because it feels like that's what Edgar David's fan club have been doing a little bit so far. And Ember, something that MTD is very, very good at.
Do you not think though that if Cheeky Chums lose a fight here, not in the very early game, but coming towards the mid game, you do have the Liquid Fire from the Jakiro, the Troll Warlord just builds those favor stacks on towers, Death Prophet as well with the Exorcism. Do you not worry if Cheeky Chums lose a fight or two, they're just going to start really losing buildings?
Yeah, they can. Obviously, if the Exorcism is still up after the fight, they will lose buildings. But that's not the game plan. Isn't for them to take big 5-on-5s. Like, the game plan is for MTD to run around the map, cause like absolute chaos, try and like force them to like move away from each other so that they're not just grouped up as 5 all the time. They're just going to look to split the map up as much as they can and try and pick people off one by one to just gain themselves a lead. Because at some point in this game, Ember's going to be really hard to deal with.
Yeah.
Like, they don't have great lockdown on the Dire side. They have a silence from DP, which is really good. They have Ice Path, which isn't like reliable necessarily. They have Curse, which is probably going to be really key this game, I think. So when you're playing against these two mobile cores, in the Riki and the Ember, like a lack of hard, easy lockdown, easy to execute lockdown, it might make it a little bit difficult for you.
Okay, well, just one more question. Which team, just looking at both of these lineups, don't look at like the players, just out of a pure gut reaction, which team do you think is going to win this game?
I think Edgar David's fan club have a better lineup. That's the lineup I'd rather play, at least. But again, Riki and Ember Spirit could get out of control very quickly if they find a few early kills.
Yeah. Okay, well, we did hear the pause noise, so hopefully we won't be too long into the game. I think they've actually already resumed, just waiting for reconnects. Yeah, I kind of agree with you. I see a Troll Warlord and I see a Death Prophet, and I think game winners, they close out games where I think a lot of other heroes, you struggle, you either have the fight potential or you have the push potential. I just think both Troll and Death Prophet, they're all-rounders, as long as you get a little bit of space to farm, they can do both.
I mean, the Giants lineup looks on paper easier to execute, though. You're right. Like, we all press R, and we go.
And we win.
And we go. Like, Troll presses R, DP presses R, Mars presses R, and then everybody runs at each other. And hopefully, the Dire should come out in front of that. But that's not. This is what I mean. That's not the game plan that the Radiant have going for them.
Prepare for battle.
Okay, well, 3 heroes on there, and you might be right, they might be running this tri-lane with the Clockwork as well as the Lich and the Riki on the bottom lane, because it's only the Sand King so far, but again, it's something that I've seen teams do in the past.
Yeah, I mean, their tri-lane's really strong. Like, you have a Clock running at you with boots, there's a Lich with a slow. Riki has 2 charges of Blink Strike, so he can really get involved with the action as well. I don't know if they have an Orb of Venom at all, do they? No, they don't, okay. But, I mean, it doesn't really matter. They should still be able to kill people off, especially this Wyvern if he ever gets out of position.
Well, I was going to say, this is something I've seen teams do where they position really aggressively on the bottom lane. They try and posture and take 3 runes. You take the 2 river runes. You don't reveal that there's 3 heroes down here until you push it onto the river. At that point, it's too late. But it does look like the side of Edgar Davids. they're deciding themselves around Roche. They're not scared about looking to take an engagement on this top lane, you know, looking to get aggressive for this top lane route.
So I think they have seen the clockwork down in the bot lane though, because of this Observer Ward. And it looks like Mist is going to go and try and steal the bounty rune as well. No, they're just going to... Looks like they're just going to trade 2 for 2 in a different way to normal though.
A flash of inspiration.
I'm really surprised they didn't try and push for more runes there in the bot lane with the clock.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Like, so you try and snatch like the 2 on the bot and then like bluff the 1 in the river.
Interesting early ward from Crayon, by the way, on the Dire side towards the mid lane. It's more towards the south side of the river, just to see the clockwork rotations, I assume. Not something we see a lot of.
Yeah, also spotting runes, I guess, which is quite nice. But MTD, how's MTD going to do in this lane? Because he does have the Flame Guard coming up. There's a Soul Siphon as well as the Crypt Swarm. Is this something MTD? Because you can see him being harassed away here.
I mean, it's definitely a DP favored lane, but it's not like unwinnable for the Ember. And now it's level 2, especially on the DP. You should be able to try and start putting in a little bit more hurt now.
Okay. And yeah, you were talking about this tri lane on the top lane. Is this something that Nova is going to be comfortable with, or is this kind of like once Mist starts getting these central ones down like this?
They can go on.
See the Double Breath coming through, and it's going to be TP up by the Clockwork. Clockwork, he's not actually going to be putting anything out. This might be the first blood. One more right click. He tried to get the salve off, but it doesn't matter. Mist will secure.
And the fact they get the salve there is such a big like win for them in the lane overall. Like it's just burning more regen away. Jakira's going to try and get the pull off here, which if he does, is really detrimental to the Sanking.
Okay, and MTD, he's taken a lot of harass into this mid lane. Yeah, he just needs to carry on backing himself away. He's got that Flame Guard available if he wants to use it, but the right clicks from Crayon, you know, they don't tickle.
I mean, the way Ember wanted to play this lane is that he gets a really early bottle, but he's had to bring out Salve, and he's still only sitting at 250 gold, which makes the lane really difficult for him now. Like, if he doesn't pick up this bottle from this wave, if he doesn't get all the last hits, he's going to have to bring out another Salve.
Yeah. Okay, he's going to go for it. Gets that Sleight of Fist off, so he's going to be able to pick up at least 1. Is he going to be able to get them all? He's getting close now as well. It looks like he's going to miss a couple of them. Will he be allowed to get that range creep as well, or is this going to be a deny here? Crayon's actually not bothered about the deny. Just going to go for the harass onto MTD now. He goes for it. One more right click. Yeah, MTD. That is really detrimental to him. Up on the top lane, it looks like we are going to be going back to the 2-1-2 as Nova trying to do what he can, but there is Mist there with the sentries, and it looks like Nova's ready to deward the dewards.
Yeah, and Nova didn't have Nova didn't have a great performance last week. I'm pretty sure he played Mars, and it didn't look massively convincing. So I'm hoping for better things from him today. We'll see what he can do, but at the moment, you know, he's not having a nice time up in that top lane. But Sanking Clockwork feels like a little bit of an awkward lane, to be fair. You know, you can kind of see why.
Yeah, Corey as well actually went for the first little MTD. Is he going to be able to get it off? Sleight of Fist though. Crayon looking to maybe get a Crypt Swarm. I don't think he has the mana for it though. So this is kind of like, who blinks first? Oh, it doesn't go far enough.
Worth pointing out as well that we don't have 2-minute active runes anymore. Something we haven't mentioned so far from the patch. The first rune actually spawns at 4 minutes now, and then it's every 2 minutes thereafter.
Clockwork's going to be coming in. He gets the cogs off now as well. Crayon, is he going to be able to get himself out of this? Sleight of Fist comes through, and that's going to be a kill for the Clockwork. Good rotation.
Yeah, really well played. And unfortunately, that's what happens when you put your wards so far away from the mid lane as the DP. And you know, they saw the Clockwork bot, so that's what they expected.
MTD tried to deny himself to the tower, and it still gets credited to Crayon. He doesn't get the XP for being dead, but he still gets the gold.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine, though, for the Ember, though. As long as he's not giving any XP away to the Death Prophet, that's the biggest thing. But overall, in the laning stage, the Dire still doing relatively well. Has to be said, this Troll's having a complete free time. You know, 10 denies up in the top lane. And there's, you know, it seems like Jakira's not really stealing any of the XP either. He's kind of focusing more on pulling. Not really taking anything away yet. Still almost level 3 on the Jakiro. Pretty good going.
Okay, and he's actually gone for the... so no Ice Path just yet. Trying to disrupt Nova, but we still have the Clockwork up here. He's gone for the rotation. Yeah, and Nova, how does he play in this lane when he's going to be harassed out here by Mist every so often? You know, oh, bottom lane, are they going to be able to get another kill out of this? It's going to be the Frost Shield as well, Corey. Trying to run himself away, but he's been slowed down. There's going to be the right clicks coming out from Opus now. Is he going to be able to get it? Is got a blink strike yet, and in the next couple of seconds, and he gets himself into the trees though. Do they have the vision? He's trying to juke himself around. He's going to be able to go back south, but Tricks of the Trade won't land. Are they going to be able to chase and find the vision onto Corey? Corey, he's just wasting a whole lot of time from Opus here now as well. And it looks like Tree, he's got the frost once off. Yeah, the backstab comes through.
Oh, he's going to have to go back to base on the Ember as well. Wow. I mean, I think he's got the bottle maybe coming out. Yeah, he does. Okay, so that's at least something going for him.
Yeah, top lane, it looks like are they going to be able to find a kill onto the Clockwork? He does still have a lot of health and mana. Positivity though, he's going to try and go for those right clicks onto him, and it looks like with the cogs and the battery assault.
Well, they want the runes though on the dire side. Sorry, that's why they're leaving.
True.
Like if you go for the clock there, the Sankey maybe TPs in and takes away the bounty rune, so it's just not worth your time. It looks like they trade 2 for 2 on the runes, I think. So again, relatively even.
Top lane, they're going to go with the dual breath now as well. The chase onto Positivity. Is he going to be able to get himself away? He actually turns that one around, so the battery assault is not going to latch onto Troll now as well. A couple more right clicks, but the clock back in the trees. And Nova now, the south comes through actually from the Troll. He's going to be slowed down by the Whirling Axes, and Nova now doesn't have a Burrow Strike, but the cogs will be thrown out here.
They really want this Clockwork, but he's got the boots advantage over the Jakiro, so no way he's going to be able to catch up there on Mist. Yeah, the standard Jakiro build is 2-0-1, and then you like put 4 points in Ice Path. Yeah. So you just want the lane harass early on before you start to focus on the lockdown.
Okay. And MTD does have that bottle now, it looks like. Bouncy Rune in Crayon's bottle, so he's going to have a little bit more sustain. At level 7 or 8, do you wait to take the Exorcism till level 9? Just get 404?
And you take the Exorcism at level 6 if you feel like you have threat on the mid-tier 1. If you don't, then you just you go for the points in Siphon and Crypt Swarm instead.
Okay,
all top lane.
They do take down the Troll Warlord and gets himself out, but down here on the bottom lane, Splinter Blast does come through onto Opus. Opus isn't level 6 just yet, so he's not going to be able to fade away. Still being seen, little cheat. Yeah, Active Burn's going to be thrown out now as well. The spear pins him to the tree. Corey's going to be able to get in with the Frost Shield now as well. Tricks of the Trade. Are they going to try and turn this one around? Opus doesn't actually have anything to heal him with. It's all coming in on the Courier.
Yeah, this is why I like the Riki against the Mars, not just for the backstab and things, but he has really naturally high armor, and with the Frost Shield as well, he's so tanky early on against this Mars.
Yeah, top lane Whirling Axis comes through. Nova, though, he doesn't have actually... Does he have the Burrow Strike? One more right click from Positivity. Don't think he can get in range. Clockwork does have the movement speed with those regen boots.
That was not good from Positivity. I think if you change the melee form, you get 10 extra movement speed. I actually think he could have caught the clock there if he got it. Like, he's doing it now.
Yeah. Oh, Rocket, there's going to be the Burrow Strike coming through. Nova, is he going to swap to the... He does the Whirling Axes. And even Crayon rotating just to throw a celebratory Crypt Swarm out there.
Just to secure the kill, you know, just make sure.
Like, yay, you got him. Now I go back to...
Or is that what she does with her hands?
Yeah.
Yay!
Yay!
I think this 8-minute rune here is going to be really important for both sides. Like, if it's a double damage, for example, could completely, or like a haste rune, you know, if DP picks up that Exorcism and gets a haste rune, it could make a really massive gank on either of the side lanes. Same for Ember, though. He has maxed the Flame Guard, so just being a little bit more passive on MTD here than most Embers we see, who max the Sleight of Fist.
Yeah,
just wants to farm up a little bit more by the looks of it.
Corey's going to go for that Soul Ring eventually, but he's just keeping the Ring of Health just locked down for now. MTD going to be drained out, though. He's taking no damage.
Oh, it's a DD.
He's going to be able to get himself through with the Remnant. It's going to be a great setup with the cogs in the battery result. Crayon, I'm not sure he gets himself out of this one. There's going to be a Splinter Blast coming through.
That's another side.
Now the double drain, though. Is he going to be able to get anything out of this? The suck from Crayon too strong. He takes down the Clockwork, and now they're going to try and go around. There's not going to be an Arena of Blood, but there will be a God's Rebuke, and maybe even doesn't even need the Spear, as Crayon was able to get another Crypt Swarm off. Secures himself a double kill in the mid lane. MTD, he's still going, but there's still 3 heroes around. He's level 8 onto Crayon's level 8. There's going to be the Searing Chains now. The Sleight of Fist comes through.
Oh, no.
As well. MTD was he baited back into this. Remnant comes through, but Crayon's still not dead. And now the Cold Embrace, it keeps Crayon alive, and MTD was absolutely baited back into that. But it means 4 heroes had to rotate in, and Crayon, even through a Rocket Flare, still is not dead.
Yeah, sick play by Egadawa's fan club. This is what I mean, though. They're so good at fighting. Like, in these like mid-game engagements, they're not afraid to get stuck in, you know, protect their lanes when they get dove. Sometimes they don't make, you know, enough plays themselves, but they'll always look to fight and react to things. And yeah, really well played by them there. They need to get some vision up, though, to see where this Clockwork's coming, and they've done that. So you see Clockwork comes up to the mid lane and doesn't really achieve anything because they've got this vision to see him walking down the river.
No, and he's still not level 6, so he's not going to be able to surprise anyone with his cog, and then the hooks, or the hooks down the cogs. It's only level 4. I thought he maybe would have been at level 5. He does have the tome queued up though. They are going to be given to that because I think the hook is more important though. Winter Wyvern will come across Clockwork in the jungle. It looks like, but he's going to be chased away here. They do have the death from there as well. Ice Path, and again, once again, Crayon with the suck and the right click will be able to secure the kill.
My only worry for the Dire side is that this Ricky's having a really good time. Like, this Sanking's not having fun, but it's like, well, do we really care if the Sanking's not having fun? I mean, he's kind of like, no matter what happens in the game, we're going to be able to blink stun him with the Sanking.
Yeah, Positivity, he's going to be able to get himself another bounty run here now as well. I know you were saying, like you said, Ricky's having a good time, but Positivity, he's having just as good time. In fact, he's got a few more denies in there as well, and a couple more kills. So,
I mean, yeah, he's doing well. I mean, both carries are doing well, to be fair. He actually went for a really interesting skill build, though, on Troll as well. He put 1 point in Axis.
Another more strength comes through onto the Jakiro now as well. The battery assault cogs actually pushes him away, and with the Ice Path, it traps him too. There's going to be the Whirling Axis now as well, and it looks like the Troll Warlord won't go, but it's going to be able to take down at least the trade for the Clockwork and the Jakiro now. Epicenter comes out with Positivity, going to be able to run himself back. The Whirling Axis, Burrow Strike won't finish the job, and the Cold Embrace means that the creeps can't even right-click the Troll Warlord down.
I love that Positivity was absolutely fine there. Like, he got out just as he got the kill. He's on 1 HP, and Little Cheat's like, I'll save you. It's fine, don't worry. It's all me.
It's that one time where the Cold Embrace actually saves your life instead of, you know, being surrounded then by the 5 enemy heroes, and you're like, oh god, why have I been left to this fate?
Yeah, I really like this Troll build though as well. He's gone for more points in the queue, so he gets more movement speed. He gets a little bit more net chance as well. So it allows him to chase down these 2 melee heroes that you know, can be particularly squishy. If you just get the dust on the Sand King and he's used Sandstorm, like there's not really much he can do, to be honest. If there's like a level 6 or plus Troll going on him.
Radiant
The hookshot is available now though. You saw him get the kill on the Jakiro with it just before. So we'll have to see. He really wants to get this DP and like link up with his Ember and things, but DP's not an easy kill at all.
Bottom lane, they're going to try and go. They get the kill onto Curry now as well. There's going to be the Remnants down. Is he going to try and dive for this on Mist? Any TP is going to come through. It's going to be the Trick to the Trade as well. And Mist looks like he's just going to be finished off. Yeah. And now Whistle Wyvern, he gets that Winter's Curse off, and now the TP's come through
the Troll.
from the Troll. And I think the Remnants have already been used, so the Whirling Axis he's going to be able to clear them too. Can he get the second one? He gets one, and MTD. Well, he does have the mana now. But it looks like, oh, Clock coming in from the left-hand side now as well, a little cheat. So they want to re-engage, he's been spotted out, and they might go for the hook here. Is it going to be a point-blank one now?
Clock's he wants the Troll.
Yeah, he's going to be able to drop those cogs, and now the Chain Frost as well, but you just split yourself away. Troll, he does have his ultimate, he's going to be popping it. The Arena Blood comes out now as well, the Root comes out onto the Wranglings as well. This is just going to be great, but MTD gets himself over the wall. So, Chase is on, Whirling Axis don't connect. And while this is going on, mid lane, it looks like the Death Prophet might have taken a tier 1 with the Exorcism, yeah?
And there's a Faded Brooch from Mars as well. That's really sick if they can give that to the DP. It's like one of the best items she could get. DP in the most recent patch did get a change. You know, when you pop Exorcism, you get an extra 20% movement speed now. I think we'll definitely see that in this game, especially with, you know, how important it is to try and kite around these like heroes like the Sand King and the Clock.
Yeah. And just generally be able to chase them down as well. It is going to be a little gross, I think. Not
sure how much I agree with this Axe build on the DP. I mean, it's a really good item. Obviously, I'm not saying it's bad at all. I think they need like some magic resistance on their team at some point. So like whether the Mars goes for a pipe or something, and DP's going to have to go for a BKB eventually. But I just feel like when you play DP, there's so many different items you can build. Yeah. Like, especially before the Axe was made, especially. Like, you needed like armor, you needed the Yules as well, because you need the mana regen. And then like you really need a BKB as well. But ever since the Axe came out, it feels like that's the go-to every single time. Like, it's never a bad choice.
No, it's a very solid choice, especially if you want to go into the Roche pit with the Exorcism down. You know, you can still be throwing out your spells, still be doing like mini exorcisms.
Mini exorcism.
Just mini exorcism, just a little exorcism.
Just a small one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay, and it also gives you just a lot of raw HP as well from the Ogre Axe and the point booster as well. So, You know, DP is a hero with a lot of good like innate skills, but she just needs a few items to kind of get going.
Dire's bottom tower
Top lane
has fallen.
positivity. There's going to be a... Oh, it's not going to be a full gank. He's just going to put a little bit of effort into getting Nova away from the creeps, away from this lane.
Can we change the net worth to see the DP versus Ember? Interesting. Okay, but we were talking about how both the carries are having such a good time, right? Like you can see both the offlaners are kind of struggling though as well.
Yeah.
It's very much like we can't really win our off lane, so we're going to try and focus on the other lanes instead.
Speaking of bot lane, it looks like we're going to try and make it good. There's going to be the ice path now as well. The silence comes out.
Oh, the spear misses though.
He's been silenced. Yep, well, Tricks of the Trade does come up, but it's going to be an arena. He jumps himself out of this now. Chase is on because he's still dusted as well. The Spirit Siphon, he's just going to... Does he get... Oh, the neutrals, how did he get...
They must have vision somewhere, right? So yeah, they're picking it out instantly, saying, how did he see those Ancients? And it's actually, yeah, the ward on the high ground really further up. So we'll have to see if they find that one. I assume they will eventually.
I mean, eventually, it might just fade out first.
Troll's going Diffusal.
I like this.
Okay, I don't mind if they make things happen together as 5.
Yeah.
What I don't like is if he gets Diffused and then just starts sitting in the jungle and just AFK farming anyway. Because there's no point in that, right? Like, you might as well have just built Battle Fury at that point.
Yeah.
It is a good Diffusal game, but...
Oh, Ice Path now as well. Crayon is going to try to as well. The Spirit Attack from the Silence. He's going to be pinned to the tree now as well. And Crayon, it just feels like he is... Oh, Opus comes in though. The Burrow Strike, they are going to be able to find this kill onto Crayon. That's going to be a 5-kill streak going the way of Nova. And Opus gets himself another onto Lil Chi, and now the chase is on Opus. Does he have a backstrike? He does. A backstab if he wants to go for it, but he can't find the vision because he's going to walk himself into a sentry now. The hook that is a real deep hook now as well. Corey, the silence comes out, Tricks of the Trade. Can they finish it with the battery assault? They are going to be able to get an Opus. Picks himself up a killing spree.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden they're going to be like, oh, I think I know where the ward was, guys.
Yeah. And he gets himself a Ring of Aquila.
Pretty good going.
Regeneration.
And it's not a full recovery, but it helps him catch up to positivity in terms of net worth there as well.
Yeah, it looked really bad at first, right? Because the Ember dies in and gets caught by the Silence and the Spear. But they just didn't expect the damage that could come through from the Riki. You got to be so careful about that hero. You know, he is a little bit squishy in terms of raw HP, but you know, he really, when he catches you by surprise, especially the Silence is really key this game. Heroes like the Wyvern, heroes like the Jakiro really suffer against that. Really good warding here by the Radiant side. They're putting such deep vision down.
Yeah, and Corey, Philosopher's Stone. I assume you give that over to the Jakiro?
Either Jakiro or the Wyvern. I think Jakiro's a good one for it though, because that hero scales really well with items. That ward's still there, by the way.
Yeah, no, they've not figured out where it was just yet. They are trying to de-ward it, but what can they do? Clockwork.
Oh, Grove Bow for the Radiant side. I wonder who's going to take that one. 4 melee heroes and a Lich. That's pretty sad.
Yeah, you give it to your Riki.
I mean, it's pretty good on Ember, though, honestly. Or like Clock, because it amps up their spell damage a little bit.
Yeah.
So, not awful. A nice Imp Claw for the Troll or the Mars as well.
MTD, he's not being used, but actually Opus is going to TP himself to the top lane now as well. So MTD just backs himself away from this river creep wave.
Can we check how much armor the DP has? Because down in that bot lane, yeah, I feel like she got absolutely torn apart by that Riki.
Yeah.
Like this is what I'm talking about. This is the problem. Like you build items, but there's still so many things you need.
Yeah.
So like we see sometimes people build like a casual plate mail or something early on to like build into Ashivas later on in the game. But I honestly think like BKB is just so key here. If they want to play around this like timing of the diffuser with the Troll, but Troll's doing this thing where he goes diffuser and he's just sat in the jungle the whole time. I don't understand.
Neither do I. As he's, I guess that's a Yasha coming out for him on the courier.
I would assume so.
Oh, they're gonna smoke up. Maybe this you'll get your wish because Radiant heroes are nearby now as well. Opus, though, he's gonna be able to run himself away. Just to reveal it wasn't on the mark.
Oh, they ran into him on the small camp, but he blinked away.
Ow.
Just at the same time, I'm pretty sure.
Well,
nice
with the Winter's Curse though now as well. The root comes through from those Searing Chains, but he's going to be pinned now as well as Silent stunned up and killed off. But Opus though, he might want to carry on fighting. Has he been revealed? He's been defusal now as well. He's going to be able to get himself away from that as that wears off. Corey, they don't have the vision on him. They don't have the dust reveal. so he is just able to blink strike himself away.
That's what I mean. It's so difficult to catch like 2 mobile heroes when you have such limited easy stuns. They get the good Winter's Curse off, which sets everything up. But they need to try and get something with this here. They have Exorcism up on the DP. Looks like she's probably wanting to pop it here to get this tier 1.
Yeah, just doing a little dance before she gets that Exorcism out. And just look, even with the Frost Armor, this tower goes down so quickly. And
with Faded Brooch, it's crazy. Like, look how fast she is when she pops her ult now with the Faded Brooch and the normal boots with the Yules.
492, and that's with brown boots as well. That's not tier 2 boots.
I like all the ghosts just disappeared after the Sanking.
Oh, the hook comes in on the back line, so they're going to be able to get in. They get missed out as well, but Clockwork pays with his life, and now the silence comes through. Are they going to be able to get another kill?
Oh, the Troll got his ult off.
With that Spirit Siphon, they get themselves another one. That's no Barak on the Ember Spirit. They might be able to kill off Opus now as well. There was an Epicenter. It kills off the Troll. Splinter Blast, the drain coming through. It looks like they might want to get this. Yeah, Winter's Curse comes through, and it looks like Little Cheat is still being actually the battery assault there as well. He won't be able to get himself away from this.
Yeah, they just needed to cut ties with the Wyvern there. It took them a little bit too long. You know, Crayon thought about turning around on that Death Prophet to try and fight still, but you've just got to let him go.
Haste.
It's like a sad film.
Oh, well, I mean, it's like a Disney copyrighted song.
Yeah, true. I really don't understand why the clock tried to initiate while the Exorcism was still up, though. I feel like that was like the worst move he could have possibly... Like, if you just wait like 10 more seconds and then try to go in with the hook shot, the fight goes so much better for you. Like, your Ember doesn't die, your Clock won't die, who did buy back, by the way. But there was 800 gold going towards the Sanking after the Troll gave away his big streak.
I like how Crayon turns back for the bounty rune there as well. He's like, oh, gotta get this. Can't let the Radiant get.
You can see in these fights that when the Troll gets on top of the Ember and gets his attack speed going, like this Diffuser just rips through him completely. It's a good item for the game overall. It's just, I would have liked to have seen them group up quicker with the timing that they had.
And the Clockwork's going to be able to get himself... Oh, he's going towards the Spirit Vessel now as well. And with the change to Cold Embrace, it's now no longer regen that it adds. It is healed that it's counted as. So once heroes start to get Cold Embraced on the side of Edgar David's fan glove, is that the target that you throw the Spirit Vessel on?
I mean, you need to be focusing on the DP, really. That's the biggest, like every single time, yeah. It's... Like the healing is such a big thing in these fights still. I really don't like that Crown's going 4-staff as well. I think you have to let your supports be the one that do that try and save you. You have to be getting a BKB here. Because otherwise, these fights are going to be really difficult for you. Like if you look at the Radiant side, Lich, Sanking, Clock, and Ember doesn't do that much physical damage at the moment. And like Ricky's got Diffuser, which is magical as well. Technically it's physical, but the mana, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The mana burn part's magical.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So, yeah, so he's not even going to go back for that Shiva's Guard that you were talking about. Maybe that's going to be a later game item, because again, we're only 22 minutes in, so there could be potentially, you know, another... Well, it's not a Techies game, so not like another 3 hours ahead of us, but you know...
Yeah, it's a close one, isn't it? They've smoked him on the Dire side.
Are they going to go for this? Does he get the blink straight, the backstab off the hook? It's actually going to be into the Ice Path now as well. Can they kill off this Winter Wyvern? They're going to be able to claim it.
They got the Ricky though.
Take down the Ricky now as well. MTD's trying to run himself away, but Positivity's high on the chase, and it looks like with the Syrian chains, they actually keep the Troll Warlord locked down for long enough. MTD, does he want to try and turn? And this is last time he turned into it though.
Got the side.
There's going to be the Burrow Strike on the back line, so this might be a little bit too fast. 3 on 1. He does have those... The sucks going on to 3 heroes, and again, the backline, the Troll Warlord just cleans up, and MTD, well, this time he baits his team into a fight, not just his life, but the rest of them now as well. Can they get the chase off?
They need to go Roach like straight away here.
To get the silence, they're going to be going with that Spirit Siphon now as well. MTD, this is just going to be pushing him back, pushing him away from the Roshan pit, and with the Troll Warlord still being alive, they have 48 seconds before the clock works back up.
This Troll needs to be in the Roche pit right now. The problem is for them that if the Radiant side then decided to buy back, they don't have Exorcism to fight around anymore.
Yeah.
So you do have to be a little bit careful. I think if they'd have just gone in there straight away though, instead of starting chasing the Ember, I think it would have been a pretty easy Roche for them overall. Sick Ice Path though by Miss just before he dies to keep the course controlled. Ends up means the Ricky dies, which I think is the first time this game, I'm pretty sure. Apart from maybe once in the laning stage. And they're like really struggling to deal with this DP at the moment in the fights.
Yeah.
She's just doing so much work.
That AoE silence is one of the most underrated spells in the game, I feel. You know, being able to get that silence off when you're surrounded and then you just can't do anything against it.
It's really hard to play against. I have to say, Mist has been playing really well so far this game, though, on the Jakiro. Feels like these ice paths have been so key in the start to every single fight. They're hitting it it feels like at least 2 heroes every time.
Yeah.
The supports need to be more careful with their positioning, though. Like, they need to let this stop the Wyvern being the one that gets jumped on first. Like, Lil Cheat's being a little bit too much out of position all the time. He needs to make sure he's sitting behind other heroes rather than trying to like break smokes in the front and whatnot, because he can always just counter-initiate with a curse.
Yeah.
Like, don't let the Riki like easily find you. You have to make it difficult for him. I love this pipe, though, that Corey's gone for. I think it's a really good choice. He had Vlad's queued up, but the pipe's just so good here.
Do you like it over the potential Blink Dagger for Corey?
Oh, yeah, 100%. Like, it just allows you to just group up and go.
Okay, well, positivity. It looks like this is something they want to do.
There's Exorcism up again.
Yeah, they do have it. So those boots of travel are going to be coming out, and that was the plate mail that you were talking about there as well. So we'll be going into that Shiva's Guard. It might take another, I mean, looking at it, what, maybe a 30-minute Shiva's Guard?
I think they just keep going here. Yeah, I mean, it could be. I really like to see him go BKB before he finishes the Shiva still.
Yeah. But does he really need it? Because, like you say, you know, they're struggling to take him down anyway.
They're not ready.
Going onto this tier 3 tower, is there going to be any re-rotation back here for cheeky chums?
They're not ready on the Radiant side. Like, they need to get back here like straight away. And by the time they get back, they're just going to start heading away on the Dire side. Yeah, you just get out now. Like, Exorcism's over. The clock really wants to try and find a hook shot here, but look how fast Grey on this.
Yeah, it's just 538 movement speed.
Worth pointing out that the way that it works, the same as the talent at 25, even if Exorcism runs out of duration, you'll still get the extra 20% movement speed until all the ghosts have returned to you. So it just allows you to run away so easily from the fights. I think it's going to be a really crazy hero.
Oh, there's going to be a Winter's Curse now as well as the net onto the Ember Spirit.
Ice Bar.
With the Ice Bar to the other side. It's going to be a Burrow Strike through onto the Troll Warlock, so he's going to be able to get that Remnant now away. They're going to go engage on the fight, but there's going to be a great Arena of Blood. The epicenter coming through Nova, though. Can he get anything outside of this? Because MTT's already into Positivity, and Positivity wants to chase. He's going to go into the Clockwork. He takes down the Clockwork just with his right clicks now as well. And Opus, he wants to try and chase with the Gaze, but it's not
enough.
Coming with the Ice Bar as well. It catches out the Sand King, and Positivity might finally go down dead. Yep, Tree will be able to secure that one, but the sounds comes through onto the Sand King. Can they get anything? Opus, he's going to try and take down Corey. He will be able to find the kill.
And
Ice Bar is going to be there. Crayon now as well. What the?
Rob was... How can you pause and disconnect yourself?
It just pauses when you disconnect. It's
no,
like...
but he paused first before he disconnected. Hello? I mean, Mist with these ice paths in this fight have been insanely good. And I imagine the Ricky's going to die here. He has Blink Strike up, so he might be able to blink away to the Sand King. But I really hate these pauses. Because... Okay, so this... Watch how the the Ember comes back into the fight. Because Mars throws a spear aiming for somebody else, and the Ember jumps in on top of it. Watch. And it pins him to the arena, which leads to his death. It was so unfortunate for MTD, but Corey's going to be saying that was definitely on purpose.
Yeah, it was like the Storm Spirit that got hit before. Yeah, aiming for the Ricky. Good chain for us actually to force Corey away from Positivity there, and it just left Positivity to his death. The Sounds comes through onto the Sand King, but the drain isn't enough.
Well, I mean, Jakiro, if he survives this fight, is going to have 4 stuff, by the way, which I think is absolutely massive for them. Lil Cheat's getting towards his own as well. So we'll have to see. I think this fight, especially though, I mean, the Dire side are going to be so happy because they haven't even used Exorcism. So the thing is, like, you win this fight, DP survives, and then you're like, okay, let's pop Exorcism, let's go into the Roche Pit and get the Aegis.
No, just
straight
down.
Away.
Exorcism was down. I don't think it's off cooldown yet.
No,
from the push.
But like,
yeah, so
at the end of the fight.
Yeah, so they can push that in. What do they go, if they win this fight, do they go to the Roshan Pit or do they go tier 3s? Because that tier 3 on the bottom lane is pretty down low.
I think you go Roche Pit.
Yeah.
Like, I would buy back as the troll as well, and I would just go, okay, well, we're going to take Roche now. I'll get the Aegis, I'll have 2 lives. Like, next Exorcism, we just go.
Yeah.
I really, really hope Crayon gets a BKB. I mean, Shiva's isn't bad. Like, it's a good item still, but...
Yeah.
maybe he feels like he doesn't need it because the fights are going so well for them. Like, they can't really focus him down anyway. Until I don't know if Clockwork has Vessel or not yet, but...
I don't think he does, because in the last fight, he was on 1,100 golds, and he still needs to pick up both components of it. You know, he has the Urn, but he doesn't have the full Spirit Vessel just yet.
I mean, when that Vessel comes out, I think Crown's going to realise he probably should have gone for a BKB. I mean, he has the ores to purge it off, so it's not awful, but, like, the BKB just makes the fight so much easier for them. He is owning at the moment, though.
Oh, yeah. No, like you say, when that top fight happened in the Dire Woods, you know, he gets that 3-man silence off, and the silence is just such a great spell that unless you can get away to purge that, you know, you can't do anything because he just Spirit Siphon 3 heroes, and then what does he do? You know, what does the Radiant do? Because he can't fight into that.
The Dire side are fighting really well at the moment, though, as well. It has to be, like, in general, they're using their spells really well. Corey even manages to hit a random spear on an Ember that flies past. I mean, they're feeling themselves. And we talked about before the game how important it is for them to win this one. Yeah. Like, you're 0-2, you come into this group, if you lose 3 games in a row, like we talked about with SNEED, it suddenly feels really bad. And you're like, well, we're probably not going to do well now.
Well, that's it. You need to go on a 3-match win streak just to get yourselves with a chance. I mean, of getting into the playoffs, you know, the risk is that you want to put yourself in as good a position as possible. So, but it's that mental fortitude as well that you've lost 3, and that's kind of, you know, you need to build yourself back up. How would you even go about doing that?
It's difficult, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure if Cheeky Chums lose this game, there's going to be 4 teams that are 1 and 2, 3rd to 6th in the group, which is absolutely crazy. Yeah, because if Edgar Davids win and Cheeky Chums lose, they'll all be 1-2. That looks bonkers to me. Like, the fact that you have 2 weeks left and 4 teams are still 1-2 to fight for the 3rd and 4th places. And you have to remember, Edgar Davids have played the 2 hard games already.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's only going to get easier for them in terms of, like, how the games go throughout.
Well,
nice to see.
Yeah, hopefully we do get to see it, you know, soon as...
Oh, here we go.
Are we back in?
Oh, here we go. Oh, he's disconnected again. Sorry, we'll just keep on this. We'll just chat. It's fine.
Yeah, so 50 seconds on the Exorcism cooldown.
Okay, it's not quite as short as I thought it would be. We don't know what's happening with it. I mean, we don't know.
Yeah, we don't know.
We don't know at all either. I mean, in general, though, I think the Dire are feeling pretty good about this game. Like, if you're in this position at this point in the game, we're thinking, well, our DP is having like a free game at the moment, it feels like. I mean, our Troll's dying in some fights, but he's doing so much still. Like, he's getting a lot of damage off. They really need to try and kill the Lich at start of fights, though. Like, when Corey gets a blink eventually, he needs to be able to the one, like, controlling the Lich in the backline as well, because these Frost Shields are making it really difficult for Troll and DP to get their full damage off.
Yeah.
Like, if you look at their lineup, it's a lot of physical damage. So if they can itemize correctly on the Radiant side to, like, prevent this physical damage or use the Frost Shield well, it becomes a lot more difficult for the Dire side to, you know, make these fights work their way.
How do you think, does Nova come back into this fight? Does he try and get back in, you know, maybe save Opus? Because Opus is ice pathed at the minute.
I think he tries to just stay in range for the Blink Strike, I would assume. Like, he has 1 charge left, right? So as long as Nova tags nearby that the Riki can blink to him, which they're probably formulating very well at the moment. Riki is going BKB as well, worth pointing out. It's a decent game for it, but it's not insanely good.
Yeah.
Like, the DP and the Troll are still going to do damage to you, but I think these ice paths have made it really difficult for him to fight. And if he gets BKB as well, it means he's the one that has to be cursed every single time. Because if you're BKB'd, you're not affected by the general area of the curse, only if it targets you directly. But I personally think he should just go for a little bit more damage items. Maybe something like a Basher on the Riki might be a little bit better. Just because if he's not the one doing damage in these fights, like, Ember feels like he's not really doing anything. Here we go.
Okay.
Here we go. Right.
Right. And
Press 1 in chat. Press 1 in chat if you think Riki lives. Press 2 if you think he dies. We can't see the chat, so I have no idea what you're saying. But, you know, just general interest.
Oh. Okay. We've got ourselves a not ready.
Oh, positivity, man.
And I don't know how the players are doing it, because I need to psych myself back up for the end of this fight. You know, and I'm just one of the casters, so.
I love how you were so hyped up for the fight as well, and then it just pauses in the middle. No, I really hate that as a caster.
I nearly said a naughty word, and you know, I just stopped myself on.
It feels really bad because, you know, you get in your flow, don't you, and you're so ready for it, and all of a sudden you just, you know, it's like a smack around the face, isn't it?
So yeah, it's. I mean, looking at the net worth as well, the Riki is 2k behind the Troll Warlord. just in terms of general net worth as well. You know, they're keeping it close here, Cheeky Chums. But if they lose a tier 3, if they lose the Roshan, because if the Troll Warlord buys back, they go into the Roshan pit, you know, it's going to be a big boost. They could then move to tier 2 tower in the mid lane, tier 2 tower on the top lane, try and clean those back up. Okay, it looks like we're going to get ourselves back into this. So Opus, is he going to be able to get himself away? It looks like Nova was actually running away, and Tree was there with the spider legs, but Crayon wants to go with the chase now as well. So it looks like Tree might actually be the sacrificial lamb with another ice path. Yeah, he's going to keep him locked down, and it's going to kill him off.
So at least for them, the Ricky didn't die. You know, that's the big one, especially just before he picks up his BKB.
Yeah.
You know, an extra death would delay his timing so much. They have to be a little bit careful here. And there's a 500 health talent on the DP, which is absolutely crazy, by the way. Her talents were really good. And I don't know if you noticed there, she actually took the magic resistance talent at level 10 as well. So although I've been harping on about BKB all this time, at least she does have some kind of magic resistance along with the pipe from the Mars.
Yeah, that's going to be good protection for Crayon, even if he doesn't go for that BKB, because he is committing to that Shiva's Guard next, it looks like. So
I don't mind it too much though. It's okay. I've said about all his items though so far that like all of them are okay. It's just not necessarily what I'd have done in that order. But he's paying, not me, and that's probably a good reason why.
One day, Mo.
Yeah.
But yeah, Mars. Just item-wise, I'm not sure if he's got the Blink Dagger just yet. I mean, is that what he got, or does he go back and finish the Vlad's?
I mean, Vlad's is okay. It's really good for the Troll in the fights, but I really think the Blink's important here.
Yeah.
Like, he's their big jump initiation, right? A lot of the time what's been happening is that they've been getting good ice paths off to start a fight, but it's not reliable. Like, you can't expect Mist to do that all the time.
Okay, well, positivity. He's going to go for, it looks like a basher of his own here, and Corey, yeah, he's building up the gold. He's going to go for that blink, it looks like.
Radiant are scanning.
But one more fight, and like you say, that does open up, because the Exorcism is back up now. All the ultimates on the side of Davids are back up. Is this something that you feel that you should try and force out here if you're on the side of the Dire?
I mean, Roche has to be the big one, right? That's why you see Tree warding outside the pit, just making sure they have vision of that all the time. Because the Roche is going to be such a big thing now. The Radiant side don't take it that well, but they need to make sure the Dire don't take it.
Okay, so they are grouping up. Death Prophet's there as well.
They're really close to a basher on the Troll. Yeah. It's such a big item. And there is a Vessel on the clock now, by the way, as well.
Oh, so that's completely finished up now. So that's going to be good against the DP.
He also has a craggy coat on the clock as well, so his armor is really high. And we've talked about how this Troll and DP is, you know, mostly physical damage. Yeah. He's going to be super tanky in these fights.
Does the Spirit Vessel work on the lifesteal for the Troll Warlord ult, or is that?
Yeah.
So that could be something, you know, just to keep him low. It looks like Crayon actually wants to push in with the Exorcism. We're going to be able to take a tier 2 tower here now as well. Slight if this comes through from MTT backline, though, there is going to be the epicenter. It looks like they're going to be able to catch Little Cheat. Little Cheat's going to be able to get himself away from this. Chain Frost bounces through. They're going to be able to find one. Can they find two now as well? Dust will be popped, but they take down the Jakiro. And now the Drain comes through. Opus with the Trick to the Trade inside the Arena of Blood, though. It looks like they might be able to take him down even without EDFC. He's going to be able to Blink Strike himself out, yeah, to Tree. And now the chase is on MTD, silenced, and will be killed off.
I don't understand why the Radiant are trying to force fights while the Exorcism is still up. Like, you either go in before your tower dies, when the Exorcism's going, you don't go in after your tower dies and Exorcism is still going on. Yeah. It makes absolutely no sense. You either commit early on or you don't commit at all.
Nope, Opus is going to try and go onto Crayon here. Tricks of the Trade does come out, and the silence as well, but this is going to be a tier 3 tower, and unless you want to commit the buybacks here from MTD, as Clockwork does come back up, they might be able to get themselves a set of racks. Oh, it's going to go through though onto with the Spirit Vessel as well. Tricks of the Trade, Cold Embrace though as well. Burrow Strikes are going to be onto 2. They're going to be able to take down the Troll Warlord. You'll step through though. They're going to be able to get themselves away. I think Crayon needs to run himself away, not try and fight them.
He wanted the rack.
Down the racks, yeah.
I'm not really sure why the Dire side tried to get that range racks after they take the mid-tier 2 fight. Like, without Exorcism, it's so hard to push.
I think he was thinking of, because of the Aghanim Scepter, Burrow Strike comes through now as well onto the Winter Wire and the Silence as well. It's going to be slowed down with the Diffusal Blade and slain.
I mean, that's so greedy though. Like, you build up this massive advantage and then you give it away. So now the Roche is available. You don't have any buybacks on like your 3 heroes that have died, and they're just going to dip into the Roche here and steal this Aegis away from you, which should be yours really if you'd have just played a little bit more passively.
Yeah, and everybody on the side of the Dire bought out as well, because they had, in that bottom river fight, they all had buybacks. and now they've bought out their items. You know, they got a little bit not cocky, but they started to believe in themselves. You know, they'll just take another fight easy, which they kind of did, and then they went a little bit too far.
Can we see what Crayon's building now on the DP? Because I feel like, why would you not just build a BKB, Crayon? Why are you building Glimmer Cape? Why? If you pop BKB in the fight, what do they do?
Ricky you to death?
Okay, maybe. Probably not though.
No, probably not.
Mist has his 4-staff as well, but I'd be really interested to see what he wants to build next as well, because I don't understand why DP wants to build with these, like...
Mars actually went for the Vlads before he went back. I mean, the Blink Dagger's not too far off, and the Troll Waller, well, he's not going to give him the creep camp there to get that last couple hundred gold, but he's about 300 gold away from finishing the Blink Daggers now as well.
He has Orb of Destruction as well on the Mars, which is really nice. I mean, what neutral item does the Troll have? Does he have, like, Ring of Aquila or something on the Troll?
Troll needs no neutral items.
No.
It's like wolves in armor.
Troll definitely needs a neutral. Why?
Yeah, Troll probably does need a neutral item.
Does.
Yeah, everybody should have a neutral item.
Spider? Have they got spider legs on the Radiant? I think
it's on Tree. Yeah.
Why would they not give it to the Clockwork? It's
I guess because he wants to be the initiator, so he wants a little bit more armor.
I get he wants the Craggy Code, but if you hookshot Cog and spider legs out your own cogs, you basically isolate one hero from the rest of the fight.
Yeah, true.
It's like super good, but I mean, if he wants to be the big tank, then...
Yeah, I think you want to be in there with the battery assault as well, just stopping whoever you've hooked from casting any spells, you know, keep them mini-stunned.
Yeah, I guess so. He's got Manta on the Ricky now as well, which is really nice. It means he doesn't have to commit BKB just because of the silence of the DP.
And Ember with the Van Braces. Van Braces is such a quality item for, was it tier 2?
Yeah, that Essence Ring's the other really good one as well. I think that's busted, that item. I don't know if it got changed in the most recent patch, I can't remember, but it feels like that one was always stupidly good. They need to put vision down there.
Yeah, if they can get little cheat, Opus is running in, but they've got that Sentry one out. It's going to be the Rain of Blood already now. The Borrow Effect with the Epicenter comes through. How's he going to be able to kill him? They do kill the Winter Wild now as well. They're going to trace down Corey now. Chainfrost is bouncing around, but the Spirit Siphon, it's going to be enough to take down the Sand King, and Opus will be able to Blink Strike himself out of this. But it looks like Crayon wants to carry on going onto Tree. He's going to be slowed down, diffused up now as well. MTD comes in. He's going to be Spirit Vesseled as well. Crayon, I think he's pushed his luck a little bit too far. He gets the kill onto Tree, but the chase is still going. He's going to be able to give himself an illusion, but I think that cost him with the Sleight of Fist.
To be fair, that would have been super sick if the illusions were the one that took the chains, but
yeah,
never mind. I think they died too quickly. I mean, Crayon can't fight without BKB because of this vessel now. Like, it's really difficult. And again, somehow Little Cheat is the one that dies first on the Wyvern. He needs to stop being the one that gets caught every single fight. Like, if this Wyvern survives, it's so easy for them to turn.
Oh, MTD gets the Searing Chains off onto the Troll Waller, but it looks like Troll Waller wants to try and turn this one around. There's 2 heroes, 3 heroes as well. The Winter's Curse, the right clicks onto the Clockwork now as well. Just look at that right click from the Winter Wyvern just dancing around because of the Remnant. And now Little Cheat is being Spirit Vessel. He's going to be able to get himself away. He's got the Basher now as well. The lockdown onto MTD. He's going to be able to Remnant himself away from this Radiant base, but Opus is going to be still lucky now as well. Diffusal Blade, to be able to Manta style that one away.
Corey's gone in though on the Mars, I'm pretty sure. He tried to hunt more. Yeah.
Yeah. And he's just going to be stuck in the mud for his troubles.
Boy, oh boy. Yeah, they're really struggling with detection in the fight as well with this Ricky. Feels like he gets low, he blinks away, and they can't really do anything, and he just comes back in again, and all of a sudden he's like invisible the whole time. So this gem on the Mars is going to be really important. They need to be able to lock people down.
Well, speaking about being invisible for the entire time, he's getting close to 25.
Oh, and he'll go for the other talent.
Yeah.
The other talent's insane. The Tricks of the Trade one, I think it is at 25 on the Ricky.
So we're going to have to wait till, level 30 for that. Permanent invis.
Yeah, he just never gets... You know what I hate about that?
Go on then.
Have you seen the video of him like trying to defend the Ancient and the creeps went aggro to him because he's invisible?
Yeah.
But when you get level 30, you don't have a choice. You have to level it up. Like, it just does it automatically.
You have to purposely feed a gem away.
I think Little Cheat needs a blink. Just so he has a reason to not stand at the front of the fight.
Well, that fight, he wasn't standing at the front. It's just that the back ended up being the front with the way that the Radiant wrapped around the river.
But the way, you can't stand next to your core heroes. Yeah. Like, it doesn't work like that. You have to be in a different place completely, like so far behind them, right?
So in another lane, just saying, yeah, guys, yeah, I'll be there.
Yeah, but the thing that happens in a fight, right, is they're going to run into you at some point, and if you're all stood together, they get their choice of target.
Oh, speaking about running into them, they're going to be able to find Mars. Mars is going to be able to get himself away with the bow strike now, as well as the Sands. Corey, you know, it's going to be a Winter's Curse now onto the Ember Spirit, but little cheat, he's going to be killed off. The hook comes through, point blank, Positivity trying to do what he can. He's locked down, or he had Nova locked down for a little bit now. That's going to be Opus, though, with the triple kill. The buyback comes through from the Jakiro, but the chase is on now as well. MTD can't lock him down.
In trouble, though,
and it looks like, yeah, Crayon is going to be able to get himself away from this. It looks like the run of a look from Crayon, it's just going to come to an end now as well. Positivity puts himself in a bad position. Chase is going to be there. Nuke could be the one bad still.
They managed to kill the Ricky with the Trollo.
They killed
that's
the Ricky.
massive.
Yeah.
That's a huge amount of gold going way of the Troll as well. 828 gold.
So I think that was a 3 for 4 with the buyback on the Jakiro, but worth? Yeah.
I mean, it's still a really good fight for the Dire side, I would say. Not great overall because you lost your DP. And I really think Corey needs to BKB as well at this point in the game. A great cursor by Lil Chi. This is the thing, if he doesn't get caught at the start of the fight, this is the only reason they turn it here. Because like the whole BKB duration of the Ember is just completely wasted.
Yeah, and that Sandstorm not effective at all. So Nova was just an easy kill. It's actually Crayon secured it now. MTD, Positivity couldn't get the lockdown with the bash or a net though, so MTD was able to get himself away. And like you were talking about, the Dash Prophet, no BKB, it's just really easy to lock it down now. Now all these items are up, the Spirit Vessel's up as well. And
if he has a BKB, he can literally stand in the middle of the fight and not give 2 hoots. I was going to say a different word, but I think hoots is better.
Yeah, so Corey, again, he's got that Blink Dagger. He's going to go to the BKB of his own. He's got the gem there as well, as it looks like Mist was able to reclaim that.
Can we check what talents Corey's taken on the Mars? Did he go for the damage? No, he went for the armor. Okay, I was going to say, yeah. And then he gets the 1 second spear stun at level 20, which is really nice.
Oh, tree!
Okay.
Well, you need to make like a tree and leaf, because you are dead.
That was quite good.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
I'll give you the credit you deserve there. I mean, they blow the arena, which is a bit of a shame, but they're going to have Exorcism coming up in 10 seconds, and there's an Arcane rune as well. So you really want to try and make this happen here. With the Lich being dead, you know, that's the big building defender. You have to remember, like, this Frost Tower has been really key in these fights. Yeah. Well, they found a +1? Oh, it's just in the Ricky illusion. Okay.
Exorcism is up though, so Crayon, again, without this Frost Armor, they're going to try and try the look here on this tier 3 tower in the mid lane. If they can get it quickly, they might even be able to get themselves another Rax out. I say another Rax, that ranged Rax on the bottom lane, sitting on like 2 HP.
And they didn't take any Rax in the bot lane before. It's just the tier 3 they got, and I think if they get the tier 3 here, they should be happy with that.
Yeah.
Well, I'm surprised they're still going. This is pretty crazy.
Do you want to go? These remnants are flying everywhere though as well, and it looks like Death Prophet just going to walk himself into the silence. Not that he needs to worry yet.
Lines.
It is going to be a Rax for a Wyvern so far. The hook comes through. It traps 2 into the cogs. It's going to be the 2 cogs now as well. BKB, Positivity, but there's going to be another Arena of Blood. It's going to be crazy. There's going to be another Remnant through, and Corey will be killed off, chased out. The Remnant comes through and bursts him down. Positivity. He's been Spirit Vessel though. Can he turn this around onto MTD? MTD's BKB. It's still going, but it's going to be wearing off momentarily now as well. The Battery Soaks comes through, and Death Prophet needs to get himself away with the Glimmer Cape, but it looks like he's left Positivity to die.
What a nice
But that's going to be a great Winter's Curse on the box line. Positivity. Looks like they're all going to be able to get themselves away. The Rocket Flare though. No, the hook comes through. It catches 2. They're going to be able to kill off both cores.
Dear oh dear, just sticking around a little bit too long, guys. I mean, it feels like there's just a lack of shot, like good shot calling here at the moment on the Dire side. Like this DP just stays around too long. You get the mid tier 3. It's an Arcane rune Exorcism. Like you just back off and reset. You get a tier 3 for basically nothing. Like it's a really good trade. Roche is about to come back up again, and your 2 cores are dead for 70 seconds.
Yeah, and this. I mean, do they have the vision on that as well around the Roshan pit to see that? It doesn't look like they do. So the tier 2 tower, it will go down. Do you buy back to defend this tier 3? If they push up to the tier 3, is this something you want to buy back to?
Otherwise, you're going to lose your Rax. Like, at least the Troll's going to have to buy back. I'd probably, or at least one of the cores. Sorry, I mean. Winter's Curse is up in 20. The good thing for them is that the Radiant don't push like really quickly, but it's still decent.
Yeah. Well, let's see what they do, because it's going to be over 30 seconds here before the cores are back up with no buyback.
He really wants to get a good curse off here on the Wyvern. You can see him coming in from the side.
Oh, but the Searing Chains are going to be there. He gets the curse off, but it's going to mean his death.
Okay, Corey catches the Ember though.
Is he going to be able to finish the job? The God's Rebuke comes through, but there's going to be the Frost Shield through now as well, the Dual Breath. Is he going to be able to do the damage here now as well? It looks like Jakiro's going to go down. Jakiro has no buyback. Yeah, there's just no reaction from the two cores on the side of
I mean, they can't commit to fights if they don't have buybacks, like on their two supports. Because now you've lost your racks that you would have lost anyway, plus the supports that don't have buyback.
Oh, Troll's going to be pushed back by the Cogs. Yeah, MTD just gets out with the Remnants, and this is going to be an evening. Well, the range racks, once again, I think it survives with like 20, 30 health. But Roshan, he's back up, and this is a good opening for Cheeky Chums.
Oh, he's left the leveler on the floor.
Oh no.
But it's under a ward, so they might see it at some point. Oh dear. I mean, it's pretty good on the Ricky,
going back
to be fair.
Clockwork is, he's making a...
Does he know?
Maybe not.
Maybe he will see it now when he walks past it.
Hello?
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 Oh no, what a disaster actually. If the Troll gets that when they wouldn't have got their own, that's that's pretty bad.
Oh, Troll, I mean...
Oh, Spell Prism on the Ember as well. I mean, that Im's insane on that hero, reducing all his cooldowns.
As long as he's picked it up this time.
Yeah, true. You don't need to obs anything apart from this item on the floor at the moment. This is literally... This is all you need to say.
We just need to just stay here for the next until it gets picked up.
Which might be a while by the... Oh, God.
It looks nice, though. It's a nice ornament in the home of the Mud Golems.
Yeah, it's...
They
seem pretty proud with it.
Yeah, I would be too. You know, nice.
I can't wait for them to realise when they look at the shop and they're like, where's our other item, guys?
How... Yeah. Lich, please, give me it.
Maybe they're baiting them.
That's like next level stuff, and it looks like the hook will come through onto 2 now as well. The Winter's Curse is going to be there. Chain Frost bouncing around, Positivity, Crown, he's still not got a BKB though. He's going to be going through with the Exorcism.
On the Ricky
to get really darn low. There's going to be the Spear coming through and pinning Nuka on the backlines now as well. He's going to be able to get himself away from
need the cores.
It looks like they might be able to, but opens now. The silence comes out. Troll Warlord still locked down. He's being Glimmer caped up though. He won't survive through that, and Corey needs to buy it back as well. And they're going to be able to get themselves through. Sorry, the Troll Warlord is still alive, but who's not alive? It's Crayon.
Man, that fight could have gone so well for the Dire, but they all just decided to focus different heroes.
Yeah.
Like the Ricky and the Ember were on the Troll, while the DP and like whoever else was just off chasing this clock that didn't mean anything anymore, that was stuck in the arena. If they just focus all on the same people, they'll bring them down so easily.
More importantly, did anybody find the item?
Dire's middle barracks.
No.
Oh my God, they could be taking these buildings so quickly.
Boom, there it goes.
I'm not mad. I'm just a little disappointed.
This clock is really tanky though, we have to say. He's like 29 armor, and he's like committing to these fights, and he's like, well,
yeah,
I'm just here, guys.
He's stuck with the Craggy coat, and he just... Yeah, he's loving it. He's absolutely loving it. He can get in these fights. It's not a big issue, because...
They're just going to win the game. Like, these cores are going to have to buy back.
Yeah, they're going to have to go for this. And it is the 3-core lineup here from Edgar Davids. They're just going to use the Death Prophets for now. Now it's being pinged out. Yeah, NTDs. He's realized his mistake.
Oh, they got it, guys. They got the IM.
Woo! It only took them 5 minutes.
They got it. What a time to be alive.
He spots out Roshan.
I can't believe they're playing a DP Troll lineup and they're giving up 3 Roches in a row. I find that absolutely
Can we click the Roshan just to see what item? So it's only 2. It's only cheese.
Oh, it's only the second one. Okay, I talked about it earlier.
They're actually coming to the invade now as well.
They have
they're going to be able to get in. Little Cheese, they're going to be able to get himself a good Winter's Curse. What they are going to be able to get is a great hook from the Clockwork. It's going to be a triple Remnant now. There's going to be the Winter's Curse coming through, but it's going to be a little bit too late as the Chain Frost still bounces through, and Crayon still does not have that BKB. So they take down the Jakiro, they take down the Winter Wyvern. They might be able to take down Corey now as well. With the Bow Strike, they're going to be able to chase him away. The silence there as well as the Spirit Vessel. They do the damage, and that's no buybacks available on the side of the Dire. Are they going to be able to go any further now as well? Crayon, he's got the Spirit Siphons, he's got the Exorcism, he's doing damage now as well, but with the tricks of the trade, they find themselves 4. They might be able to find a full team wipe and end the game right here, right now. Now, as Positivity's been Spirit Vesseled up, he is going to be dead. That is going to be GG. Well played as Cheeky Chums. They get pretty cheeky in the end game.
They played, to be fair, they played okay on Cheeky Chums. This Ricky and Ember especially, I think, had a really good game. They were bouncing around all over the place, making sure they focused the right targets all the time. I just think ADZANTICK are going to look back at this game and think, what the hell were we doing?
Yeah.
Like we had this game. We built, we built some silly items. We stayed, we overstayed at certain points when we didn't need to, and that really hurt us. I don't really understand like who's in charge. I thought Little cheat. So, to be fair to him, sometimes he has some decent games, but I think this one he played pretty poorly. It has to be said. It felt like he got caught out so many times at the start of fights because he was out of position. Like that Roche fight at the end, for example, he just ran in with his Arctic Burn on and just started trying to hit people.
Yeah.
Like why? I don't understand.
Can we actually go through the hero overview just to see what time Crayon did actually get that BKB? Because.
If you click on the DP.
Yeah, so if we click on the DP, it should bring up a timeline, and if you just scroll this timeline back at the bottom, just to see where...
Yeah, it's like right at the end of the game he gets the BKB. It's like 45 minutes in.
He gets the BKB in the game. And I don't even think he got it off on that last fight as well.
But the thing is, they were so in charge, right? Like, they were so far in front at times, it felt like they won really good fights, and then they just didn't build items that helped them end the game. Like, it just felt really odd to me. And then they like took these really good fights and they were just being a little bit too greedy and they thought they were invincible. All of a sudden, a Ricky and Ember are on their backlines just bringing them off, and they're like, oh well, this isn't going very well, is it? And yeah, again, I think they'll be kicking themselves.
And yeah, look at this Nova.
The congratulations one. Yeah, okay.
It was a great start for the Troll Warlord up on that top lane, and like you say, they kind of got themselves into a position where if they'd have ended that game maybe 15 minutes sooner, they were at the peak of their power, but they just kept giving away ground and giving away fights and giving away kills, and bad decisions over to Cheeky Chums. And Cheeky Chums, at one point, like, they were so far behind, maybe not in terms of net worth, but just in terms of like the momentum that ADZANTICK were bringing to this game, and they just could not close it out. And
This was the fight where I really thought they had it. Yeah. Because they managed to kill off the Ember with some random spear. I was like, geez, everything's going in their favor now. This is it. They're going to get their win. But, I mean, it just they made too many mistakes. And, again, they're going to look back at it and think, I don't know who was shot calling or if anybody was shot calling, because I think that's been the problem for them so far. They don't really have, like, a captain that's they're all willing, they all listen to and they all make the same plays. And if they are listening to one person, they need a new person to listen to.
Oh, okay.
There was just so many like plays here that they just didn't make sense to me. Like, they're playing this DP troll lineup and they're not trying to play around the Roche pit, and so many chances where if they get the Aegis on the troll, he's going to be so difficult to deal with. Because he can basically do whatever he wants in the fights. Or you could give it to Little Cheat, so when he initiates, he can come back alive again.
Yeah, no, that's true.
I don't want to be too harsh on them, but they're going to look back at this. Like, Crayon's like a really high MMR player. I think he hit 7k recently on this DP. Like, he's a really good player, but I just feel like they're going to look back at this as a team and think, we didn't deserve this. We messed up too many times.
Is this a comfort pick here then for Crayon on the DP? If that, is it something that he has been using to grind?
I mean, I'm not 100% sure. I think he can play it.
Yeah.
Like, it's something that he is confident with, but it just didn't work out this game for them, unfortunately.
Yeah, and just looking at these fights, and again, once that Spirit Vessel came out, like you said, it just became a lot harder for Crayon to sustain in these fights.
Oh, the game was completely different. Like,
yeah.
It felt like that was the big turning point where the Radiant actually had a chance again. It was so sad. And you see, there's so many fights where the Troll's trying to hit people up, and he kept getting kited around all the time, so he couldn't really do anything during his ult. Like, they're playing two different fights. Like, the Mars is fighting in the arena while the Troll's just doing something completely different.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see, like, in this as well, the Jakiro, everybody being, like, completely killed off, and it just seemed like Cheeky Chums, they had so many ways to isolate and kind of pocket fight. Yeah.
Why are the two supports the ones in the front line trying to initiate a fight? Like, it makes no sense.
I think the Winter Wyvern really needed a Blink Dagger for...
But he was so poor the whole game because he just kept dying every single fight. Like, he never got anything the whole game, and his net worth was so low because of it. And again, like, the Troll popped his ult just before that and just didn't achieve anything during the duration.
Yeah.
Again, they're going to look back at this and they're really going to kick themselves.
Okay, so Death Prophet did use a BKB once.
Good.
So during this fight, use the BKB.
But it's too late now.
But it's too late.
Like the Riki and the Ember are just so farmed at this point that they can just kite around. Like you need to be fighting around this big power spike that you have as DP when you can run into their buildings and not really care about anything.
Yeah.
So he gets his plate mail, finishes off the Shivas, then builds a Glimmer Cape for some reason.
Would you say BKB then Axe if that was the route that he wanted to go, or Axe then BKB?
The Axe was fine. I think the plate mail was fine. Like I wasn't necessarily I wouldn't have done it in that order myself necessarily. But you know, Crayone's a very good player. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
But I really feel like if they'd have got that BKB at a decent time, they could have just taken objective so much easier.
Yeah, and didn't even get to finish off that Rax on the bottom lane that was on like 20 health. So trying to fight around that, again, is it just in terms of they need to kind of sit down and just talk about the way they're going about these fights, you know, maybe designate someone as a shot caller, you know, maybe work on that communication? Is it more that it's just back to the drawing boards completely? I mean, because that was great. It was a good draft, I think. You know, and they were winning that early game, and it just came to the late game. They just couldn't close it out.
The draft was fine, and early game their rotations were really good. Like they defended their mid lane really well. Like when they went on Crayon and like everybody just TP'd and they took a fight. Like they were there all straight away. So like they are communicating, but it just feels like the shots that they're making, like the calls that they're making, just aren't the calls that they need to be made.
Yeah.
Like they're just making some like mistakes as a team, and they need to find a way to deal with that. And Little Cheat needs to be working on his positioning a lot, like before next week, because it just happened every single fight. So every now and then you're playing against Riki Ember, like it happens, but you can't be at the front every single fight.
No, that's
like you have to learn from your lesson when you do get picked off.
Again, is it something maybe like the way they were looking at the vision on the map, you know, maybe not when they were pushing into that tier 2 tower on the top lane, that tier 3 tower on the top lane, you're not putting that back with the wards on the cliffs on the behind, you're not protecting themselves, not keeping themselves getting that information, the game information that they needed to.
But it's not a vision thing, right? Like if you're playing the Wyvern, you need to be. He like Lil Chee's a good player. Like he understands that he needs to be behind his cores.
Yeah.
But it's just a lapse of concentration. Like constantly where he's not thinking about what he's doing at the time. All of a sudden they get initiated upon because of a smoke or something. Like he's like, oh god, like I'm in the complete wrong position.
Yeah.
But it happens too many times. Like you have to learn, and he didn't.
So we'll get him on the Mo Farah positioning course over there.
I know I'm awful as well. Don't come on my course. That's probably my worst thing as a support player, is my positioning in a lot of like, you feel it. When you gain ranks, like MMR and things, you really feel your positioning more than anything else when you start to play in at that level, I think.
Well, I wouldn't know, you know, because not only am I perfect, but, you know, I'm also down at like the 2K level. So, you know, you don't think of anything down at that level. You just kind of go with it. So the players of the game, I've got to say Clockwork. I've got to give it to the Clockwork.
He played really well.
I think he fell behind a little bit in the early game, but once he did get the Craggy Coat, got that Spirit Vessel, and he was just throwing himself in fights. He was getting really good, not only the hooks, but he was trapping like 2 or 3 players in the cogs every single time. You know, the Battery Assault as well, that was really good at the position and keeping them locked down. So without BKBs, there's no way to deal with that.
I would personally, I think Opus played really well. You know, I criticised him last week on his PR. I thought he didn't do enough. It was a rough game for him, but I think this time he played really well. Like he farmed well early on. He chose the right targets at the start of fights, even if they were like right in front of him. Yeah. But I mean, he went for the supports first every time. It was a good Riki game, but he also played it really well.
Okay, guys, that's what we think. But again, you can say what you think over on the ESL UK Twitter page. You can have your say on the player of the match. I'm not going to influence it, but I think Mo Farah is wrong. I think Clockwork was really good, you know, and that's, you know...
They both played well.
Yeah, okay, yeah, they both played well, but Clockwork played better.
I'm not having it.
No? Okay. Are you going to get me investigation for rigging the vote?
Yeah, that's all right. I mean, I'm going to go make 100 accounts and go and rig the vote myself. That's fine.
And again, I think you've got to look at up until the point where the Death Prophet fell off. You know, Crayon was having a really good game. I think it was it was just that time. Like I say, we're going to keep coming back to this, but that BKB, it needed to be so much earlier.
I also thought that Corey played really well on the Mars, considering his net worth that he had at the start of the game. Like, he had a bit of a rough start, fell behind, but his impact on the game felt a little bit more than the Sand Kings, I felt, in both these offlane roles, even though they had a hard start. So I think Corey can be happy with his performance, but, you know, he fell behind a little bit in item times because he was so focused on trying to give his DP and his troll a good game.
Yeah.
And, you know, unfortunately, like the blink comes a little bit too late, maybe, so they can't like get onto these backlines as quickly as they want. You know, try and because they didn't have any hard initiation apart from the Mars, and if the Mars doesn't have like a hard repositioning tool, he has no it's not like he's playing Rubik and he can lift somebody from far away. Like he has to be at the right angle to be able to throw the spear and hit them against like an object of some sort.
So we should have gone for that blink dagger before, you know, the Vlads and circle back, maybe circle.
I mean, he went for blink before the Vlads. I'm pretty sure.
No, he finished the Vlads before he went for the blink dagger.
Oh right, okay.
Yeah. So we are going to be able to see where that leaves us now in terms of standings. If we look at how that's finished up, so we can see any surprises.
I mean, Team SNEED winning today was probably the biggest surprise for me. The other two, MAYO Chicken, Sparkling Water could have gone either way. I thought Sparkling Water would have won, but MAYO Chicken played really well. Their game plan was on point. And ADZANTICK fan club, they're going to be disappointed, but Cheeky Chums, you know, they deserve the win. They punished them for the mistakes that they made.
Yeah, and so what does that leave us in terms of positioning? Again, look at this. We have... That's a great breakdown, I think. You know, a great separation. Cheeky Chums, still. I mean, everybody.
What happened to the 4-1-2 dream? Like the lots of 1-2. I'm so disappointed.
Well, I mean, then get on the phone to either Cheeky Chums and say, listen, lads, you should have 3-2-2'd that a little bit earlier, or you know, get on to Egger Davidson and say, what were you doing? Maybe that's what they need. They need a proper manager to pull them together, and you could be that manager. When T's casting.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see about that. I wouldn't be convinced.
Okay, well that does mean that MAYO steps into the lead. Sparkling Water just a little bit behind. You know, Sparkling Water now, they've played each other, so Sparkling Water can still get through, still start to play those, I don't want to say easier, because I think that's a little bit disrespectful, but you know, there's that, they'll have more confidence, maybe, going into the rest of the games.
Yeah, I think so. It gives them something to work on as well. Like, there's been some tournaments in the past, I know, where teams have gone like through unbeaten in like the group stage and stuff, but other teams that have come through the group stage lost games have then learned more from their losses.
Yeah.
So that they, you know, when it comes to like the playoffs and whatnot, they play better.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see how Sparkling Water react next week. I think that loss would have really kicked them up the arse a little bit. They need to just work on their like. What's the word I'm looking for? The gel as a team.
Yeah, the synergy.
The synergy, yeah.
The teamwork,
They need to make sure they're all following calls, because everything felt so slow. Like they would make a call and then it felt like it was so slow moving on, where it wasn't like instant and everybody knew what they were doing straight away. And I feel like that's something that just comes with time and practice by playing with each other.
Okay, well, you did want to talk to one of the teams to tell them about, you know, letting that 2-1 dream die. So now we do have Tree that you can yell at. So Tree, you've got to take all the flack for this. You know, what are you doing not letting Egg Davids win so we can get that nice table to look at?
I think it was the last easy win, so I had to pick that one up before we go against the harder ones coming up.
Oh, have you got the two difficult teams left, have you?
Yeah, we have.
Any secret strats for that? You know, any pocket strats? Are we going to be seeing any techies, any, you know, anything like that you can give away?
Nothing. I'm not going to tell you anything. I know what you're trying to do.
So, I mean, coming at the end of the draft, I mean, we were talking about, like, you have these two really mobile cores that are difficult to lock down. But, I personally preferred the Edgar Davids lineup. I don't know who you preferred, but how confident did you feel at the end of the draft?
The DP did seem quite strong, but MTD's Ember, I had full confidence in it. I knew, like, MTD's a god, so there was nothing. I didn't doubt it.
Just to mention as well, again, I'm going to rag on it because it's been a point, but the BKB for the Death Prophet came out at 45 minutes and 27 seconds, and then you won at 46 minutes and 31 seconds. How much of an impact do you think that DP not having the BKB had, you know, in terms of you just going in and taking those fights?
I don't know. I don't buy BKBs, so it can't be that good.
Well, that's
right.
Maybe you don't get the chance. So that's
true. I don't get enough of. No, I think. I mean, but we had so much kite. The troll had a BKB, and he was still getting kited. He was able to insta-kill Nova every time, but that was mainly Nova's fault. But apart from that, BKBs weren't like uber issue for us, I think. I don't know. But
okay,
I still would have done.
Rob asked the important questions. Rob asked the nice questions. I'm going to ask the important questions. That leveler was on the floor for like at least 2 minutes after the Ember got it.
Oh yeah, good 3 or 4 minutes.
We were losing our minds.
It was under vision as well. There was a ward surrounding it. What was happening with that item?
Yeah, no, that triggers me a lot. Actually, I'm going to have stern words with MTD now.
Do you know how it happened? Do you guys know how it happened?
No.
The Ember Remnant is away as the last hit on the creep, and then he obviously just didn't see it on the floor because he was starting to look somewhere else. Can you flame him for me though?
That's not good enough.
Yeah, tell him I said that. That was just completely unacceptable.
Yeah, no, that's not good enough. Definitely, no excuses.
So obviously you guys said you're playing the 2 hardest teams, like quote unquote, in the next 2 weeks. How do you feel like the 3 weeks have gone so far for you? Like you're 2-1. You must be feeling okay.
I'm feeling okay. I'm a bit disappointed with last week. We were feeling a bit down on a few of our members about that. But yeah, hoping to get through to the playoffs. I was looking at the stats and saw there's a chance for like a 3-way tie. So a bit worried about that. Gonna have to do some intense planning for that.
I don't even know the stats. This guy's ahead of me, and I'm supposed to know what I'm doing. So that's if you just hit me up in the DMs, just tell me what's going on. That'd be quite nice.
Or
okay, I'll let you know.
If you want to stand there,
yeah, you can swap if you want.
Bo has no idea what's going on. He's just admitted it. You know, you can come along.
He does a good job.
Oh.
Yeah, he does.
Well done.
No.